Chapter 3164. What a great deal! 10 sets of Gale battle boots were worth around 30 million tons of ordinary ores. The first Gale battle boots sold for around 300 million tons of ordinary ores. The people who came to the auction all squinted their eyes and were overjoyed. They were also able to enjoy such a good item. With the Gale battle boots, it was clear who was better. After the first item was auctioned, the first benefit came. Although there were only 10 Gale battle boots, it was still a benefit. They didn't have to pay a single cent, so who wouldn't be happy? Ha ha ha, I won. I also won. Gale battle boots, it's finally my turn, ha ha. The 10 lucky heavenly gods quickly obtained the Gale battle boots, and their faces were filled with bright smiles. If they were to buy them, they didn't know how much money they would have to spend. The second piece of enchanted equipment. Everyone was very curious. The first item was already so good, so what about the second? The second piece of enchanted equipment for auction today is something that everyone must have when going out. It's the Holy Injury Exemption Shield, and it provides a certain amount of injury immunity. This is the greatest research of our sacred body mountain. Due to the limitations of our standards, we can only infuse 10% of the damage immunity into the Holy Injury Exemption Shield, the first elder said with an ashamed expression. Everyone's ears perked up. As soon as the Holy Injury Exemption Shield appeared, everyone's eyes lit up. Good stuff, it's really good stuff. The power of injury immunity was something that heavenly gods didn't dare to ignore. During a battle, if one could negate a portion of the power, it meant that one wouldn't be seriously injured. The longer the battle, the more damage immunity there would be. In comparison, one would have a huge advantage. The sacred body mountain is too powerful. They even made the Holy Injury Exemption Shield, which provides 10% damage immunity. I've never seen a piece of enchanted equipment in my life. It's such a good deal this time. No matter what, we have to get the Holy Injury Exemption Shield. Immunity to damage was definitely one of the most unique enchantments. However, the burly man from the Sacred Body Mountain had actually mastered an enchantment that could nullify damage. This was definitely shocking to everyone. Injury immunity was one of the most powerful enchantments. Young master, they're actually able to grasp the immunity substance. This is too inconceivable. The young servant was almost speechless. A strange look flashed in the eyes of the blue-eyed young master. He was also shocked in his heart. Everyone's going to be shocked. Even an immunity enchantment. The young master could imagine that after today, the Sacred Body Mountain was going to take a big bite out of the Saint Spirit domain. Who could resist the temptation of the Sacred Invulnerable Shield and the Sacred Invulnerable Armor? Most importantly, the price that Sacred Body Mountain had offered was simply too low. It was so low that all the heavenly gods would desperately search for ores and materials. Be it high grade or low grade, the Sacred Body Mountain welcomed all ores and materials. There were a total of 30 divine damage immune shields. Each of them sold for 80 to 100 million tons of common ores. If it was advanced ores, it would only cost 10 million tons. That's right, the ratio of high-grade ores to ordinary ores was 1 to 10. Everyone was quite satisfied with this exchange. The bidders were all very excited. If the second item was already like this, then what about the rest? It was really worth looking forward to. Lin Fei saw everything clearly through the little devil. His prestige was increasing rapidly. I'm a good person. I want to make the enchanted equipment common in the Saint Spirit domain. That way my prestige will increase rapidly. I believe that after this auction, my prestige will soon exceed 1 billion. At that time, I will be able to exchange for a powerful killing move. Ordinary experts were not worthy of Lin Fei's treatment. A godly venerable level physical body could do anything. Soon the news will spread. Heavenly Feather Race Imperial Treasure Sect. Let's see how you're going to deal with this. Let's see how you're going to deal with it. Let's see how you'll fall until you go bankrupt. I'm really looking forward to it. At the auction venue, one by one, the enchanted equipment appeared. The spies in the corner were all pale and sweating. They were really scared out of their wits. Sacred Invulnerable Shield. Sacred Invulnerable Armor. Sacred Gravity Scepter. These 3 enchanted equipment were already too much for them to handle. Report it immediately. The Saint Body Mountain has high-level enchanted equipment and is auctioning it at an extremely low price. Once it becomes popular, no one will be able to stop it. The spies were also knowledgeable and immediately sent the news back. The Heavenly Feather Race and the Imperial Treasure Sect did not take the St. Body Mountains auction seriously. According to the usual practice, they still sent spies over to investigate. When the time came, it would be very interesting to laugh at it. Something big has happened. The St. Body Mountain has high-level enchanted equipment. One by one, the spies reported back. No one dared to hesitate. This was a big deal. As long as one was not an idiot, they could imagine that the St. Body Mountain was going to start an era of enchantment. A new era. Enchanted equipment had always been very expensive. If it was widely available, it would definitely start an era. No matter how hostile those people were to Lin Fei before, once everyone could obtain cheap enchanted equipment, these people would definitely praise Holy Lord Lin Fei everywhere. Holy Lord Lin Fei was definitely crazy. No matter how big the St. Body Mountain was, they could not afford such wasteful behavior. Heavenly Feather Race. A few of the higher-ups were drinking tea together and watching a beautiful dance. I remember that today is the St. Body Mountains auction. I wonder what the situation is like. It's probably just a small fight. One of the higher-ups laughed. That's right. Those violent people from the Sacred Body Mountain don't have any masters or enchantment techniques. What do they know? They actually have the nerve to auction enchantment equipment. I don't know what's wrong with them. I can guarantee that the St. Body Mountain will become a big joke in the Saint Spirit domain tomorrow. If our Heavenly Feather Race says that enchantment is second, who dares to say that they are first? Who does Lin Fei think he is? The higher-ups of the Heavenly Feather Race did not have a good impression of Lin Fei. They had been extorted by Lin Fei once. The paralysis scepter was taken away, and the prodigy was hung up. The Heavenly Feather Race's face was swollen. Cheers to that bastard Lin Fei's misfortune. The higher-ups raised their glasses in celebration. Although they could not take down Lin Fei for the time being, they were happy to see Lin Fei's misfortune. Bang! The door was suddenly pushed open, and a sky god ran in. Something bad has happened. The St. Body Mountain has high-level enchantments. They have immunity and gravity. They are also bidding at an extremely low price. The sky god who came in reported, "Kacha kacha." The ground was filled with cracking sounds. The Imperial Treasure Sect was also watching the St. Body Mountain's Lin Fei make a fool of himself. They had no enmity with Lin Fei. As people who had high-level enchantments, they had always looked down on violent people like Lin Fei. Don't even think about entering the field of enchantment. The Imperial Treasure Sect was prepared. After the auction ended, they would send people to publicize the St. Body Mountains auction. They wanted to make it known to everyone and become a joke. Until a piece of news reached the Imperial Treasure Sect. Something bad has happened. The St. Body Mountain's Lin Fei has high-level enchantments. Chapter 3165. In just a day's time, the Sacred Body Mountain's grand auction had spread like wildfire. Unlike last time, this time there was no need for Lin Fei to advertise it. The various people that came to the auction were eager to advertise the Sacred Body Mountain. He only needed to use ores to bid for enchanted equipment. Where else could he find such a good deal? More importantly, the quality of the enchanted equipment was too good. Elysian Impervious Shield, Elysian Impervious Battle Armor, and Elysian Gravity Scepter. These 3 items had stirred up countless people. At the same time, it had changed everyone's opinion of Holy Lord Lin Fei. Holy Lord Lin Fei was such a good person. Overnight, everyone woke up to the news of the auction. Ma Dan, it's such a pity that you didn't go to the Sacred Body Mountains auction. There's a lucky draw. I have a 6th order heavenly god friend who got an sacred immunity shield. No way, it's so cool. Don't mention it. Who knew that the Sacred Body Mountain was so amazing? High-end enchantment equipment. We must go to the next auction. If we're lucky, it's a piece of enchanted equipment. Almost every place, every big city, and every restaurant was discussing the Sacred Heavenly Mountain auction. As for those heavenly god powerhouses who had received the benefits, the news had already spread in their circle of friends. Everywhere was filled with envious gazes. A piece of enchanted equipment that could nullify damage, even if it was only 10%, was still a good item. At the very least, it could withstand it. If they had both the Sacred Immunity Shield and Sacred Immunity Battle Armor, that would be 20% damage nullification. Many people were regretting their decision. Why didn't they go? Everyone knew that it wouldn't be easy to gain benefits from the crowd the next time. The Saint Spirit World's major forces were dumbfounded. Holy Lord Lin Fei of the Sacred Body Mountain had really done something big. High-end enchantment equipment that could nullify damage had always been rare, but the Sacred Body Mountain had it. If that was the case, there was nothing to worry about. High-end enchantment equipment was not cheap, and not just anyone could buy it. But the Sacred Body Mountain's auction had blinded many people. Ordinary ores? That was simply unbelievable. Tens of millions of tons of ordinary ores could be exchanged for a Sacred Damage Immune Shield and Sacred Damage Immune Battle Armor. There was nothing more infuriating than this. Those enchantments that he had bought at a high price only had 30 to 40% damage reduction. Which one of them wasn't priceless? But no matter how he looked at it now, it felt like they were cheap cabbages. It was truly infuriating to compare with others. They even had the urge to kill. What was Holy Lord Lin Fei thinking? Did he not know the value of an enchanted equipment? Also, you're buying so many ores and materials. Are you going to keep refining weapons? The Heavenly Feather Clan and the Imperial Treasure Sect were directly slapped in the face. He didn't even need to make a move, but the moment he did, he was immune to damage. Gravity Scepter. Those heavenly god powerhouses who had always been proud and arrogant were all dumbfounded. Once they encountered these enchanted equipment, what was the point of fighting? They had to hurry up and leave lest they embarrass themselves. But in private, who knew how many people were asking when the Sacred Body Mountain would hold the next auction? What? A year later. Hurry up and go mining. The Sacred Spirit Domain was so big, and it was rich in resources, especially ores. Even heavenly god powerhouses couldn't sit still. So much prestige. In one night, Lin Fei gained 50 million prestige. This was the most prestige he had ever gained. Normally, this would have taken at least half a year. Now, however, only one day had passed. Lin Fei was beaming with joy. Haha! Master, the prestige harvest has just begun. As news about the auction spreads, the prestige you gain every day will increase. It will stabilize at least 100 million prestige every day. The little devil's words made Lin Fei happy again. To master, 100 million prestige is just the beginning. But if you really influence those people, your prestige will increase even more. 1 billion, 10 billion. Lin Fei also knew that the more influence he had, the more prestige he would gain. It was better to start with enchanted equipment now. This was the fastest way for Lin Fei to gain prestige. Lin Fei found the 3 patriarchs. Sacred Leader, our Sacred Body Mountain is going to be popular again. Many people who know us have sent messages saying that they want to buy enchanted equipment. They are all regretting it now. As the 3 patriarchs, who were below the Sacred Leader and above the elders, their status in the Sacred Body Mountain was unquestionable. Once the enchanted equipment appeared, even though it was just the beginning, those people smelled something fishy and all came to ask about it. The 3 patriarchs were elated. Tell them that the Sacred Body Mountain doesn't have the ability to do this. We can only use the auction method. Lin Fei smiled. Let's keep everyone in suspense first. Oh right, go and announce that the 100 people per day will be changed to 300 people per day. As long as they provide 5 million tons of ordinary ores, they will receive one portion of the benefit. Sacred Leader, isn't this too? The 3 patriarchs were shocked. 300 people, that meant 300 pieces of enchanted equipment. It's fine. 300 people, you can use the Storm War Boots for 270, the Sacred Shield for 10, the Sacred Armor for 10, and the Sacred Gravity Scepter for 10. Lin Fei said, I want everyone to remember the Sacred Body Mountain and our enchanted equipment. The 3 patriarchs nodded and immediately went to make arrangements. Sacred Body Mountain in a secret room. A large number of ores were taken out. These were all ordinary ores from the auction. There were all kinds of ores. A large number of people were sifting through them and throwing them into the extraction equipment. Lin Fei flipped through the catalog. His luck wasn't bad. Some ores looked ordinary, but the substance within them wasn't ordinary and could be combined into something. These ores were very useful to Lin Fei, but he wouldn't buy them wantonly. As long as everyone liked the enchanted equipment produced by the Sacred Body Mountain, the ores would come sooner or later. Moreover, it wouldn't be so sudden. Lin Fei knew that the various factions were probably investigating what the ores were for. As long as they didn't find out, he wouldn't be at ease. As for the extraction, he wasn't worried at all. Combining substances sounded like a dream no matter how he thought about it. It was too unrealistic. The 100 people per day became 300 people per day. At the same time, there was a huge change in the benefits, which undoubtedly made everyone excited. The people who fought to line up every day were all extremely excited. This was a good opportunity. There were even more people praising Sacred Lord Lin Fei. His prestige had also increased by a lot. The sacred shield and sacred armor required tens of millions of tons of ordinary ores. Now, only the top 300 people could obtain them. Chapter 3166. Reputation increased by 5 million. Reputation increased by 10 million. Reputation increased by 20 million. The welfare event expanded from 100 people to 300, and the welfare enchanted equipment also expanded from the storm battle boots to 4 types. Many heavenly gods were overjoyed. Those heavenly gods who received the enchanted equipment felt as if a pie had fallen from the sky. They were so happy. As the holy leader, Lin Fei's reputation increased greatly every day. So fast, I finally have 200 million reputation. This accumulation speed was considered fast, and it was steadily advancing toward 300 million. Lin Fei did not plan to exchange for it yet. A skill that could be exchanged for 200 million reputation could not be any more ordinary. If he really wanted to exchange for it, he would need at least 1 billion reputation points. 1 billion reputation points was not that easy to obtain. After the first auction at the Sacred Body Mountain, the ores in the Saint Spirit world experienced a blowout. The ordinary ores that were originally unattractive also became popular items. The ordinary ores that were previously unattractive could be exchanged for enchanted equipment, as long as they reached a certain amount. Where else could they find such a good thing? The forces that controlled the mines in the Saint Spirit world were all overjoyed. Holy leader Lin Fei was such a good person. He was giving them a free gift. Recruiting people to mine First Order Heavenly God and above. Mining Third Order Heavenly God. A large number of miners began to appear in the Saint Spirit world. A mine needed to be excavated, and First Order Heavenly God to Fifth Order Heavenly God became a hot commodity. People offered high prices to recruit them. Some people even began to search for mines. Once they found one, they would join forces with others to occupy it. As a result, the Saint Spirit world was filled with clanking sounds. Other than mining, there was more mining. Outside the Sacred Body City, it was equally lively. Selling 5 million tons of ordinary ores. Selling mines ordinary ores. If you miss this opportunity, you won't get another one. 10 million tons of ordinary ores for 1 storm battle boots. There's a lot coming. Selling mines. Do you want to be a mine owner? Good stuff at a low price. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Sacred Body City was the most popular place in the entire Saint Spirit world. As long as you had a large amount of ores, essence energy divine weapons and enchanted equipment that could not be obtained in the past were no longer a distant dream. Various forces had arranged for a large number of spies to come over. The welfare of 300 people every day made many people envious and jealous. For the sake of these 300 benefits, the gods would have to fight each other every morning. A position was equivalent to a benefit. Who would be willing to miss it? This situation continued for a long time. In the short span of half a year, the population of Holy Body City had increased by an unknown amount, and all of them had come for the benefits. On the way to the Sacred Body Mountain, a wave of heavenly gods, about 20 to 30 of them, flew towards Holy Body City with smiles on their faces. The one leading the group was a 7th Order Heavenly God realm. This was an owner who discovered several large mines. He worked day and night to bring the ores he harvested to Holy Body Mountain to exchange for enchanted equipment. 1 month ago, Holy Body City had created another place that would make people envious. Or Exchange Mall. It was a very awkward name. However, in this market there was an enchanted equipment exchange service. As long as you had a certain amount of ordinary ores, you could exchange them, and there was a daily limit. Although there weren't many items in the market, It was still a source of hope for everyone. Everyone applauded and cheered for this service. Other than that, there was another service, exchanging ordinary ores for points in the market. Once the enchanted equipment was fully released, people could go there to exchange for points. This service was also praised by everyone. As long as one handed over the ores, they would receive a Holy Body Mountain point card, accumulating points every time. Many people were willing to exchange ores for points. There was no loss in saving them. Stop right there. Boom! A violent aura enveloped the area. On the road in front of them, 3 masters appeared, exuding the aura of a High Lord, suppressing the 20 to 30 heavenly gods. Lord High Lord. The leader of the High Lords was expressionless. You're not allowed to go to the Holy Body Mountain. Anyone who dares to go there will be killed on the spot. Scram now, this place is ours. Not allowed to go to the Holy Body Mountain? These heavenly gods were extremely unwilling. That was where their hope lay. Spending the money to mine ores was just to exchange for a piece of enchanted equipment, even if it was just a pair of Stormwind combat boots. What, you don't like it? The High Lord sneered. Kill them all. The 3 High Lords summoned their treasures and charged forward. After a few rounds, all the heavenly gods died. Change location. This wasn't the only place where such a situation occurred. We've sealed this place. No one is allowed to enter. Trespassers will be killed without mercy. A group of black-clothed men stopped a wave of heavenly gods. There were a few powerful heavenly gods among them, and they were naturally unhappy. This was the direction to the Holy Body Mountain. How were they supposed to go over with their blockade? Moreover, it was such a long distance. No one was willing to give up. Why should we take a detour? Who are you people? Looks like you want to die. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. Who do you think you are? A one-sided battle began. Those heavenly gods couldn't stop the black-clothed men at all. It was completely one-sided, and rivers of blood flowed. Waves of mysterious men appeared in all directions leading to the Holy Body Mountain. They were all High Lords at the very least, holding powerful treasures. Anyone who showed any signs of resistance would immediately be surrounded and killed. For a month, black-clothed men attacked from all directions. During this time, some High Lords and great sovereigns resisted, but they were all surrounded and killed. Those black-clothed men blocked all paths to the Holy Body Mountain, and those who wanted to go had to meet them. In a month, countless people were killed. For a time, no outsiders entered the Holy Body Mountain. The news spread quickly. What, we can't go to the Holy Body Mountain? Black-clothed men are going to surround and kill us. Great Sovereign is dead, are you joking with me? Who can kill a great sovereign? Black-clothed men? They're so strong, who are they? Sealed off all the exits? No one is allowed to go to the Holy Body Mountain. After the news spread, the heavenly gods of the Saint Spirit world were all afraid. Going to the Holy Body Mountain was equivalent to suicide. What was this? Some people went to investigate, and they really found out that those people were hiding in the depths of the void. Anyone who went in would be killed without mercy, and those who knew what was good for them might be lucky enough to survive. Things were really not looking good this time. What faction wants to block the Holy Body Mountain? They won't let the Holy Body Mountain get any more ores or materials. Who made a move? Could it be the Heavenly Feather Race or the Imperial Treasure Sect? I wonder what Holy Lord Lin Fei will do. Chapter 3167. The path to the Sacred Body Mountain was blocked by the mysterious black-clothed man. After the news spread, everyone was so afraid that they didn't dare to go. Especially when several groups of supremacies and great supremacies tried to break out. They were all killed by the mysterious black-clothed man, causing countless people to tremble in fear. Although the item was good, it wouldn't do if they lost their lives. The Sacred Body Mountain became deserted once again. As long as the mysterious black-clothed man was around, no one dared to go to the Sacred Body Mountain. This also made countless heavenly god experts who were mining very depressed and discouraged. The great powers of the Saint Spirit world were all silent, as if they were hiding in the dark to watch a good show. Bastard, my prestige. After enjoying tens of millions of prestige every day, it suddenly dropped to a few million. Lin Fei was in a bad mood and was roaring in the palace. Saint Master, someone wants to cut off our Sacred Body Mountain's purchase of ores. The third ancestor said. I also heard that many powers have ordered that they are not allowed to sell ores to our sacred body mountain. This news has already spread, and some of the old customers that we had an agreement with back then have already gone silent. The second ancestor said helplessly. It should be those great powers who took action. Lin Fei was not happy for long. His prestige had decreased, and there was no longer any obstruction to the purchase of ores. He was extremely unhappy. Now, whoever stopped him from gaining prestige would be the enemy. Should we immediately send someone to inquire about the Heavenly Feather Race, the Imperial Treasure Sect and the Temporal Temple? They are the biggest suspects. The great ancestor asked. Lin Fei shook his head. There's no need to inquire about it. Even if it's them, they won't admit that they are deliberately targeting our sacred body mountain. Using ores to exchange for enchanted equipment, Lin Fei thought that someone would stop him. The only thing he didn't expect was that after so much time had passed, he still hadn't had enough fun. I might as well bring the guards and wipe them out. The third ancestor was filled with killing intent. Now that the sacred body mountain was flourishing, the three ancestors seemed to see the future glory of the sacred body mountain, the 10 great body training sections. Now that someone dared to make a move, that person was their enemy, an enemy that had to be killed. The three ancestors were filled with killing intent. Don't worry, it's good to seal it off for a period of time. I believe that someone will come knocking soon. At that time we'll know who's causing trouble. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. But if that's the case, the confidence of those who are interested in purchasing our sacred body mountain will be shaken. The three old ancestors said worriedly. Lin Fei shook his head. Actually, there's no need to worry about that. They've sealed us off and won't let those people in. As for those heavenly gods who have tried to exchange for enchanted equipment, they'll always remember which one is the expensive one or the cheap one. The three patriarchs thought about it and felt that it made sense. The duration of the blockade increased from 1 month to 3 months, and then to 1 year. The auction that was supposed to be held was also suspended. This made countless heavenly deity powerhouses, big and small forces feel extremely disappointed. They were cursing the forces that took action in their hearts. It wasn't easy for them to obtain good quality and cheap enchanted equipment, but just as they got a taste of it, the Saint Body Mountain was sealed. This made everyone very unhappy. 1 year became 10 years. 50 years. The Saint Body Mountain seemed to have fallen silent. During these 50 years, the mysterious black-robed man had been guarding it without a single waver. Those heavenly gods who tried to sneak in were all killed without exception. The Saint Body Mountain's inaction also made everyone's heart turn cold. Which major force had taken action? They were really too shameless. The Temporal Temple, the forces that came from the Black Domain, and so on were all targeted. This matter caused everyone to complain. Just like what was said, who would want expensive enchanted equipment? No one had the heart to do so. The enchanted equipment of the Heavenly Feather Clan and the Imperial Treasure Sect was affected to a certain extent, especially the flying enchanted equipment. After using it, everyone said, "This thing isn't as good as the storm battle boots. I don't want it, it's too lousy." The 51st year. A mysterious person came to the Saint Body Mountain. "Sacred Lord Lin, you didn't expect that I would come to the Saint Body Mountain, right?" Great Venerable Heaven Firmament took off his cloak and said proudly. Lin Fei laughed. "Your skin is quite thick. You actually dared to come to the Saint Body Mountain. Aren't you afraid that this sacred lord will kill you?" Great Venerable Heaven Firmament didn't care. "Kill me. Anyway, I can casually kill this avatar of mine. At worst, I can just cultivate another one. But for Sacred Lord Lin, this isn't a good thing." Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. "That means those mysterious black-robed men hiding in the void are your Heavenly Feather Clan." Great Venerable Heaven Firmament shook his head. "No, no, no. Our Heavenly Feather Clan is righteous. We disdain doing such things." Lin Fei already had a suspect. The Heavenly Feather Clan was the biggest suspect. "Today, I represent the Heavenly Feather Clan to discuss a deal with Sacred Lord Lin," Great Venerable Heaven Firmament said. "Do you think this Sacred Lord will discuss a deal with you?" Lin Fei's face sank. "Of course. Our Heavenly Feather Clan is willing to take out a large amount of ores and form an exclusive partnership with you. We want all of your Saint Body Mountain's enchanted equipment." Our Heavenly Feather Clan will provide the ores and materials. We can also help you get rid of those mysterious black-robed men. What do you think of this deal? Great Venerable Heaven Firmament seemed to have Lin Fei in his grasp. Go back and tell your superiors that your Heavenly Feather Clan is our Saint Body Mountain's first suspect. Therefore, this Sacred Lord has decided to launch an attack on your Heavenly Feather Clan. Lin Fei made his move. He reached out and slapped the air above Great Venerable Heaven Firmament. A hierarch's power erupted. Great Venerable Heaven Firmament's physical body collapsed. The avatar died instantly. Master, I've analyzed it just now. The mysterious black-robed men shouldn't be from the Heavenly Feather Clan, but they should know who did it. The little devil said. Lin Fei said, I don't need to worry about who did it. Someone has to pay the price. Therefore, the Heavenly Feather Clan is our first target. Let's kill some of their spirit first. They forced us to, Lin Fei said coldly. In Great Venerable Heaven Firmament's room, his main body opened his eyes. This bastard is even stronger than before. Great Venerable Heaven Firmament went to report the situation. When the superiors heard this, they couldn't help but laugh. This Lin Fei really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He actually dares to attack our Heavenly Feather Clan. I really don't know what he's thinking. That's right. If our Heavenly Feather Clan was so easy to attack, we would have long since ceased to exist. Our Heavenly Feather Clan is separated by an entire space. We can move around at any time, and there are many layers of defenses outside. He will never know how powerful our Heavenly Feather Clan is. The superiors treated this as a joke. Threatening the Heavenly Feather Clan? This wasn't something that Lin Fei could do. Even the Temporal Temple didn't dare to threaten the Heavenly Feather Clan. Lin Fei's efforts were destined to be in vain. He would only become a joke in the end. Chapter 3168. Just as the Heavenly Feather Race thought that Lin Fei didn't have the guts to make a move, the news suddenly spread. By the time the Heavenly Feather Race's upper echelon reacted, everyone in the Saint Spirit domain knew about it. What a stupid method. He's indeed a violent person. The Heavenly Feather Race's upper echelon sneered. The Heavenly Feather Race didn't suffer any losses after this news spread. No one could prove that they did it. Those black-robed men were too mysterious. Some things could be done openly. The Heavenly Feather Race would not leave behind any evidence even if they were to rob someone on the way. After the news spread, the Heavenly Feather Race didn't care at all. After a while, everyone believed the Heavenly Feather Race's explanation. Holy Lord Lin Fei is going to use his ultimate move again. I wonder what move he will use this time. I'm really looking forward to it. The Heavenly Feather Race and the Sacred Body Mountain. I really want to know the result soon. There were still many people who were interested in this matter. Lin Fei was one of the violent people in the Saint Spirit domain. He was known to be invincible in close combat. Even godly venerable experts had suffered at his hands. As for those heavenly gods who were killed, Lin Fei's actions won everyone's favor. I really hope that Holy Lord Lin Fei can kill the Heavenly Feather Race. I'll contribute 1 million tons of ordinary ores. I don't care if they're from the Heavenly Feather Race or not. I will support Holy Lord Lin Fei 100%. It's best to kill them all. Invisibly, Lin Fei's prestige increased by a lot. When the news spread, the Heavenly Feather Race's upper echelon announced that they would welcome Holy Lord Lin Fei's revenge. The Heavenly Feather Race had also prepared a huge gift for Holy Lord Lin Fei. Everyone was shocked. Was this an invitation to battle? The Heavenly Feather Race rarely said such things. They even said that they would welcome revenge and that they had prepared a huge gift for Holy Lord Lin Fei. If Holy Lord Lin Fei didn't go, he would probably become a joke for a long time. As for going, there might not be a good result. The Heavenly Feather Clan had a deep foundation. They had all kinds of enchanted equipment. Countless experts had fallen at their hands. Lin Fei was infamous. If he really went to the Heavenly Feather Tribe, he would definitely not have a good ending. He might even be forced to stay there. This was a very difficult choice. Everyone was waiting for Holy Lord Lin Fei's reaction. Did he dare to accept the challenge? Lin Fei did not disappoint them. He also released the same message. The upper echelons of the Sky Feather Race are being so courteous. If this Sacred Lord doesn't do anything, then it would be too regretful. Thus, this sacred lord has decided to send a gift to the Sky Feather race in 10 days. I hope you will like it. Another gift? The Heavenly Feather Tribe wanted to send a gift, and now Lin Fei wanted to send a gift as well. Gifts are really popular now. Everyone could feel the thick smell of gunpowder from this. Many people began to speculate whether Lin Fei was going to play the decapitation action again. This was one of Holy Lord Lin Fei's favorite things. The upper echelons of the Sky Feather race scoffed at Lin Fei's words. Send a gift? Did he even have the guts? In order to face Lin Fei, the Sky Feather race had already made preparations. Once Lin Fei appeared, they would definitely make Lin Fei remember this day. This would be the last day he could enjoy freedom. The upper echelons of the Sky Feather race said that they were looking forward to Holy Lord Lin Fei's gift. Orders were passed down. Everyone move. I want to know Holy Lord Lin Fei's every move. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. In order to not give Holy Lord Lin Fei any chances, the Sky Feather race made preparations inside and out. On the surface it did not seem like much, but in reality the entire Sky Feather race was in operation. It had turned into a tiger's den and a dragon's pool. Whoever came would regret it. It was a very simple matter. Many people from the Sky Feather race surged in. As time passed day by day, the inns of the Sky Feather race were filled with people. Various forces gathered in Sky Feather City and prepared to watch a good show. Perhaps this would be a very exciting and chaotic battle. Today is the last day. I wonder if Holy Lord Lin Fei has come? According to Holy Lord Lin Fei's temper, he will definitely come. He's probably somewhere right now. I just don't know if Holy Lord Lin Fei will come with his personal army. These people all worshipped Holy Lord Lin Fei. Don't think too highly of yourself. Don't forget what kind of place the Sky Feather race is. If that Lin Fei dares to come, he won't have a good ending. Invincible in close combat? It's all bullshit. If Lin Fei dares to come, then he should prepare to suffer. The upper echelon of the Sky Feather race were all very calm. They had made preparations within a radius of 1 billion miles. If Lin Fei really dared to come, then he would definitely regret it. The Sky Feather race was not some random dog or cat. Their foundation was unimaginable. Time slowly passed. The Sky Feather race was silent. I haven't found anything. Lin Fei hasn't appeared. Everything is normal on our side. There's no movement from the enchanted equipment. Lin Fei probably hasn't come. News was sent back one by one. From the looks of it, that Lin Fei is afraid. Our Sky Feather race is not to be trifled with. That's right, we can make fun of that guy now. There's nothing strange about a violent person who dares to make trouble for our Sky Feather race. Humph. From morning to noon, then to the afternoon, and then to the evening. The day was about to pass. We've come for nothing. That Holy Lord Lin Fei is probably afraid now. Why doesn't he see how strong the Sky Feather race is? They are the #1 enchantment family. Yeah, I heard that the Sky Feather race has many enchanted equipment that they don't sell to outsiders. They can kill gods and Buddhas if they meet gods. They're ridiculously strong. We were happy for nothing. I'm so disappointed. This is different from the rumors about Lin Fei. Isn't he a violent person? Why doesn't he dare to come to the Sky Feather race anymore? Everyone was very disappointed. It was impossible to teach the Sky Feather race a lesson. Almost an entire day had passed, and Sacred Lord Lin Fei still hadn't appeared. No one had any expectations. Thinking about it, the Sky Feather race had a lot of friends, so they had a lot of influence. For example, most of the people that had come today were here to help. Many of them were happy to see Sacred Lord Lin Fei being suppressed. At the same time, a beam of light appeared in heaven and earth. Using 200 million reputation, long-range attack begin. The beam of light was white. With a whoosh, it passed through the endless void at a shocking speed. Even a godly venerable wouldn't be able to catch a glimpse of this beam of light. Target locked in. Attack begin. In the territory of the Sky Feather race, a beam of light appeared without any warning. It was abnormally bright in the evening. What is that thing? Could it be some kind of treasure? Everyone stood up and looked at the white light in the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The white light shrank infinitely and turned into a white ball that smashed into the sky above a tall palace of the Sky Feather race. Chapter 3169. This white light that appeared out of nowhere was out of everyone's expectations. Even the great venerables didn't sense how it appeared. In any case, it just appeared like that. The white light condensed into a white ball that didn't look special at all. It looked very ordinary. However, when the white ball fell from the sky above the huge palace, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Whether it was in the inn or the restaurant, everyone could not stand steadily. That's the Heavenly Feather Clan's conference hall. Who's the one who did this? What a huge commotion. Look, the buildings are starting to melt. There's no power. What kind of attack is this? The palace is disintegrating into thin air. Heavens, I just saw a supremacy die with a whoosh. It's too tragic. That place was a palace. After the white ball fell, it formed an area that was about 5 acres in size. In this area, be it the heavenly gods or the palaces that were built with special materials, they were all disintegrating and disappearing. The heavenly gods couldn't even react in time. Under the cover of the white light, the supremacies and great supremacies suffered the same fate. As everyone was focused on Lin Fei's matter today, there were several hundred people gathered in the conference hall. As the white light fell, they were all annihilated. In front of this mass of power, there were no more buildings in the palace's location. Instead, there was a bottomless black hole. It was pitch black, and everyone who saw it was filled with fear. From start to finish, it only took 5 breaths of time. A palace had been destroyed, and a group of high-ranking Heavenly Feather Clan powerhouses had all died. Although they had clones, it was still unacceptable. They weren't prepared at all, and danger had appeared just like that. It caught them off guard, and they were all annihilated. This is too terrifying. I heard that many of the Heavenly Feather Clan's high-ranking members were inside. Now they've all been annihilated. If the scope of the attack expands, this won't do. Hurry up and leave. If another wave of attacks comes, it'll be hard for us not to die. Danger descends from the sky. The merchants and others in the Heavenly Feather Clan city immediately ran away. Yes, he ran away. Under that white light, it didn't matter if they were supremacies or great supremacies, they all died in the blink of an eye. Not a single one came out. Who could block such a terrifying attack? Even an ultimate god might not be able to gain much of an advantage and might even suffer a great loss. Everyone left one after another. For a moment, the city became quiet. At the very least, no one dared to come for a while. Everyone had to think about their own lives. Who did this? Who did this? The Heavenly Feather Race immediately activated their defensive formations, one after another. The ultimate god expert roared. The white light descended without any warning. The Sky Feather Race's treasure landed on the ground just like that without any warning. Then, the upper echelons of the Sky Feather Race were completely wiped out. One by one, the ultimate god experts flew out with bloodshot eyes. It was impossible for them not to kill. Could it be that Lin Fei did it? Someone asked. Everyone looked at each other and fell into a daze. Lin Fei, who was far away on the Sacred Body Mountain, saw everything clearly through the surveillance cameras. What a domineering attack. 200 million reputation points for a first-class substance decomposition. It's very worth it. Lin Fei used up 200 million reputation points in one go. It was not easy to accumulate that amount of reputation points. It was a real big move. The system accurately attacked. It ignored the formation. It ignored all defenses. Anyone below the ultimate god realm would definitely die. The Heavenly Feather Race's upper echelons were basically great supremacies. They were all equipped with enchanted equipment, and were infinitely comparable to an ultimate god's battle prowess. However, in the face of substance decomposition, everything seemed powerless. It's a pity that a second-grade substance decomposition requires 500 million reputation points. Lin Fei shook his head. He was very satisfied with this result. He believed that no one would forget this scene. In order to make it more realistic, I'll have to go out and show my face. Lin Fei deliberately gathered the personal guards on the Sacred Body Mountain and began to look for them outside the mountain. He also ordered the personal guards to shout, "Shameless coward, come out and fight if you have the guts." The voice was loud and mighty. The news that the heavenly feather race had encountered a terrifying attack spread throughout the Saint Spirit domain the next day. It was really a disaster from the heavens. In less than 5 breaths' time, a palace was gone. All the upper echelons inside were wiped out. Even the great supremacies and enchanted equipment could not withstand the attack of this mysterious power. From start to finish, no one was seen. It was not that no one suspected Lin Fei. He was very mysterious and might really have some secret killer move. However, news came back that Lin Fei did not come to the heavenly feather race. Instead, he led the personal guards to surround those mysterious black-robed men. It was completely different from what everyone had guessed. No matter how powerful Lin Fei was, he was not that powerful. The distance was too long. An ultimate god was powerful, but it was temporarily very difficult to cross such a long distance. Apart from the main and secondary factors, the power of the white light penetrated everything and even the invisible defensive formation. This was unacceptable to the heavenly feather race's powerful figures. It seemed to ignore everything. At that moment, Lin Fei made a statement. Congratulations to the heavenly feather race. You must have done so many bad things that even the heavens can't stand it anymore. Ha ha ha. The heavens couldn't stand it anymore? Who would believe that? It was a pity that they could not find out who did it. Ultimate God experts went to investigate, but there were no clues. It was as if they had suddenly descended upon the heavenly feather race. They did not find anything at all. Lin Fei made another statement. I am not a fool. I know what the heavenly feather race is like. You must have arranged for someone to ambush me. Fortunately, I did not go. Otherwise, I would be finished. I advise everyone not to go to the heavenly feather race. That place is not safe. Even the heavens can't stand it anymore. Who knows, they might come again. That would be fun. Once he said that, many people really believed him. There were really some people who did not go. As a result, the heavenly feather race's large city was empty for a long period of time. This also caused the price of enchanted equipment to drop significantly. Those forces or individuals who could not wait for the heavenly feather race to be unlucky believed Lin Fei's words. It was the heavens who could not stand it anymore. Otherwise, why would they attack the heavenly feather race? Those major forces were also inwardly fearful. This thing was not good. Who knew if there would be a second outbreak? No one could guarantee it. The phrase, even the heavens can't stand it, seemed to have become a curse. Of course, this made everyone look at Lin Fei even worse. This fellow was a god of plague. Whoever fought with him would not have a good ending. Chapter 3170. The heavenly feather race had suffered a terrifying attack. That beam of white light had left a deep impression on everyone. Those who doubted Lin Fei shut their mouths one by one. That attack had been launched from such a distance. Even an enchanted treasure would not have been able to cause such a huge commotion. If Lin Fei had such a powerful treasure, he would not have been the kind of person to swallow his anger. The heavenly feather race could only admit that they were unlucky this time. It was just as Lin Fei had said. They had done too many bad things, and the heavens were displeased. As a member of the heavenly feather race who had suffered a blow for nothing, they could only suffer in silence. Could it really not have been Lin Fei's doing? This matter would remain a mystery for now. Get out here. While everyone was still immersed in the heavenly feather race's matter, Lin Fei was leading the guards to surround the mysterious men in black. No matter how they hid, they were easily found, and the guards went to surround them. It was like a landslide. Once the guards appeared, they were invincible. The mysterious men in black's resistance was all in vain. Give up resistance and you can live. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. The Imperial Guards issued orders as they encircled and suppressed the enemy. We surrender. We surrender. The guards were too cruel. These heavenly gods could not withstand a single attack. Terrifying enchanted treasures covered them. First it was gravity paralysis and other attributes. They were beaten until they were dizzy. Only then did they realize how terrifying the guards were. They were practically the nemesis of heavenly gods. The cleanup operation was very successful. Many died at first, but they all chose to surrender later. That kind of massacre was too terrifying. No one could forget that scene. After clearing out the surrounding mysterious men in black, Lin Fei had people spread the news and decided to hold a trial at the Sacred Sky Plaza in 3 days. Once the news was out, countless people clapped and cheered. Holy Lord Lin Fei is mighty and domineering. Too awesome. A public trial. I want to go and take revenge for my good brother. This is the Sacred Body Mountain. The only thing I want to know now is who is the mastermind behind this. The Saint Spirit Domain's Heaven God formidable martial artists were extremely excited. Those who were nearby all rushed to watch the trial assembly. Even more people wanted to know who was the mastermind behind all this. This time, in order to prevent everyone from entering the Saint Body Mountain, many people had died. There were many supremacies and great supremacies among them. This was also the reason why everyone was stunned. After all, the Exalted Lord and the Great Exalted Lord were dead. Who would dare to take the risk? Now that those mysterious men in black were either dead or captured, everyone had nothing to worry about. They could head to the Sacred Body Mountain with peace of mind. Holy Master, we got it. The Great Ancestor hurriedly reported the situation. The three old ancestors went to interrogate the man after he was captured. The three great ancestors were the most infuriated by the Sacred Body Mountain's actions. They cared about this matter more than anyone else. Lin Fei was very calm. Even if he used his brain to think, he would know that it was definitely done by those few forces. Looking at your expression, I know that there are many forces involved. Do you have enemies all over the world? Lin Fei said with a chuckle. The Great Ancestor laughed bitterly. Nothing can be hidden from the Holy Master. Indeed, they have enemies all over the world. This old man thought that there were only 2 or 3 of them. I didn't expect that there were actually 8 forces involved. Among the people we captured, they were all experts from these 8 forces. 8. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. To be able to mobilize so many experts and dare to openly attack the heavenly gods heading to the Sacred Body Mountain, they definitely had some background. Which ones? Lin Fei asked. The 3 old ancestors were full of hatred. The first is the Heavenly Feather Clan, followed by the Imperial Treasure Sect, the Temporal Temple, the Illusory Heart Island, the Primordial Sect, the Black Domain Mountain, the Immortal Sword Sect, and the Sage Sect. Among the 8 forces, except for the Illusory Heart Island, which was relatively weak, the rest were all famous. What a big lineup, no wonder. Lin Fei was also quite angry. The Heavenly Feather Clan and the Imperial Treasure Sect were dissatisfied. That's for sure. Since when did the Primordial Sect and the others have so much free time? It wasn't easy for them to gain some prestige. Lin Fei was very unhappy. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have enough prestige, Lin Fei really wanted to give each of them a taste of his own medicine. Time was needed to reap prestige. Master, you used ores to exchange for enchanted equipment, shaking their position. If they don't target you, who else would they target? Little Devil said with a chuckle. Lin Fei suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Enchanted equipment had always been a high-end item. With Lin Fei's Sacred Body Mountain's actions, the status of high-end items had plummeted. Those heavenly gods had become stronger one by one. If they wanted to suppress the other party, they had to become stronger. Under such a cycle, any force would have to pay more resources. Holy Master, what should we do next? The 3 great ancestors were also worried. The Sacred Body Mountain that had risen with great difficulty couldn't be destroyed just like that. Lin Fei was even more anxious than they were. Fortunately, he had used his prestige to exchange for a skill and gave it to them. At the very least, it made them suspicious and temporarily divert their attention. I have to gain a lot of prestige. Lin Fei really looked down on the 8 forces working together to use this kind of method. However, he had to admit that it was very effective. If this news spread, even though everyone would be extremely angry at the 8 forces, logic would make them understand that they could offend anyone but those forces. Even though the items were cheap in order to survive, Lin Fei believed that many forces, including heavenly gods, would suppress their desire to buy them. This was something that Lin Fei couldn't accept. Those were all prestige. It could be said that all the heavenly gods in the Saint Spirit domain were actually professionals in terms of their own potential prestige. You guys are forcing me to make a big move. A crazy idea popped up in Lin Fei's mind. Yes, it was a very crazy idea. Don't worry. If they really want to seal our Sacred Body Mountain, I will let them know what it means to regret making an enemy out of the Sacred Body Mountain. Lin Fei said firmly. The three great ancestors didn't doubt the Holy Master's words at all. For example, this time, when the heavenly feather race encountered a mysterious attack, the three great ancestors immediately thought of their Holy Master. Only the Holy Master had this kind of ability. Even the heavens couldn't take it anymore. Who would believe such words? It was purely a lie. Hearing the Holy Master's words, they seemed to think of something, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. Holy Master, something bad has happened. They are here. And Great Elder also came in a panic, as if he had seen something terrifying. The Great Elder shouted, "What are you panicking for? Look at yourself. How improper." This Great Elder was a newly promoted Great Elder, and his conduct was not bad. However, his current appearance was indeed not right. "Holy Master, there are many forces outside. There is the Heavenly Feather Race, the Imperial Treasure Sect, and the Temporal Temple. We couldn't stop them. They are now in the guest room. They are rude and unreasonable, and they said that they must see you." Chapter 3171. Sacred Body Mountain, Guest Room. A group of people sat there, each emitting a powerful aura. One look and one could tell that they were not to be trifled with. If they knew who they were, no one would dare to offend them. The Heavenly Feather Race, Imperial Treasure Sect, Temporal Temple, and the others were all powerful. Not to mention the Primordial Sect, Blackfield Mountain, and other top forces. Almost all of the most powerful forces were gathered here. "Have you found out where that light came from?" asked an ultimate god from the Imperial Treasure Sect. The Imperial Treasure Sect, which could follow the Heavenly Feather Race closely, naturally had experts. Nothing for the time being. Another ultimate god from the Heavenly Feather Race came. He looked rather old and was called Ultimate God Tianjing. However, we will find out sooner or later. Everyone was still curious about the sudden attack on the Heavenly Feather Race. First, Sacred Body Mountain's Lin Fei was the most suspicious, but he was quickly eliminated. If the Sacred Body Mountain really had such an offensive treasure, it would not be like this. They guessed that the Sacred Spirit Domain had some hidden forces. Such an attack was too mysterious. Deep down, everyone was rejoicing in the Heavenly Feather Race's misfortune. The Heavenly Feather Race was not a good bunch, so it would be good for them to suffer a loss. "Do you think that Lin Fei will agree?" asked an ultimate god from the Primordial Sect. Everyone immediately paid attention. "Will he dare to disagree? Even if he killed our people, once the news spreads, it will only be bad for the Sacred Body Mountain. There will be no benefits. He will definitely swallow his anger and agree. Look at the situation now." Everyone present was an ultimate god expert. Lin Fei's ferocious name had been circulating outside. If ordinary great venerables came, they might not be able to return alive if they were unlucky. It was not impossible. An ultimate god had to come. Not every force had the honor of having 8 ultimate gods present. "He's here." Ultimate god Tianjing looked outside. There were footsteps approaching. It was not one person but at least 4 or 5 people. "My Sacred Body Mountain is really a good place to have 8 ultimate gods here at once. What a great lineup." Lin Fei's voice fell into everyone's ears before he even arrived. Why did those words sound so weird? Lin Fei came in with 3 ultimate gods and 3 massacre divine weapons. First he glanced around. It was a powerful lineup of 8 ultimate gods. "Sacred Lord Lin, I hope we aren't disturbing you if we just barge in like this," Honorable God Tianjing said. "I am Honorable God Tianjing, a member of the Heavenly Feather Clan. I believe you should be familiar with me." Lin Fei smiled and said, "No, we're all old friends. Don't you know about this? Imperial Treasure Sect Yuan Bao. Heart Illusory Islands Hierarch Huan Kong. Temporal Temple, Shi Tian Huang. An old acquaintance. Gu Chong of the Primordial Sect. Black Domain Mountain, Fong Yun Ruading. Immortal Sword Sect. Sword 22. Glory Sect Sheng Yun Xiao." The 8 ultimate gods announced their names one by one. Just these 8 names and 8 forces were enough to shock everyone. They were the strongest forces in the Saint Spirit Domain. If they joined forces, the scene would be absolutely terrifying. Lin Fei's expression did not change as he sat down in front of them. "Everyone, this is the first time you've come to visit my small Sacred Body Mountain. I wonder if you have any business with me?" I'm a person who likes to get straight to the point. Lin Fei looked at the ultimate gods and said, since Sacred Lord Lin has asked, we won't stand on ceremony. Hierarch Yuan Bao smiled and said, I heard that the Sacred Body Mountain has captured a group of people. Some of them are from the Imperial Treasure Sect. I hope you can let them go. This is our common opinion. I think this is a misunderstanding. For example, they have captured the wrong people. What do you think, Sacred Lord Lin? The 8 ultimate gods looked as if they were sitting on a fishing platform. The 8 ultimate gods at the scene were a signal to anyone or any force. If one could not see it, then there was no need to have eyes. Misunderstanding? Lin Fei smiled. Hierarch Yuan Bao nodded. Yes, why would our people attack those people? We, the Imperial Treasure Sect, do not do such things. If this isn't a misunderstanding, what else can it be? Sacred Lord Lin, you are a smart person. The misunderstanding has been explained. Actually, there is nothing else. What do you think? The one who spoke was Hierarch Gu Chong from the Primordial Sect. His tone was rather blunt and forceful. They had arranged people to kill the people from the Saint Spirit domain. They originally thought that it would not be easy for Lin Fei to catch them. In the end, they were all wiped out. Some were dead while others were captured. After they heard the news, they could not sit still and immediately came over. During this time, the Spacetime Temple made a great contribution by teleporting everyone over. This was to suppress this matter. If this matter really spread, it would not be good for their reputation. The 3 ultimate gods spoke, which was equivalent to the position of the 8 ultimate gods present. At this time, silence was better than words. The 3 elders behind Lin Fei were about to glare angrily. Do you want to be more shameless? Lin Fei laughed sarcastically. The 8 great powers joined hands to do such a thing. I really feel ashamed for you. Even though the ultimate gods were sitting in front of him, Lin Fei still said the same thing. Who was afraid of who? As expected, the ultimate gods' expressions turned ugly. They dared to say that they were shameless. Sure enough, they were just as the rumors said. They had a bad temper and did not care about anyone. They were like a gunpowder can that would explode at any time. If that's the case, there is nothing to talk about. Hierarch Tianjing said in a low voice. You have to consider carefully. This will not end well for your Saint Body Mountain. Since they were so disrespectful, they did not mind changing the way they spoke. There was no need for them to fight. Lin Fei, who was invincible in close combat, was not a joke, especially in such a close combat situation. It was better to wait for a moment before attacking. Here they did not have the courage to do so. This was Lin Fei's home ground. He had an innate advantage. Moreover, he had cultivated a secret technique. I have nothing to say to you. If you want to talk, we can talk after I execute them. Lin Fei ignored their gazes. No, you can't execute my people. Hierarch Guchong said coldly. If you dare to execute my people, I will dare to make your Saint Body Mountain restless. That's right. Unless you are willing to continue to enjoy the feeling of being sealed. As long as we give the word, no one will dare to take the risk. Hierarch Sword 22 hid a knife in his smile. He could feel the sharp aura from afar. At this moment, Hierarch Guchong bared his fangs. He was actually giving Lin Fei a lot of face by lowering himself to Saint Body Mountain. Who would dare to execute their people? Chapter 3172. The 8 forces and 8 ultimate gods all looked like they had Lin Fei in their grasp. In fact, they did have the ability to do so. Once the news spread, they would be embarrassed. It was not a good thing for the Sacred Body Mountain either. As long as they spread the news, who would dare to do business with the Sacred Body Mountain? No matter how good an item was, one needed to be alive to use it. The Sacred Body Mountain had risen again because of Lin Fei. Their invincible devour technique was already enviable. Now that the Sacred Body Mountain Physique Tempering School was out in the world, ordinary heavenly gods did not dare to offend them. If they met someone who cultivated the invincible devour technique, they would be finished. Many heavenly gods were left with 30% to 40% of their life force. Now that the invincible devour technique could be used, they could not afford to provoke the body tempering school. The invincible devour technique was already scary enough. Now that they had an enchantment technique, it was a high-level enchantment technique. How were they supposed to compete? As time went on, the ruling status of the major forces would be affected. Suppressing the sacred body mountain had become a matter of necessity. This kind of enchantment technique was either in their hands or collectively monopolized by them. It must not appear so cheaply in the outside world. Among them, the Heavenly Feather Clan and the Imperial Treasure Sects suffered great losses. Those who came to buy enchantment equipment would often say that the Sacred Body Mountain's enchantment equipment was cheap or ask for ores to exchange. What the F***ck, what the hell is going on? They gritted their teeth and hated Lin Fei to the core. Of all the things he could have done, he had to start with this. How were they going to survive? Lin Fei was not a good-tempered person. This is this sacred lord's territory. You guys have guts. Who gave you the guts to do this? He slammed his palm on the horizontal table in front of him. Plunder activated. This skill could be activated in a small area. There was no need to touch or break the flesh. As long as it was within a limited area, the plunder skill would show its domineering power. The 8 ultimate gods' expressions changed. Their life force began to drain. They all looked like they had seen a ghost. Let's go. The 8 ultimate gods activated a treasure at the same time and disappeared with a whoosh. Lin Fei, you will regret this. This was what they shouted together. And it was filled with endless resentment. Lin Fei blinked. The temporal temple is actually willing to use such a treasure. To threaten me. If I don't take some of your life force, do you really think I'm easy to bully? Talk? There was no need to talk anymore. The 3 patriarchs were also impressed by the Holy Lord. It was not something an ordinary person could do when 8 ultimate gods were doing it. The most unbelievable thing was that the ultimate god did not dare to stay and immediately left. His reaction speed was as if he knew it would happen. Saint Lord, if they leave now, what if they really seal the place? The great ancestor said worriedly. With their influence, if they really want to seal it off, I believe that many people will give up. Right now, their subsidiary powers are all requesting to refuse to sell us all kinds of ores, even the most ordinary ones. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. It's all right. The Saint Spirit domain is huge. They are not the only buyers. At the same time, in a desolate place, a white light appeared. The 8 ultimate gods fell out. They looked very disheveled and dispirited. Who would be in a good mood after having 20% to 30% of their life force sucked away? If they were any slower, their losses would be even greater. They all knew that Lin Fei was powerful, but they did not expect his invincible devour to be so powerful that it could be used in an area without physical contact. Shameless bastard. I suggest that we seal the Sage Body Mountain after we return. We demand that no one is allowed to go there. Anyone who disobeys will be our enemy. Hierarch Sword 22 didn't have a good temper. He had lost 30% of his life force. How many treasures would he need to eat to recover that amount? I agree. We must seal off the Sacred Body Mountain. Without anyone visiting and without ores, let's see how he's going to make enchanted equipment. Everyone, it's decided. The 8 ultimate gods were filled with anger. They were ultimate gods who had suffered such a loss and could only leave with their tails between their legs. It was a very unpleasant feeling. As for returning to the Sacred Body Mountain, it was better not to. They did not want to be sucked dry. It was not easy for them to recover some life force. In the secret base of the Sacred Body Mountain, Lin Fei began to look at the enchanted equipment. Little devil, calculate how many enchanted equipment I have now. Aren't they going to seal me off? I'll play big with them this time. Lin Fei knew very well that they had joined forces, and the next step was to seal him off. If he did not gain some prestige in the shortest time possible, it would not be good if this dragged on. Only with prestige could he be at ease. Calculating. Master, please wait for a moment. With all kinds of ores, Lin Fei continued to refine enchanted equipment. Others needed all kinds of techniques, but Lin Fei could do it like an assembly line. If news of this were to spread, many people would be scared to death. Master, the calculations are out. Gale Combat Boots, 113,258 pairs. Second-class Gale Combat Boots, 3,750 pairs. Sacred Damage Immune Armor, 32,000 pairs. Second-class Sacred Damage Immune Armor, 6,100 pairs. Listening to the little devil's report, Lin Fei was secretly stunned. He had so many enchanted equipment. This was already a considerable number. especially the 110,000 pairs of Gale combat boots. The Gale combat boots were the best flying enchanted equipment in the Saint Spirit domain. Anyone who wore them would love them. Not to mention the sacred damage immune armor and sacred heavenly gravity scepter. Those were all top-notch items. There are a total of 453,218 pieces of enchanted equipment, the little devil reported. This number exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. That was a little too much. Help me analyze how much prestige I can get if I sell these items at the lowest price possible. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. All right, I'll analyze it for you right away. Master, how many enchanted equipment do you want to sell? For the time being, 300,000 pieces will do. To the Saint Spirit domain, this amount was nothing. It was as if a small stone had been dropped into the water. There was no feeling at all. Weren't they going to seal the place? Lin Fei wanted to show them what kind of reaction there would be after these enchanted equipment were sold. It would definitely be a shocking scene. No one could resist such temptation. To Lin Fei, these items were just small things. Second-class enchanted equipment could restrain ordinary enchanted equipment. Master, I've analyzed it. If you sell them at a low price, you can earn about 3 billion prestige points. After that, you can earn another billion to 5 billion prestige points. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. Chapter 3173. The headquarters of the Jingguang race was in a chain of mountains. Invincible Gold received a message from Lin Fei of the Sacred Body Mountain. Do you want cheap enchanted equipment? If you come, I can reserve 10 to 20,000 pieces for you. The news made Invincible Gold's mind go blank. He immediately went to discuss it with the Patriarch. If it was true, the Jingguang race's strength would increase greatly. After reading it, the Patriarch did not hesitate. Bring all the ores of the Jingguang race and go to the Sacred Body Mountain immediately. Whether it's true or not, we cannot miss this opportunity. 10 to 20,000 pieces of enchanted equipment. Invincible Gold did not dare to imagine. Until now, the entire Jingguang race did not have more than 500 pieces of enchanted equipment, and a portion of them came from the Sacred Body Mountain. Demon Palace, Demon King. He also received the news. Do you want to enchant equipment? If we miss this opportunity, we don't know when we'll get another one. Tempting words. Demon King had been paying attention to the Sacred Body Mountain recently. The matter of enchanted equipment had caused a huge uproar. It was hard for people not to know about it. Demon King also arranged for people to buy enchanted equipment. After comparing, it was obvious that the Sacred Body Mountain's enchanted equipment was of a higher grade. I didn't expect Lin Fei to come and beg me one day. Demon King said proudly. Do we want to go? Enchanted equipment. What if that guy really has a lot of enchanted equipment? If we miss this opportunity. Demon King was a cautious person. However, it would be a pity to miss such an opportunity. Demon King also guessed that someone was starting to suppress the Sacred Body Mountain. Other than those factions, there seemed to be no one else. The Dark Shadow Palace also received the news. Hierarch Dark Shadow received the news and went immediately. As an hierarch of Lin Fei's alliance, he trusted Lin Fei's words. After all, Lin Fei had always been full of mystery. His strength had increased extremely quickly, and he had broken all kinds of records. Hierarch Dark Shadow did not want to miss this opportunity to strengthen himself. The appearance of those factions in the Black Domain had a huge impact on the Saint Spirit Domain. The situation had started to change, and even the big brother of the Temporal Temple had been defeated. Dark Shadow Palace was weaker than the Temporal Temple, so Hierarch Dark Shadow was under a lot of pressure. Enchanted equipment was an opportunity. Hierarch Dark Shadow didn't care how Lin Fei did it. As long as he could get his hands on the enchanted equipment, everything would be fine. The first to arrive at Saint Body Mountain was Unbeatable Metal. He used several treasures in a row. Brother Lin, there's so much enchanted equipment. You're not trying to trick me, are you? Invincible Gold said. I'm counting on them now. Lin Fei warmly welcomed Bulwark Gold. Don't worry. When have I ever lied to anyone? Lin Fei brought Unbreakable Gold to look at the enchanted equipment. These were all potential customers that could produce prestige. Look, these are Storm Battle Boots. Sacred Invulnerable Battle Armor. Divine Immunity Shield. Enchantments piled up one by one, assaulting indestructible metal's eyes. How can there be so many? Invincible Gold was about to go crazy. His breathing quickened and his eyes turned red. He wanted to collect them all. With these enchanted equipment, it would be hard for the Jingguang tribe not to rise. Why can't I? Lin Fei patted Invincible Gold's shoulder. How about it? I'm not trying to trick you, right? Invincible Gold was extremely excited. Thank you, Brother Lin. You can pick 10 to 20,000 of these enchanted equipment. We'll use ores for the transaction. Invincible Gold originally thought that he would be satisfied with a few hundred enchanted equipment. Now that there were more than 10,000, he was happy. However, he needed an astronomical amount of ordinary ores. The Jingguang tribe definitely wouldn't be able to take out so many ores. Brother Lin, if there's too much, our Jingguang tribe won't be able to take it all. Invincible Gold laughed bitterly. It's fine. We're not related. Lin Fei laughed. Take the enchanted equipment back. When you distribute them, just remember to tell them my name. As for the ores, you can slowly distribute them. What Lin Fei cared about now was prestige. Invincible Gold cried tears of joy. Holy Lord, Lin Fei was such a good person. Invincible Gold left behind a large amount of ores and left with the 12,000 enchanted equipment. Then came the Demon Monarch and Divinity Dark Shadow. All of them were as shocked as Invincible Metal. They also took the enchanted equipment, especially the Demon Lord. He didn't hold back at all. After these three clans took the enchanted equipment, Lin Fei still had 250,000 enchanted equipment on hand. It was more than enough to be used for a crazy round. A piece of shocking news quickly spread throughout the Saint Spirit domain. No matter who it was, everyone was shocked by this news. Low-level heavenly gods, high-level heavenly gods, and supremacies were all shocked out. What? The Saint Body Mountain is going to sell the enchanted equipment. 100,000 ordinary ores can be exchanged for one enchanted equipment. There's no limit. A total of 250,000 enchanted equipment? One per person. First come, first served? Is this fake? Damn it, whether it's real or fake, I have to go immediately. 100,000 tons of ores is like picking them up for free. The news spread like the wind. Hearing this news, everyone went crazy. Although they didn't know why Lin Fei wanted to do this, it was a real benefit. Everyone rushed to the Saint Body Mountain. Was 250,000 enchanted equipment a lot? Not really. If they were late, there would definitely be no more. All the heavenly gods from all directions went to the Saint Body Mountain. Outside the Saint Body Mountain, the guards were mobilized. They separated a region. Come one by one. Whoever cuts the line will be killed without mercy. The armed guards patrolled back and forth. Needless to say, everyone was very obedient, and no one dared to cut the line. The first lucky heavenly god came out. Ha ha, this is great. There really is enchanted equipment. The heavenly god who came out was very young, and he was elated. He danced around and disappeared with an envious look. On the first day alone, the Saint Body Mountain exchanged for 18,000 enchanted equipment. This time it was really crazy. Oh my god, it's actually real. My friend went there early and exchanged for a sacred divine weapon. Awesome. My friend also exchanged for the sacred divine gravity scepter. That's a good thing. Everyone went crazy. Those who heard the news couldn't sit still. All kinds of treasures were used to the extreme. At the Q area of the Saint Body Mountain, various experts were bidding for a spot at a high price. If anyone is willing to offer a spot, our first-rate sect is willing to accept him as a core disciple. Our Sky Saber sect is willing to offer a method to become an ultimate god. We will definitely become an ultimate god within 200,000 years. We will buy a spot at a high price. You can choose any cultivation technique or divine weapon you want. When the people who came later saw the long queue, they were dumbfounded. Chapter 3174. The Sacred Body Mountain was on fire. All kinds of things. Selling spots, taking in disciples, anything that you could think of would happen here. All the forces in the Saint Spirit realm, regardless of whether they were big or small, or even itinerant cultivators, would come to the Sacred Body Mountain immediately to obtain a piece of enchanted equipment. If they were lucky, they might be able to obtain the sagely damage-immune battle armor, Or the sagely damage-immune battle shield. That would be very worthwhile. 250,000 pieces of enchanted equipment. That was a huge sum of resources. At the very least, it was definitely a huge sum among enchanted equipment. 100,000 tons of ores could be obtained. Was there anything cheaper than that? Hence, everyone went crazy. The Sacred Body Mountain was filled with people who came for the enchanted equipment. Those who were lucky enough to exchange for the enchanted equipment would immediately be bought at a high price. Any cultivation technique or treasure could be exchanged for it. The population of the Sacred Body Mountain was also breaking new records. It was really overcrowded. On the first day, Lin Fei gained 1.2 billion prestige points. This was the second day after the enchanted equipment was exchanged. With 1.2 billion prestige points in hand, Lin Fei was in an exceptionally good mood. Those lucky heavenly gods who obtained the enchanted equipment immediately told their friends and family about it. Everyone wanted nothing more than to grow 7 or 8 pairs of wings and fly to the Sacred Body Mountain. It only took 2 days for 250,000 pieces of enchanted equipment to be exchanged. Even so, it was still overcrowded outside. Everyone wanted to get a piece of enchanted equipment. What? It's gone. No. We want enchanted equipment too. Holy Leader Lin Fei, we want enchanted equipment. On account that we came all the way here, please give us an enchanted equipment. Hearing that it was gone, the heavenly gods who came later were all dumbfounded. They were all very unhappy. As for fighting, they didn't dare to. Some people caused trouble during this period, but they were all killed by the guards in a very violent manner. No one wanted to do that. After the first person made a request, a second one appeared and then a third one. A single spark could start a prairie fire. All the heavenly gods of the Sacred Body Mountain joined in. Their voices joined together. Everyone on the Sacred Body Mountain heard it. Everyone hoped that Holy Lord Lin Fei could take out another batch. Such cheap enchanted equipment should benefit the Saint Spirit domain. At this moment, in their eyes, Lin Fei was a peerlessly good person. After many calls, Lin Fei finally came out. They're out. Great. I really hope I can still buy enchanted equipment. Everyone became excited when they saw Sacred Lord Lin Fei walk out in a black robe. No one would have thought that Sacred Lord Lin Fei of the Sacred Body Mountain was such a cute person. Selling enchanted equipment at such a low price allowed many people to see an opportunity to increase their strength. Lin Fei had a solemn expression on his face as he gestured for everyone to quiet down. Everyone obediently quietened down. I am very happy that so many people have come today, Lin Fei said loudly, his voice reverberating in the sky above the Sacred Body Mountain. I know what everyone is thinking. Our Sacred Body Mountain wanted to benefit everyone. Everyone should know that enchanted equipment is very expensive. Our Sacred Body Mountain also spent a lot of effort to research it. That's how we got what we got today. Everyone agreed with this statement. Enchanted equipment was too expensive. That was a well-known fact. Without certain connections, it was impossible to buy one. Even if one managed to buy one, it would be flawed. But not long ago, some people joined forces and threatened our Sacred Body Mountain. If we dare to sell enchanted equipment again, they will completely seal off the Sacred Body Mountain. Everyone's lives will be in danger. Lin Fei's face was filled with indignation. Those people are very powerful. I also know that once they get their hands on the items, they will definitely split them up. Therefore, I do not wish for that to happen. That's why we have a limited number of enchanted equipment. This event is also to give everyone a chance to see the future. Lin Fei's affectionate words fell into everyone's ears. At this moment, everyone was furious. So someone had threatened the Sacred Body Mountain. No wonder the enchanted equipment would be sold so cheaply. It was all for everyone's good future. Everyone was moved, especially those who had enchanted equipment. At this moment, they were truly grateful and respectful. Just as he had said, if an enchanted equipment fell into the hands of a major power, it definitely wouldn't fall into their hands. It would fetch an extremely high price, so high that everyone would tremble in fear at the sight of it. After being moved, everyone was furious. The Sacred Body Mountain was working for everyone's benefit. In the end, it was being suppressed by other factions. This was destroying their hope. Ever since the Sacred Body Mountain launched the welfare event, Everyone who had enchanted equipment would be extremely grateful to sacred leader Lin Fei. Many heavenly gods relied on enchanted equipment to avoid danger. All of this came from the Sacred Body Mountain. You say that the Sacred Body Mountain has a motive? Everyone really could not say it. With such a price, the Sacred Body Mountain was completely exhausting their own wealth. What a good person. After today, everyone must come to the Sacred Body Mountain. Those people will seal off the Sacred Body Mountain's periphery. Lin Fei said with grief and indignation. However, this sacred leader will not yield. Men, bring them all here. The guards brought a group of people. All of these people's strength had been sealed. Lin Fei, we are from the Temporal Temple. Release us immediately. Our divine sword sect is not someone you can afford to offend. Those who were brought here shouted out their backers. This undoubtedly stimulated the hundreds of millions of heavenly gods present. The current Sacred Body Mountain had hundreds of millions of people inside and outside. So it's them. What shameless methods! The Temporal Temple, the Heavenly Feather Race, the Imperial Treasure Gate, the Black Domain Mountain, the Primordial Beings. How terrifying. No wonder Sacred Leader Lin decided to cut off his losses. If we give them the treasures, we can forget about it. Shameless fellow. Sacred Leader Lin is such a good person. Everyone finally understood why Sacred Leader Lin Fei couldn't hold on. All of these powers were peak existences with as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. With them working together to seal off the Sacred Body Mountain, no one present dared to enter. They began to hate these powers. Cutting off one's wealth was akin to killing one's parents. Preventing them from becoming stronger was also akin to killing one's parents. From this moment onwards, countless people began to hate these powers. Kill. Lin Fei stood ramrod straight. This sacred leader knows that there are many spies here. Go back and tell them that this sacred leader would rather die than submit. If they have the ability, then destroy the Sacred Body Mountain. Otherwise, no one will be able to stop the Sacred Body Mountain from benefiting everyone. Lin Fei felt like vomiting after hearing those impassioned words. Too hypocritical. However, if he wanted to gain more prestige, he had to incite more emotions. There was only one such opportunity, and he would only be able to gain as much prestige as he could. Lin Fei believed that after today's matter, these powers would definitely make a trip to the battlefield. The experts that were brought here were all killed in front of everyone. Chapter 3175. The hundreds of millions of heavenly gods on the Sacred Body Mountain were seething. For the first time, they hated these factions. For their own selfish desires, they forced the Sacred Body Mountain to hand over the enchanted equipment. They were too shameless and narrow-minded. They were all very grateful to Sacred Lord Lin Fei, and immediately sent the news to their friends. 2 hours later, the entire Saint Spirit domain from top to bottom, inside and outside, knew about it. The Temporal Temple and the other factions were also scolded like dogs. They didn't dare to do anything. But that didn't mean they couldn't scold others. As long as they could scold others, everyone would use it. If not for them, the expensive enchanted equipment would not have been a dream. Now it had been destroyed. This made countless people feel indignant. Lin Fei once again gained 1 billion reputation. This made Lin Fei extremely happy. I still underestimated the reputation. In less than 3 days I gained 3 billion reputation. As this matter continues to grow, I might even gain 5 billion reputation. This is so exciting. In the reputation support, 1 billion reputation was a level below. After that, 1 billion reputation to 10 billion reputation was a level. The skills that could be exchanged for were different. Lin Fei had always coveted the skills at this level. Some of the skills were permanent and they were all good stuff. Originally, Lin Fei felt that it would be difficult to cultivate after reaching the godly venerable realm. Now it seemed that it was easier than he had imagined. The reputation support came at the right time. Lin Fei even wanted to thank the few experts from the Beast Alliance Sacred Ground. If not for them, the system wouldn't be so excited about such a branch. Just as Lin Fei was happily gaining prestige, something happened. This matter was also brewing. For a time, the Saint Spirit domain was in a state of condemnation. The target was naturally the Temporal Temple and the others. Everyone collectively protested against this shameless behavior and used it to vent their anger. Some heavenly gods also secretly carried out sabotage actions. For example, they targeted the subsidiary factions of these factions and caught them off guard. They also used one-time large-scale treasures. For a time everyone was panicking. The Temporal Temple, Primal Ancient Sect, and other forces all hated Lin Fei to the core. Spreading the news in public and slandering them had greatly affected their influence. Apart from that, the 250,000 pieces of enchanted equipment had also thoroughly shocked them. Just what kind of secret technique did the Sacred Body Mountain possess? Could it be that they had discovered a place with enchanted equipment? Every piece of equipment required a certain amount of time to be enchanted. They knew better than anyone else how long it would take to enchant 250,000 pieces of equipment. But now, 250,000 pieces of enchanted equipment had been sold out just like that. Their hearts were bleeding. These items were originally theirs. Was Lin Fei planning to kill them all? As such, the Temporal Temple and the other powers issued a joint statement, angrily rebuking the Sacred Body Mountain's Lin Fei for spouting nonsense. They did not coerce the Sacred Body Mountain to do anything, nor did they plot against the Sacred Body Mountain. In summary, the meaning was very simple. This matter wasn't done by them. Someone had impersonated them, and the Sacred Body Mountain's Lin Fei was lying. As for whether people believed him or not, that was another matter. Apart from that, they also issued a statement to the Sacred Body Mountain's Lin Fei. Lin Fei had to provide an explanation for this matter. The Temporal Temple, Primal Ancient Sect, and other forces would not allow anyone to slander them. In the following period of time, no forces or individuals were allowed to go to the Sacred Body Mountain. This was their goal. Even if they couldn't obtain enchanted equipment, they could still use the enchanted technique as a reference. They didn't believe that Lin Fei had the ability to obtain a large amount of enchanted equipment. There was only one explanation. They had obtained the enchanted technique. Some powerful enchanted techniques could indeed be mass-produced to a certain extent. The Sacred Body Mountain's ability to produce a large amount of enchanted equipment might have something to do with their enchanted technique. Sealing the Sacred Body Mountain was the first step. Since they had given the Sacred Body Mountain's Lin Fei a chance, but he refused to come to his senses, they wouldn't be polite. Who asked the Sacred Body Mountain to touch everyone's bottom line? If they knew that the Sacred Body Mountain had so many enchanted equipment, they would definitely have made a move. Thinking of this, everyone was filled with hatred. They would rather help others than give them a chance. The Sacred Body Mountain had to be suppressed. The moment the news of the alliance spread, the Sacred Body Mountain's Lin Fei was instantly pushed into the teeth of the storm. Shameless behavior. They are trying to snatch the enchanted technique. Despicable and shameless. This was the thought in everyone's mind. But in this situation, apart from being angry, they couldn't do anything to help. To Lin Fei, after the Temporal Temple and the other forces spread the news, he gained a lot of prestige the next day. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. Lin Fei also spread the news. This sacred leader fears nothing. If you have the ability, come and seal the Sacred Body Mountain. Let's see who is stronger. If this sacred leader is afraid, his surname isn't Lin. Lin Fei's words were filled with domineering determination. The seal soon began. Last time it was done sneakily. This time the entire region was sealed. To facilitate the construction of the blockade, a huge array formation was built in 8 directions. The 8 array formations were connected to form a huge barrier. They were determined to teach the Sacred Body Mountain's Lin Fei a lesson. Under such a blockade, outsiders couldn't enter. Every formation was guarded by an ultimate god. It could be said that they had placed a heavy bet on it. They were certain that Lin Fei would not dare to attack alone. As time went on, they did not believe that the Sacred Body Mountain would be able to hold on. As for Lin Fei, he would be able to deal with him however he wanted. At this time, Lin Fei was secretly laughing. Under everyone's gaze, his prestige was increasing rapidly. He gained 300 to 400 million prestige points every day, which exceeded Little Devil's expectations. Lin Fei didn't forget to come out and provoke the 8 forces. It's meaningless to just seal the place. Just attack. This sacred leader is waiting for you. Since when did ultimate gods become so timid? This is so disappointing. Are you all dogs? Just so happens that I have 8 watchdogs at my door. Ha ha ha. You guys are really Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. If this sacred leader was you, I would have already attacked. Ha ha ha, are you afraid that this sacred leader will squeeze you dry? Don't worry, I will be merciful. Don't worry. It was a similar situation. Lin Fei came 7 to 8 times a day. These ultimate gods could sit still. No matter how they provoked him, they didn't make a move. Of course, they were also afraid of Lin Fei's means. So far there was nothing they could break. Chapter 3176. On the first day, he gained 300 million prestige points. On the second day, he gained 400 million prestige points. On the third day, he gained 500 million prestige points. After the top-tier forces sealed off the Sacred Body Mountain, Lin Fei of the Sacred Body Mountain was extremely happy. He came out every day to provoke the ultimate gods and gained a steady stream of prestige points. The situation lasted for a whole year. In that 1 year, the Sacred Body Mountain was sealed off from the inside out. No one could enter or leave, as the ultimate gods were not to be trifled with. Everyone was furious but dared not say anything. All eyes were focused on the Sacred Body Mountain, creating a steady stream of prestige points for Lin Fei. Lin Fei's refusal to take action was misunderstood by everyone, as he was afraid of the ultimate gods. Even if he was known to be invincible in close combat and the strongest person below the ultimate gods, he had no chance of winning against 8 ultimate gods. It was a long war of attrition. The interior of the Sacred Body Mountain would also collapse because of the 8 ultimate gods. At that time, the Sacred Body Mountain would fall apart even without the ultimate gods doing anything. No one could withstand the terrifying pressure from the ultimate gods. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree, and the terror of a divine venerable god. Everyone knew about it. Everyone was worried for Sacred Lord Lin Fei of the Sacred Body Mountain. How long could he last under such circumstances? Just thinking about it was stressful. The Jingguang clan. Jin Bubao had been paying attention to the Sacred Body Mountain situation every day. Brother Lin, what are you planning to do? The Jingguang clan was very grateful to Lin Fei. The Jingguang clan had built an elite army with over 20,000 pieces of enchanted equipment. The thought of being armed to the teeth with enchanted equipment sent chills down one's spine. The 250,000 pieces of enchanted equipment had scared indestructible gold quite a bit. Cheap too cheap. What happened next was beyond Jin Bubao's expectations. He did not know what Lin Fei was trying to do or why he would go against the top-tier forces. Now the mountain was sealed off by the ultimate gods and no one could enter. Jin Bubao wanted to help, but he was afraid that he would drag the Jingguang clan down. Dark Shadow Palace. Hierarch Dark Shadow couldn't figure out what Lin Fei was up to. Divinity Dark Shadow couldn't think of any way that Lin Fei could make a comeback at the risk of being sealed. These peak powers had all analyzed Lin Fei. If Lin Fei really went all out, they basically had no chance of winning. Whoever lost their composure first would be the first to suffer. Hierarch Dark Shadow had his own ideas. Turn the tables? It was easier said than done. Sacred Body Mountain. Ha ha ha, my prestige has finally broken through 20 billion. Lin Fei cried tears of joy. 20 billion prestige points. This was far beyond her expectations, and it also exceeded the little devil's calculations. Paying attention to the Saint Body Mountain, paying attention to her, would allow her to gain prestige every day. 20 billion reputation points was actually not a lot. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this result. Tens of millions of prestige points were coming in every day. Where else could he find such a good deal? Master, do you want to give them 20 billion reputation points now? The little devil egged him on. I guarantee that they won't forget it for the rest of their lives. For example, focus on attacking them. Only 2 billion reputation points. If that's not suitable, I guarantee that Absolute Chill can do it. 4.5 billion reputation point. One skill after another came out of the little devil's mouth, filled with endless temptation. Lin Fei was tempted. As long as he tapped lightly, he would be able to see an exciting scene. But thinking about it, it was only 20 billion reputation points. If he used a few skills, it would probably be used up. Be asterisk starred, don't tempt me anymore. Lin Fei said in a low voice. Using skills to attack them would feel good, but it would only feel good for a while. It wouldn't be of much help to Lin Fei. But if he learned those skills, it would be a different story. This was a more cost-effective deal. Activate the Prestige Assist. The Prestige Assist appeared in front of Lin Fei, and the pages of skills appeared in front of him again. One skill after another began to stimulate Lin Fei. I want to learn the perfect divine body. This was a type of physical body. Looking at the introduction, it was even stronger than the proud heaven that he cultivated. It was one of the strongest physical bodies in the world. To cultivate such a physical body, one would need to rely on reputation. Master has a good eye, the little devil said proudly. The perfect divine body can repair all kinds of flaws and injuries in the body, allowing the body to maintain a perfect state. I want to learn the first 3 levels. The perfect divine body was separated into a few levels. The price of each level was different. The first level of the perfect divine body required 500 million reputation, the second one, 5 billion reputation, and the third 3 billion reputation. For the third level, it would require 5 billion reputation. This wasn't a small amount. If Lin Fei hadn't taken out 250,000 pieces of enchanted equipment to motivate everyone, he wouldn't have been able to gain so much reputation in such a short period of time. If one wanted to live longer, one's physical body had to be strong. This was something that Lin Fei had always kept in mind. Without a strong physical body, he would die in a single move at a crucial moment. He wouldn't be able to use any trump cards. Ding. Confirm to consume 5 billion reputation to learn the perfect divine body? Confirm. Ding. Successfully consumed 5 billion reputation to obtain the perfect divine body. Ding. Perfect divine body level 1 successfully cultivated. Ding. Perfect divine body level 2 successfully cultivated. Ding. Perfect divine body level 3 successfully cultivated. Lin Fei suddenly felt refreshed as he fell into a very pleasant atmosphere. That's it? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fei's body made a series of crackling sounds as the surrounding space exploded on the spot. There was no control this time as it was purely physical strength. Lin Fei hurriedly controlled his physical strength as the entire palace would collapse if it continued. The perfect divine body level 3 is already so powerful? Lin Fei was secretly shocked. Master, your perfect divine body level 3 has repaired all your flaws and strengthened them at the same time. Your physical strength is now comparable to a 5th-class ultimate god. The little devil was quite proud. Are you happy? Are you excited? Are you happy? 5th-class ultimate god. Lin Fei took a deep breath as he was really shocked. I thought a 3rd-class ultimate god would be enough. The reputation assistance system is not as simple as you think. The 5 billion reputation was not spent in vain. Master, are you satisfied? Yes, I'm very satisfied. His 20 billion reputation was reduced to 15 billion in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei did not feel any pain as it was totally worth it. Master, do you need any other skills? Lin Fei shook his head and decided not to use them for the time being. As long as his reputation was there, any skill was just a matter of a word. With his powerful physical body and his Elysian divine weapon, Lin Fei would be able to chase them down 18 streets. I don't need any more skills, but it's time for me to hit them. Humph, how dare they block the sacred body mountain? I'll make them regret it. Lin Fei activated a skill. Meteor shower. There were 9 levels of such skills. For example, the first level of meteor shower only required 300 million reputation while the second level required 1 billion reputation. Heavenly Feather Clan have a taste. Ding, 1 billion reputation consumed. Chapter 3177. Heavenly Feather Clan. Ever since they were attacked by the mysterious white light, the upper echelons had been massacred. Even now, the Heavenly Feather Clan had yet to find out who did it. The white light came too suddenly, as if it had appeared out of thin air. The Heavenly Feather Clan had many experts and countless treasures. They could not find out who did it. This made the upper echelons of the Heavenly Feather Clan very angry. They had thought that it was Lin Fei, but they ruled out that possibility later. Such a powerful move was definitely not something that Lin Fei could grasp. They had always scoffed at Lin Fei's claim that the heavens were angry. Recently, the upper echelons of the Heavenly Feather Clan were in a good mood. That damned Lin Fei and that damned Sacred Body Mountain had finally been sealed by them. It was only a matter of time before they eliminated Lin Fei. 250,000 pieces of enchanted equipment. They really admired Lin Fei for daring to do such a thing. Those weren't cabbages that could be found anywhere. As a result, the number of heavenly god powerhouses who came to purchase enchanted equipment in the past year was few and far between. All of them had been harmed by Lin Fei. Who would be interested in expensive enchanted equipment now? Every time Lin Fei was mentioned, the upper echelons of the Heavenly Feather clan would gnash their teeth. They wanted nothing more than to capture Lin Fei and chop him into pieces. The weather in the sky above the Heavenly Feather clan was very good. The upper echelons decided to enjoy themselves. They drank wine and enjoyed beautiful dances. Everyone enjoyed themselves to the fullest, especially since the suppression of the sacred body mountain was progressing smoothly. Whenever they were happy, they would drink together. Boom! After a loud explosion, the entire Heavenly Feather clan shook violently. Raging flames rose and quickly spread out, turning the place into a sea of fire. The blazing flames swept across. The disciples of the Heavenly Feather clan were instantly burned into nothingness. Huge drops of fire rained down, and the ground shook violently every time. The huge territory controlled by the Heavenly Feather clan turned into a sea of fire. The huge drops of fire rained down like a beautiful meteor shower. When they landed on the territory of the Heavenly Feather clan, they took the lives of a group of disciples. Run! The mysterious attack is coming again. What the hell? The flames are too terrifying. I can't take it anymore. The meteor shower lasted for a full 30 breaths of time. It wasn't a very long time, but to the Heavenly Feather race this was a nightmare. In 30 breaths of time countless people had died. The upper echelons were once again massacred. This time there was nothing he could do to defend himself. Everything in his path was reduced to nothingness. The defensive treasures he had on him instantly lost their effect. The Heavenly Feather race suffered heavy losses once more. Even the heavenly god of the Heavenly Feather clan wore a solemn expression. Impose martial law immediately. The divine venerables were no longer calm. This attack was even more terrifying than the last one. They all felt a terrible sense of danger. Lin Fei used 100 million reputation points to exchange for farsight. The Heavenly Feather race could clearly see this scene. The range of the meteor fire rain wasn't very large, but it was extremely powerful. No matter which heavenly god it was, almost all of them were annihilated under this kind of attack. That area was also enveloped by the sea of fire. By the time the fire eye was done burning, the entire place had turned into a charred ruin. The huge palace and the huge city had completely disappeared. It's a pity that I didn't hit the divine venerables. Lin Fei laughed proudly. That's what you get for sealing my sacred body mountain. A meteor fire rain is truly spectacular and beautiful. Lin Fei felt that it was completely worth it to use 11 reputation points to exchange for a skill attack. One is not enough. I need a few more. Lin Fei wasn't that kind of good person. Although he couldn't gain a lot of reputation from this, he could still secretly be happy. After the Heavenly Feather race was mysteriously attacked by the white light previously, the Saint Spirit Domain's forces felt a trace of unease. In less than a year, the Heavenly Feather race suffered another mysterious attack. This shocked everyone once again. Just like the previous time, this attack came without any warning and caught the Heavenly Feather race off guard. They lost a large number of experts. This was a heavy blow to the proud Heavenly Feather race. Before anyone could react, a voice rang out. The mysterious attack descended once again. This time, it landed on the primordial sect. How could it be us? The entire primordial sect exclaimed. They were also caught off guard. The meteor fire rain descended and instantly killed a large number of heavenly god experts. That scene was something that no heavenly god would dare to forget. The hierarch experts of the primordial sect were all furious. The attack did not stop. After the primordial ones were the Black Domain Mountain, the Immortal Sword sect, the Glory sect, and the Imperial Treasure sect. Without exception, they all wanted to attack. It was an attack that could not be blocked. Even with the activation of a formation, it was still penetrated, and a large number of experts fell. These top-notch forces wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Even the hierarch experts couldn't find a trace of the other party. In a single day, 6 top-notch forces suffered a terrifying attack. That scene was indescribably bitter. Just when everyone thought that the temporal temple would follow in their footsteps, the mysterious attack did not appear. It seemed to have disappeared into thin air. This time everyone was speechless. It can't be the doing of the temporal temple, right? It was so silent and mysterious. How could it be related to the temporal temple? No one knew who mentioned it, but everyone agreed. Why didn't the temporal temple suffer from the mysterious attack? They had suffered heavy losses. His face was slapped so hard that it sounded like a slap. The temporal temple, which had been trembling in fear, activated all sorts of formations, but the mysterious attack did not appear. When the temporal temple master saw this, he cursed inwardly. Trouble is coming. As expected, the primordial sect and the other powers began to suspect the temporal temple. This mysterious attack was able to avoid the detection of the hierarch experts. The temporal temple was very suspicious. Was it revenge for their previous attack? It was quite possible that the temporal temple had suffered heavy losses and paid a huge price. Master, you are really bad. You deliberately didn't attack the temporal temple. The little devil laughed evilly. Lin Fei snorted. If I didn't cause some trouble for the temporal temple, wouldn't my efforts have been in vain? I spent a total of 5 billion reputation points. The temporal temple was the big brother. Once he was suspected, he would suffer unspeakably. As for finding him, there was no need to even think about it. The system's ability was top-notch. No one needed to think about it. Half a month later, the lockdown was lifted. The temporal temple became their biggest suspect. They had no choice but to call back their hierarch experts to prevent the temporal temple from attacking again. As for the lockdown of Lin Fei's Saint Body Mountain, it was a small matter. However, the temporal temple couldn't explain this matter clearly. Search. How could they be willing? Chapter 3178. The lockdown on the Sacred Body Mountain was lifted. The Saint Spirit domain was filled with cheers and excitement. The second and third-rate powers were the most unhappy about the top-tier powers sealing off the Sacred Body Mountain. After all, they had lost a place to obtain enchanted equipment. They did not have the courage to go against a top power. The only thing that they did not expect was that the lockdown would be so short. The top-notch forces had been attacked by a mysterious force from the outside, causing the entire Saint Spirit domain to explode. All the major forces and mysterious forces felt that they were in danger. Ever since the top-tier forces had suffered the calamity, they had started searching for the source of the mysterious attack. All sorts of treasures had appeared, all for the sake of finding the location of the mysterious attack. The entire Saint Spirit domain had been turned upside down, but they still could not find the source of the mysterious attack. As such, the suspicion of the temporal temple increased exponentially. Apart from the time school, there was no other school that could erase everything. What a pity! So much prestige. Lin Fei shook his head, his heart aching. That was a lot of reputation. How many skills could he exchange for? Now, he only had 10 billion reputation left, so he had to use it sparingly. 10 billion reputation points might seem like a lot, but it wasn't much when it came to actual use. I still have to rely on enchanted equipment to gain prestige. For now, Lin Fei could only use this method. The mysterious attack would become a curse over everyone's heads. The power of this meteor fire shower was extremely great. At the second layer, it had caused quite a bit of damage to these peak powers, causing them to suffer heavy losses. In the end, he couldn't find the person. There was nothing more devastating than this. The Sacred Body Mountain was freed. He continued to purchase ores. For a moment, the Sacred Body Mountain was packed with people. They were all merchants who wanted to buy all kinds of ores. The 250,000 pieces of enchanted equipment made everyone understand one thing. The Sacred Body Mountain had mastered the shortcut to enchanting equipment. If you wanted to enchant equipment, go to the Sacred Body Mountain. No one knew how this phrase spread, but it became a classic catchphrase. The other one was, "Did you mine today?" Or, "Did you use the Holy Body Mountain to enchant your equipment? That thing is great." That batch of enchanted equipment spread throughout the Saint Spirit domain. Lin Fei gained a lot of prestige every day. When people mentioned enchantments, they couldn't help but give Lin Fei a good guy card. And his prestige increased accordingly. Boom! The primordial sect was still investigating the source of the mysterious attack. The meteor shower appeared again. Raging flames burned the sky. The primordial sect felt great once again. The primordial gods were furious. Search. We must find the source of this mysterious attack. Do you really think that our primordial sect has no experts? No one felt comfortable after being attacked twice in a row. It was the same for the primordial sect. Sir, I've found something. The mysterious attack seems to be coming from the direction of the temporal temple. The temporal temple is courting death. The primordial divine venerables were enraged. This was clearly revenge. He didn't learn his lesson from the previous beating. He had to teach the temporal temple a lesson. The primordial beings gathered their old friends and went to the temporal temple together. If they didn't fight for 3 days, they would tear the tiles off the roof. Master, you're really bad. The little devil chuckled. Now that the primordial sect and the others have determined that the temporal temple is behind this, they won't be able to wash themselves clean even if they jump into the Yellow River. Lin Fei had purposely used 100 million reputation points to exchange for a skill similar to teleportation. The meteor rain had also started from the direction of the temporal temple. There was no need to explain. The temporal temple was in big trouble. I'm really looking forward to the primordial sect and the other powers attacking the temporal temple. I've given them such a good opportunity. I believe they'll put in a lot of effort. I like Master's naughtiness. The primordial sect and the other peak powers came knocking once again. This time it was extremely violent. Without saying a word, the godly venerable experts attacked together, demanding an explanation from the temporal temple. Otherwise, they would flatten the temporal temple. The temporal temple master was already furious. Now that the mysterious attack had appeared once again, especially from this direction, he knew that he was in big trouble. He didn't expect them to attack so quickly. Explanation? The other party wouldn't listen. They immediately determined that it was the doing of the temporal temple. Since they couldn't come to an agreement, they could only fight. A large group of godly experts started fighting, causing the area where the temporal temple was located to collapse. Anyone who saw that scene would tremble in fear. This was a battle between godly experts. The temporal temple had used all 3 great treasures and barely managed to block the attacks of the primordial sect and the other peak powers. In the end, the Heavenly Feather clan joined the temporal temple's side and the battle barely ended. Neither side was able to gain any advantage. The space where the temporal temple was located was affected, and more than half of the temporal temple was completely destroyed. After the incident, countless people applauded and cheered. A battle between godly experts. Lin Fei was extremely satisfied with this scene. He could give it 9 points. As for the last point, it was because no godly experts died. It was a little less interesting. This is just the beginning. Sealing the Sage Body Mountain was just the beginning. A peak power was powerful, right? As long as he had enough prestige, he would be able to deal with them however he wanted. It was just that simple. The temporal temple silently licked its wounds after suffering a blow. The primordial sect had temporarily left, but as long as they didn't find out who the culprit was, such a situation would continue. This was something the temporal temple couldn't bear. The temporal temple hated the people who tried to frame them to death. It was either a force or a person. A peak power was actually toyed with by a mysterious power. No matter how one looked at it, this matter was filled with grievance and unwillingness. Use time rewind. I want to know who did it. The temporal god lord gathered the godly venerables and worked together to use time rewind. Under normal circumstances, no one would use it unless it was absolutely necessary. It consumed too much energy. It required 8 godly venerables. With this move, he believed that any force or individual would be exposed. But when the time reversal was activated and the mysterious attack was about to appear, a majestic and vast power descended and forcibly blocked the light of reversal. No matter how hard they looked, they were always blocked by a layer of white fog, unable to see the crucial scene. Just a little bit more. The temporal temple lord and the other godly venerables almost vomited blood. How could this be? Again. In order to find out the origin of the mysterious attack, they used time rewind again. Just like before, it was blocked by the white fog. After 3 consecutive times, the godly venerables were so tired that they vomited blood. It was the same every time. It was blocked by that thing and they couldn't use it for a short period of time. Time rewind is really not simple. Lin Fei was secretly shocked when he received Little Devil's reminder. They really do have this kind of secret technique. Master, don't worry. They won't be able to find out about it. Little Devil laughed evilly. It won't be that easy for them to break through the barrier I left behind. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. That means the Temporal Temple can take the blame. Chapter 3179. The peaceful relationship between the Temporal Temple and the Primordial Sect was completely broken with the appearance of the mysterious attack. Both sides were on guard against each other. They were secretly searching for the culprit behind the mysterious attack. An undercurrent was surging. None of this had any effect on the Sacred Body Mountain. The mysterious attack had something to do with the Temporal Temple. However, no one was a fool. Someone had to take the blame, and everyone was secretly searching for the culprit. Sacred Body Mountain's Lin Fei? He had long been forgotten. No one would be able to rest easy against a mysterious existence who would launch a mysterious attack at any time. Furthermore, the mysterious existence had targeted the peak powers right from the start. This hidden danger had to be found out. Even though everyone wanted to take down the Sacred Body Mountain, now was not the time. A few hundred years passed just like that. The peak powers had suffered from the mysterious attack, and it had become a pattern for them to attack once every few decades. Over the past few hundred years, the mysterious attack had appeared a total of 10 times. All of them had suffered greatly. Until now, they had yet to find the source of the mysterious attack. Instead, the Temporal Temple had always been a target. There was nothing they could do about it. The mysterious attack had always come from the direction of the Temporal Temple. All sorts of treasures had been used, but they were still unable to defend against the invasion of the mysterious attack. Everyone's hatred for the Temporal Temple deepened. There was an 80% to 90% chance that it was the doing of the Temporal Temple. Over the past few hundred years, they had not attacked the Temporal Temple even once. For example, recently the top forces had all activated their spirit arrays one after the other. The Temporal Temple had attacked one of their venerable gods. Coincidentally, that venerable god had just left the array when he was attacked by the mysterious attack. He had been beaten half to death on the spot. Even now, many people could not believe that it was real. The mysterious attack had once again refreshed everyone's understanding. Not only could it attack a large area of effect, but it could also attack a small area of effect. A few hundred years passed. The Sacred Body Mountain did not display too much of a high profile. They continued to collect ores, hold auctions, and offer benefits. Even so, after 1,000 years, enchanted equipment had become common. It was not like the past, when enchanted equipment was rare. Now, any heavenly god they encountered would be wearing enchanted equipment. It was not impossible for a low-level heavenly god to kill a high-level heavenly god. Now, no matter if it was a low-level heavenly god or a high-level heavenly god, none of them dared to underestimate each other. No one could guarantee that the heavenly gods didn't have enchanted equipment on them, especially the kind with great destructive power. Many celestial gods had suffered greatly when it came to enchanting equipment. The Saint Body Mountain became a place that could not be ignored in the Saint Spirit domain. In just a few hundred years, a huge outer city appeared with many buildings and mansions. Pieces of cheap enchanted equipment also stimulated the heavenly god powerhouse's motivation. No money? Don't worry, you can go mining. If you want enchanted equipment, you can go mining. If you want to become stronger, you can go mining. The Sacred Body Mountains or mine had become extremely valuable, and various powers were fighting over the ore mine's resources. Whether it was ordinary ore or high-grade ore, as long as it was ore, it would become a hot commodity. With the help of the Sacred Body Mountain, enchanted equipment became one of the mainstream items. The Heavenly Feather Clan, the Imperial Treasure Sect, and other powers with enchanted equipment had almost no market. They were all suppressed by the Sacred Body Mountain. Now, the Sacred Body Mountain had become a synonym for enchanted equipment. At the mention of enchanted equipment, everyone would think of the Sacred Body Mountain. As for the Heavenly Feather Clan, they should just stand aside. Sacred Body Mountain, the 3 patriarchs were reporting the situation. Sacred Leader, now that our Sacred Body Mountain's enchanted equipment covers the entire Saint Spirit domain, everyone knows that our Sacred Body Mountain's enchanted equipment is the best. In just a few hundred years, with the help of enchanted equipment, the 3 patriarchs had the battle power of a godly venerable. The other 2 patriarchs were the same. The Sacred Body Mountain had 4 godly venerable experts. The auction is about to start. Are we going to release new enchanted equipment? Asked the second patriarch. In these few hundred years, Lin Fei had not really cared about the Sacred Body Mountain. Instead, he would come out to show off and refresh people's sense of existence, and his reputation would increase. Sure. These were all small matters. Lin Fei gave them full authority to handle them. The 3 patriarchs were even more excited. They knew how powerful the Sacred Body Mountain was now. Once the guards were equipped with enchanted equipment, they would probably not be inferior to those top forces. They were just lacking in top-notch combat power. Are those top forces still allowing them to participate? Asked the Grand Patriarch. Ever since the lockdown was lifted, the Sacred Body Mountain resumed purchasing ores, holding auctions, and all sorts of benefits. Another situation followed. The top forces began to obtain enchanted equipment from the outside world, and at the same time arranged for people to participate in the auctions. For the time being, they could not be locked down, but that did not mean that the enchanted equipment had to fall into the hands of those small celestial gods. What right did they have to obtain it? Such enchanted equipment had to be in the hands of the top forces. They should just forget about it. This situation had been going on until now. From the beginning to the end, Lin Fei did not stop those top forces from taking action. In these few hundred years, they had either directly or indirectly obtained many enchanted equipment. The elders and patriarchs of the Sacred Body Mountain were very unhappy about this. If the sacred leader did not say anything, they could not do anything. The words top forces were still very intimidating. It's time for us to show our Sacred Body Mountain's strength. Almost 1,000 years had passed. Lin Fei's personal prestige had broken through 200 billion. The number was not very high. The first few decades in 100 years had the most prestige. Every 100 years after that, he would only gain 20 to 30 billion prestige. It was not a very good result to accumulate 200 billion prestige. Lin Fei was satisfied. With 80 billion prestige, Lin Fei upgraded the perfect body level 3 to level 7 and spent 80 billion prestige on the level 4. Now, unless one was a peak ultimate god, no one could break through his physical body or kill him in an instant. Lin Fei did not feel distressed at all for 80 billion prestige. The remaining 120 billion reputation points were kept as a backup just in case. Sacred Leader, can we really do it now? The 3 Grand Patriarchs were excited. They had waited for almost 1,000 years for this matter. Of course. Lin Fei smiled. Now it's our Sacred Body Mountain's turn to establish rules. From now on, anyone who wants to obtain enchanted equipment will have to follow our rules. If we say no, no one will dare to say no. At that moment, Lin Fei's words were full of dominance. With 120 billion prestige and a perfect body level 7, Lin Fei was very confident. Not to mention those enchanted equipment. Every piece of enchanted equipment had top-notch effects. Whoever encountered them would be unlucky. Chapter 3180. Sacred Body Mountain. The auction that was held once every 30 years had begun again. It was originally held once every 10 years, but it became once every 30 years. It wasn't too long, but it wasn't too short either. No one had any objections, because there would always be a chance for new enchanted equipment to appear in every auction. It was something that everyone looked forward to. The only thing that everyone was unhappy about was that the top forces would always snatch away the enchanted equipment at every auction. This problem had been going on for a long time, but no one dared to voice it out. Even the Sacred Body Mountain didn't dare to say anything, let alone the rest of them. They're here again. It's the same every time. They're using their names to oppress others. How disgusting. Yeah, right. That's all they're capable of. If they're capable, they should find out who's behind the mysterious attack. As the people from the top forces appeared, more and more people began to discuss among themselves. This happened every single time. Enchanted equipment was very cheap, but with their existence, 7 out of 10 enchanted equipment would fall into their hands at most. It was very unsightly for them to have such a good life. These people don't know what they're capable of. How dare they fight with us for enchanted equipment? The people from the Heavenly Feather clan ignored them. The more unhappy they were, the more smug they were. The Sacred Body Mountain was still behaving well. Even when enchanted equipment was in their hands, They still didn't dare to say a word. Guards? What the hell? That's because they don't have the right to have enchanted equipment in front of us. They're just a bunch of country bumpkins. Country bumpkins should just stand aside and cultivate. Don't even think about rising to the top in a single step. The people from the Heavenly Feather Clan's faction kept adding fuel to the fire. The auction that was held once every 30 years gradually became a gathering for the top forces to share. Lin Fei of the Sacred Body Mountain didn't say anything, and they were happy to let this continue. Many people even said that Lin Fei was a smart person. Everyone treated the Sacred Body Mountain as free labor. It had to be said that the Sacred Body Mountain's enchanted equipment was quite good. Until now, no one had figured out how the Sacred Body Mountain was enchanted. The most helpless were the enchanted forces like the Heavenly Feather Clan and the Imperial Treasure Sect. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't find anything. There was nothing more tragic than this. At the entrance of the auction venue, the Heavenly Feather race was the first to arrive. In the previous auction, their Heavenly Feather Clan had gained quite a lot. Although they had offended a faction from the Black Domain, so what? In any case, they had already shed all pretense of cordiality. This time it was the same for the Heavenly Feather race. Snatch as much as you can. I'm sorry, you don't have the invitation letter, so you're not qualified to enter the auction house. The leader of the Heavenly Feather race was a divine venerable. That's right, the ultimate gods. Ever since the Heavenly Feather Clan stood on the side of the Temporal Temple, the other forces in the Black Domain started to hate the Heavenly Feather Clan. A few times after they left the Sacred Body Mountain, the Hierarch experts had surrounded them and killed many of their experts. Ever since then, every time they came to the Sacred Body Mountain, it was the Hierarch experts who led the teams. The ultimate gods from the Heavenly Feather Clan were stunned and suspected that they had heard wrongly. Since when did the Sacred Body Mountain dare to reject the Heavenly Feather Clan from participating in the auction? Were they kidding? Are you saying that our Heavenly Feather Clan is not qualified? This godly venerable of the Heavenly Feather race released his godly venerable aura and pressed down on the heavenly guards at the door. Who told you that? The Sacred Body Mountain was truly bold. They actually dared to reject the Heavenly Feather race? This is what our sacred leader said. The heavenly guards endured the godly venerable aura. Without an invitation, you are not allowed to enter. Violators will be killed without mercy. At the entrance of the auction, a large number of heavenly gods were gathered there. Everyone was in an uproar when they saw the commotion at the entrance. It was as if the sun had risen from the west. Am I seeing things? The Sacred Body Mountain actually rejected the Heavenly Feather race's entry. Ha ha ha, is Sacred Leader Lin Fei going to make a move? This is the Sacred Body Mountain in my heart. They should have done this a long time ago. Every auction has been monopolized by them. The auction has become meaningless. The heavenly gods clapped and cheered. They had been looking forward to this day for a long time. The Sacred Body Mountain's sacred leader Lin Fei had finally done something. The Heavenly Feather race's godly venerable was embarrassed. Scram! With a wave of his hand, a majestic and boundless energy surged over. A few puny ants dared to stop an ultimate god from entering the auction. They must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. Everyone was looking forward to how the Sacred Body Mountain would face the ultimate gods from the top forces. They knew that apart from sacred leader Lin Fei, the Sacred Body Mountain did not have another ultimate god. That was also the reason why they had always been bullying the Sacred Body Mountain. Without an ultimate god, who else could they bully? As for sacred leader Lin Fei, he was just one person. As long as they did not get close, sacred leader Lin Fei's efforts would be in vain. That was a comprehensive plan. As long as they did not get close, their lives would not be in danger. The ultimate god's power did not even manage to blast away the heavenly guards at the entrance. Layers of energy appeared on their bodies. That was the sacred gravity helmet. Someone is trying to break into the auction. Come and help. The heavenly guards immediately called for help. Roger that, coming right away. A similarly loud voice came from an enchanted equipment that looked like a radio. The Heavenly Feather race's ultimate god was indifferent. You're quite arrogant. I'm standing here. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll think you're someone important. Boom, boom, boom. 3 groups of heavenly guards came down from the sacred body mountain. Each group consisted of 100 people and was armed to the teeth with enchanted equipment. From that moment on, they bared their sharp fangs. Ha ha ha, 300 heavenly guards. The heavenly feather race's ultimate god laughed and was secretly pleased. Humph. Capture them and strip them of their enchanted equipment. Wouldn't that be a huge amount of enchanted equipment for nothing? He knew that the quality of the heavenly guard's enchanted equipment was excellent. The heavenly feather race's ultimate god did not intend to be courteous with the items that were delivered to his doorstep. He would make a fortune first. Even if Lin Fei came, he would not be able to take the enchanted equipment back from his hands. The heavenly feather race's ultimate god was instantly electrified when he thought of that. The first group of heavenly guards raised their scepters. A large amount of gravity shrouded them and pressed down on them layer by layer, creating quite a bit of pressure. If it continued like that, there would not be much of a difference. As the second group of heavenly guards made their move, they also used scepters. However, when the enchanted power landed on them, their expressions changed drastically. That was a paralyzing enchantment. The heavenly feather race's ultimate god was unable to move. The gravitational power seized the opportunity and completely imprisoned him. Paralyzing power. What the hell? How did they do that? The third group of heavenly guards made their move. They also attacked from a distance. Streaks of green wind that resembled sabers blasted the heavenly feather race's ultimate god, who was unable to move. Slash after slash, the ultimate god's protective barrier was easily broken. The heavenly feather race's ultimate god was instantly turned into a bloody mess. Chapter 3181. As soon as the 3 divine guards moved, they instantly displayed their terrifying attacks. The heavenly gods who were watching were all stunned. What did I just see? An ultimate god from the heavenly feather clan was injured in just one move. What the hell, what's going on? That's an ultimate god. An ultimate god was injured. The divine guards are so powerful. No one could remain calm when the heavenly feather clan's ultimate god was injured. An ultimate god would not be easily injured. However, 3 divine guards were able to injure an ultimate god. Since when were the divine guards so powerful? They had never heard of an ultimate god expert in the divine guards. Enchanted equipment. It must be enchanted equipment. Someone exclaimed. To be able to injure an ultimate god, it must be enchanted equipment. What kind of enchanted equipment is that? It can injure an ultimate god from the heavenly feather clan. Unbelievable. This must be the real divine guards. I really want to be part of the divine guards. I wonder if they still recruit people. A heavenly god expert who was not an ultimate god could easily injure an ultimate god expert. Just the thought of it was terrifying. A chill spread endlessly. The heavenly feather clan experts were collectively dumbfounded. An ultimate god was injured. What kind of joke was this? The heavenly feather clan ultimate god was shrouded by the gravitational force and the paralyzing force. The blade-like wind landed on his body one after another, turning him into a bloody mess. My defense can't even take it. The heavenly feather clan ultimate god wanted to cry. The blades landed on his body one after another, and he was really annoyed. Until now, he still could not imagine how the sacred body mountain had mastered the paralyzing enchantment. That was an extremely rare enchantment technique in the Saint Spirit domain. The heavenly feather clan could only use the paralysis scepter at the moment. Paralysis enchantment and gravitational enchantment. They hit it too well. Under the double attack of gravity and paralysis, the heavenly feather clan ultimate god could not move at all. The scariest thing was that the blade-like wind could actually ignore his defense and hit him repeatedly. That was the hardest thing to accept. An ultimate god from the heavenly feather clan was actually injured by an ant. That was unacceptable. You're dead. The ultimate god expert from the heavenly feather clan glared at the expert who followed them. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it. As long as they could disrupt their rhythm, the heavenly feather race's divinity believed that they would be able to kill their way out. The paralysis enchanted equipment was too much of a pain in the ass. Kill. The experts from the heavenly feather clan had made their move. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that something was wrong. The sacred body mountain seemed to have come up with something amazing that could target hierarch experts. It was a terrifying thing. As soon as they went up, one of the guards made a move. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The green wind brushed past them. The power of gravity also descended. One by one, the celestial deity powerhouses fell from the sky, directly smashing onto the ground. The divine venerables could handle it, but they could not. Poo-pee-you. Blood splashed out. The heavenly deity powerhouse couldn't even withstand a single blow, falling to the ground in a single exchange, unable to move. Capture him. Soon, another wave of guards arrived and captured them one by one. They tied them up with enchanted equipment and pulled them together. The scene was indescribably exciting. This scene caused the forces from the Saint Spirit domain to inwardly gasp. The Sage Body Mountain had unleashed its might. The godly venerables were easily suppressed. The heavenly gods were finished in a single exchange. At that moment they remembered something. The Sacred Body Mountain was auctioning off enchanted equipment. How could the guards not be armed? Looking at the current guards, they were extraordinarily strong. We'll help you. At that moment, an ultimate god from the temporal temple brazenly made his move. If the Sacred Body Mountain really displayed its might, how could they obtain enchanted equipment from the Sacred Body Mountain? They had to suppress it. Moreover, the enchanted equipment on the guards made them envious. The Temporal Temple's ultimate god has made his move. And the Primordial Sect's ultimate god. The Divine Sword Sect's ultimate god. The three ultimate gods made their move. At that moment they all had the same idea. They would first take care of the guards and then rob them of their treasures. That was much more cost-effective than going to the auction. You three, this is the Sacred Body Mountain. It's not a place for you to behave atrociously. A huge wave of gravity pressed down on them. The three ancestors appeared and each of them faced an ultimate god. I've long wanted to see your skills. I hope you won't disappoint us. The three ancestors laughed loudly. Battle armor appeared on their bodies and sacred divine weapons appeared in their hands. With a single slash, all sorts of enchanted attributes enveloped the Temporal Temple's ultimate god. The three ancestors were fully armed with top-notch enchanted equipment. As soon as they attacked, all sorts of enchanted attributes were thrown at the ultimate god. The Temporal Temple's ultimate god was caught off guard. The spatial energy around the Temporal Temple's ultimate god rippled and formed a special layer of spatial protection. It sounded very powerful. With the enchanted equipment, the attacks of the three ancestors easily penetrated the spatial protection. A defensive breaking substance was no joke. With a single slash, the ultimate god's battle armor was cut open. In order to increase the strength of the three ancestors, Lin Fei had put in a lot of effort. Their enchanted equipment was definitely top-notch. Someone actually broke through my defense. The Temporal Temple's ultimate god was shocked. He looked at the wound in disbelief. The three ancestors attacked first, which infuriated the three ultimate gods. However, in the next second they were collectively dumbfounded. They looked at the wounds on their bodies in disbelief. They were injured. They were injured in a single exchange. The Imperial Guards came out one after another. The second Imperial Guards came out. There were 3,000 of them. As soon as the Imperial Guards came out, they raised their scepters and attacked the ultimate gods. Whoosh! Whoosh! A paralyzing power spread out. The three ultimate gods were hit and could not move. The three ancestors were not affected at all. There was nothing sadder than the blades landing on the ultimate gods' bodies. They're injured. The ultimate gods are injured. Who knows what the last attack is? Could it be the gravity scepter? Just from looking at it, no one would know what it was. However, the three ultimate gods were completely shocked. Paralyzing scepters. 3,000 paralyzing scepters. What the hell? Usually, one or two pieces of enchanted equipment with paralyzing attributes would make people jealous. However, the 3,000 paralyzing scepters were definitely going to blow up the entire Saint Spirit world. The three ultimate gods were pitifully turned into punching bags. Attacks came from the left and right. Their strong bodies were gradually being cut open. Blood flowed freely, but they were unable to escape. This was the most unacceptable thing in their lives. When did the Sacred Body Mountain become so terrifying? The transformation of the Sacred Body Mountain's three ancestors was an eye-opener for everyone. They now had the strength to fight ultimate gods. Chapter 3182. In the sky above the Sacred Body Mountain, The guards waved their scepters and unleashed a series of large-scale paralysis attacks. It was a shocking scene. The divine venerable ones were like blocks of wood, unable to move at all. The three Sacred Body Mountain's grand ancestors were fighting fiercely, causing the divine venerable ones to vomit blood non-stop. The heavenly gods of the Sacred Body Mountain felt their blood boil. All hail the great ancestors! All hail the Sacred Body Mountain! All hail the Sacred Body Mountain! At that moment they could finally hold their heads high as they shouted in unison. The Sacred Body Mountain had the ability to fight ultimate gods head-on. The four ultimate gods could not resist the guards at all. It was too domineering. The ultimate gods were high and mighty. At that moment they were no different from ordinary heavenly gods. Attacks rained down on them one after another. Paralysis and gravity alternated. The three ultimate gods had no other choice. They could not use their treasures, nor could they display their strength. Their strength was being suppressed and it was extremely frustrating. The scariest thing was the scepter activated by the 3,000 Imperial Guards. That was the scariest thing. 3,000 paralysis scepters, that was a huge number of enchanted equipment. Stop fighting, this is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. The three ultimate gods could not do anything under such circumstances. Continue fighting? How could they fight? There was no chance for them to attack. Instead, they were losing their life energy. They could not afford to lose a clone. Now you know it's a misunderstanding. This is the Sacred Body Mountain. It's not a place for you to act presumptuously. You're just unlucky. The three great ancestors did not plan to let them go. They were ultimate gods. The three ultimate gods could not take it anymore. They did not even have the chance to self-destruct. The paralysis power was not something to be trifled with. The three ultimate gods died on the spot. The Heavenly Feather Clan's ultimate god also died. They're dead. For ultimate gods, the Sacred Body Mountain is too cruel. The three great ancestors and the guards killed for ultimate gods. They won't dare to come here again. The shocking scene would never be forgotten for the rest of their lives. The ultimate gods died just like that. Only now did they truly realize the power of the enchanted equipment. With the enchanted equipment worn by the Imperial Guards, the strong ones who could fight would not be able to resist. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it to be true. Who can tell me what kind of enchanted equipment that is? It looks like a long-range attack equipment. I want to buy the enchanted equipment from the guards at a high price. It's too domineering. Even a hierarch can't handle it. Everyone looked at the Imperial Guards in the sky, full of envy and fear. The factions that had thought that they wouldn't be able to obtain any enchanted equipment became excited. The Holy Body Mountain had finally shown its might, and top factions would no longer be able to obtain enchanted equipment with cheap ore. The three great ancestors absorbed the life energy and improved their defiance of the heavens to a certain extent. They were in a good mood after killing an ultimate god. If it were not for the Sacred Lord, the three of them together would not be a match for an ultimate god expert. However, they were able to easily kill three ultimate gods in a one-on-one battle with the help of 3,000 Imperial Guards. That was the most exciting thing in their lives. They knew that from that moment on, the Divine Lord was no longer a superior existence. This was something they didn't even dare to think about before. Now they could easily do it. It's all right. As long as you follow the rules of the Holy Body Mountain, even an ultimate god will have to pay the price if he doesn't follow the rules. The Grand Great Ancestor's voice spread throughout the Holy Body Mountain. From now on, the Holy Body Mountain will enter a state of martial law. All acts of sabotage against the Holy Body Mountain will be severely suppressed. The three great ancestors took the ultimate god's treasures and left. The Holy Body Mountain's formation was also activated, and the 3,000 Imperial Guards also disappeared. No one dared to underestimate the power of the Holy Body Mountain at that moment. The four ultimate gods were the best proof of that. At the same time, the Heavenly Feather Clan's higher-ups also received the news. The Heavenly Feather Clan's higher-ups were dumbfounded by the 3,000 paralyzing scepters. It's impossible. We still haven't mastered the paralysis attribute. It's impossible for the Holy Body Mountain to do that. 3,000 paralyzing scepters isn't something the Holy Body Mountain can produce. The Heavenly Feather Clan's ultimate god personally told them about the Holy Body Mountain. Even if everyone was skeptical, they had to reevaluate the Holy Body Mountain's strength. Everyone knew that the Holy Body Mountain had no experts apart from Sacred Lord Lin Fei. However, they had killed an ultimate god clone of the Heavenly Feather Clan. How could that be? I just received news that the Holy Body Mountain's 3 great ancestors killed 3 ultimate gods in a one-on-one battle. A heavenly god reported the shocking news. Another 3 ultimate gods? This time they really could not remain indifferent. Let's go to the Holy Body Mountain. The Heavenly Feather Clan's higher-ups could no longer sit still. The Holy Body Mountain seemed to be out of their control. If they were to become a top-tier force, the Holy Body Mountain would really open up a new era for them. If the Heavenly Feather Clan did not stop them, the ultimate gods would fall from their pedestal and would no longer be feared by the heavenly gods. Killing ultimate gods with enchanted equipment. This news would immediately spread throughout the Saint Spirit domain. The Space-Time Temple also had the same expression. Our ultimate gods died on the Holy Body Mountain. Who said that? The Space-Time Temple Master had been under a lot of pressure for the past 1,000 years. First, there had been no progress on the mysterious attack. After trying a few times, he was so tired that he vomited blood. Still, there were no results. The only good thing was that he had obtained many good things from the Holy Body Mountain. Everyone had temporarily reached a tacit understanding. They would talk about the benefits from the Holy Body Mountain first. In the face of benefits, they could put their enemies aside. They had been living comfortably for the past few years. A piece of bad news completely destroyed the Space-Time Temple Master's good mood. The ultimate god that he had sent to the auction had died? And he had been killed by the Holy Body Mountain? It sounded like a joke no matter how one listened to it. Temple Master, it's true. It's not just our Space-Time Temple. The Heavenly Feather Clan, the Primordial Sect, and the Divine Sword Sect also lost an ultimate god. Immediately, someone reported the details. The Space-Time Temple Master fell silent. Go to the Holy Body Mountain immediately. They were in big trouble. The top-tier forces that had lost ultimate gods were the first to know about the situation. They rushed to the Holy Body Mountain immediately. Even though they were shocked, they had to go and see for themselves to confirm if it was true. If it was true, the Saint Spirit Domain's power structure would change drastically. Another top-tier force had risen. The Holy Body Mountain could kill 4 ultimate gods in one go. It was completely qualified to become a top-tier force and change the current power structure. From then on, no one would dare to underestimate the Holy Body Mountain's influence. The Holy Body Mountain has produced high-level enchanted equipment. It's suspected to be a paralysis scepter. There's a huge number of them. News began to spread in the circle. One by one, the ultimate gods were in an uproar. The Saint Spirit Domain had not seen such a big thing in a long time. For ultimate gods had fallen. Even if they were only clones, it was not a small matter. The important thing was that they were all killed by heavenly gods who were not ultimate gods. Chapter 3183. The auction had yet to begin. The Sacred Body Mountain had once again done something earth-shattering. A heavenly god had killed a high and mighty ultimate god expert. If that wasn't earth-shattering, what else could it be? In order to prevent the Heavenly Feather Clan from participating in the auction, they had killed 4 ultimate gods in one go. The ultimate gods from 4 top-notch forces had really played a big joke on everyone. However, the joke was not funny at all. With the disappearance of the 3,000 guards and the activation of the Sacred Body Mountain's formation, everyone knew a fierce battle was about to begin. The 4 top forces would definitely not ignore the matter. They would definitely join forces with other top forces to attack the Sacred Body Mountain and destroy it once and for all. No one wanted to see the Sacred Body Mountain that had enchanted equipment grow. The Sacred Body Mountain's strength had grown to such an extent in 1,000 years. If another 1,000 years were to pass, would they not be on equal footing and above their heads? The Sacred Body Mountain must be destroyed this time. The 3 great ancestors stood on the highest level of the Sacred Body Mountain. This is the first time I'm so excited, the 3rd great ancestor said. So the ultimate gods aren't as powerful as we thought. They can really kill them. Of course. Look at the enchanted equipment the Sacred Lord made. Every piece is the best of the best. The 2nd great ancestor said. We can finally fight them. The Grand Great Ancestor was also full of smiles. The Grand Great Ancestor did not even dare to dream of killing an ultimate god when he was not an ultimate god. If they want to attack the Sacred Body Mountain, they must ask for our permission first. The three great ancestors were in high spirits. This was the most exciting moment of all. The three ultimate gods were just the beginning. Their gazes were exceptionally determined. With the guards, them, and the Sacred Lord, even if they came, they would not be able to suppress the Sacred Body Mountain at that moment. The Blackfield Mountain and the other forces received the news. They were first shocked, then incredulous. The Sacred Body Mountain killed 4 ultimate gods? They thought it was a joke. How could the Sacred Body Mountain kill 4 ultimate gods? Was it Sacred Lord Lin Fei? No one was willing to fight him. As long as they were careful, Sacred Lord Lin Fei did not have the strength to do so. Although the Sacred Body Mountain had been unsealed, it did not seem to have the guts to kill the ultimate gods. Moreover, the ultimate gods were not stupid. But when the news was confirmed, they felt as disgusted as if they had swallowed a fly. The Sacred Body Mountain had really killed 4 ultimate gods. It wasn't Lin Fei who made the move, but the 3 patriarchs as well as 3,000 guards, all of whom had enchanted staffs in their hands. And this was the result. The 4 ultimate gods were done for. They could no longer remain calm. The Sacred Body Mountain had stirred up something big again. The top forces immediately brought their ultimate god experts and rushed to the Sacred Body Mountain without stopping. The heavenly gods of the Sacred Body Mountain were very obedient. Even the ultimate gods were dead. Who would dare to be disobedient? The auction was held as scheduled. Everyone was feeling very complicated. On one hand, they could still participate in the auction without the participation of the top forces. On the other hand, they were worried about whether the Sacred Body Mountain could withstand the pressure. Lin Fei had been paying close attention to the battle. At least I don't have to do it myself. He felt very uncomfortable every time he had to go to the battlefield himself. After all, he was a Sacred Lord, the leader of the physique cultivation sect. How could he go there personally? All these years, he had made enchanted equipment for the 3 patriarchs, and those were not ordinary ones. The effects seemed to be very good. The 3 ultimate gods were no match for the 3 patriarchs with the help of the guards and were killed one by one. Bullying the few with numbers? Lin Fei didn't care at all. In this era, who didn't want to fight one-on-one? Lin Fei wants to create an era of enchantment by relying on external forces to enhance his strength. This will be the main event. There's still more to come. I'm really looking forward to it. The auction was very successful. Whether it was the previous enchanted equipment or the new enchanted equipment, they were sold at a very high price. The Sacred Body Mountain would obtain some special ores in every auction. Even if it was only a few hundred or 1,000 tons, they could provide special substances for Lin Fei. Over 1,000 years, Lin Fei obtained all kinds of substances. With the help of Little Devil, he combined them one after another. Unfortunately, most of them were ordinary substances. Even so, every auction was an opportunity for the Sacred Body Mountain. After 1,000 years of mining, all kinds of ores became the mainstream. At the same time, many professions were born. For example, mineral prospecting deity, who would be rewarded with enchanted equipment for finding any ore vein. Unfortunately, there are no special ores. Lin Fei looked through all the ores and shook his head. He was quite disappointed. This wasn't the first time such a situation happened. After a long time, he got used to it. I want some special ores. I have to go somewhere else to find them. Lin Fei frowned. Either the scattered star sea or the continent that is about to open, or enter the elemental destruction world. The elemental destruction world, as the name suggested, was a place enveloped by the elemental destruction power. Since the last time he went in, Lin Fei was very wary of the elemental destruction world. Those huge meta beasts were terrifying. Anyone who encountered them would be unlucky. All this while, Lin Fei didn't plan to go to the elemental destruction world. From some channels he learned some secrets. The elemental destruction world would produce many special ores. However, one had to be alive to get them. I should be able to go after this matter is settled. Lin Fei was looking forward to those top-notch enchantments. It wasn't his style to rely on prestige. Outside the Sacred Body Mountain, with the Temporal Temple as the coachman, The top forces quickly arrived outside the Sacred Body Mountain. They all knew the cause and effect. All eyes were on the 3,000 personal guards and the enchanted equipment. The 3,000 Paralysis Scepter had an enchantment that had a certain chance of breaking through an ultimate god's defense. It was all a mystery. Although they knew that Lin Fei of the Sacred Body Mountain had the means and ability to equip the personal guards, it was beyond their expectations to equip such a level of enchanted equipment. It was no longer an ordinary enchanted equipment. If the 3,000 personal guards were equipped like that, they wouldn't be afraid. Didn't they see that 3 ancestors who weren't ultimate gods easily killed an ultimate god? This was the best proof. They've activated the formation. The Temporal Temple Master came in person. The space-time divine will appeared behind him. Absolute gravity has been activated. The Sacred Body Mountain was famous for its absolute gravity. Even ultimate gods couldn't handle it. Under normal circumstances, the ultimate gods present wouldn't need to be afraid. However, it was different now. The 3,000 personal guards of the Sacred Body Mountain were not to be trifled with. Chapter 3184. This time almost all the top forces had come and gathered outside the Sacred Body Mountain. For ultimate gods had been killed. It was not a small matter. It was a huge matter that involved the entire Sacred Spirit domain. They had to take it seriously. The Sacred Body Mountain's Lin Fei had the most advanced enchantments. That was the most terrifying thing. Paralysis Scepter? Enchantment equipment that could break through defenses. That was not including the Gravity Scepter. The first 2 enchantments were already too much for them. If there were more, they would not be able to survive. From then on, the ultimate gods would have to restrain themselves. If they were ambushed by a large number of heavenly gods, they would become a laughing stock. Fight! All the top forces had the same goal. They would attack the Sacred Body Mountain first. Talk? There was no need for that. They would fight on their own. They wanted to defeat the Sacred Body Mountain with their strength and force Lin Fei to hand over the advanced enchantment technique and the method to mass-produce enchantment equipment. But the ultimate gods made their move. The Space-Time Temple Master had also put aside his grudge with the Primordial Sect and decided to take care of the Sacred Body Mountain first. The Space-Time Divine Will appeared and controlled the flow of time in that area. Under the influence of the Space-Time Divine Will, all heavenly gods, regardless of their cultivation level, would be affected. Their movements would become slow and sluggish. The Space-Time Divine Will had just been activated. The 3,000 personal guards also made their move. The paralysis and gravitational enchantments attacked. All the ultimate gods were immediately affected. One by one, the ultimate gods appeared with enchantment armor. However, they were also affected by the gravitational and paralysis powers. It's the paralysis powers. Damn it! We, the Heavenly Feather Clan, haven't figured it out yet. Lin Fei is a few steps ahead of us. We must take down the Sacred Body Mountain. With so many paralysis enchanted scepters and the Gravity Scepter, not just anyone would be able to survive. They didn't die in vain. The ultimate gods were secretly shocked. It had only been 1,000 years or so, but the Sacred Body Mountain had already reached this stage without anyone noticing. It was too sinister. Brother Spacetime, the paralysis and gravitational shroud can threaten our ultimate gods. We must destroy their personal guards. We'll have to trouble you. The godly venerable ones reacted quickly and broke free from the enchantment. They all knew that the Sacred Body Mountain's Imperial Guards had grasped another type of attack. If they were to be paralyzed by it, it would not end well for them, especially in front of so many people. The group of ultimate gods broke free. The hierarch of the primordial sect sent out a message. Deities of the Sacred Body Mountain, listen up. Anyone who attacks the Imperial Guard army will be a registered disciple of the primordial sect. Cultivation techniques, divine weapons, whatever you want will be given to you. It's the same for Black Domain Mountain. Kill a guard and you'll be rewarded handsomely. There's only one chance. Don't miss it. If you miss it, you won't get another chance. The Divine Lord was smart. After leaving the attack range, the godly venerable expert threw out a huge temptation. The opportunity to join a top force and become a nominal disciple was not something anyone could get. Inside the Saint Body Mountain, there were as many heavenly god powerhouses as there were clouds. In the past few hundred years, The number of heaven gods in the vicinity of the Saint Body Mountain had exceeded 800 million. It was a majestic sight, and all the merchants in the Saint Spirit domain had gathered here. Many people were tempted. A top force's nominal disciple. Some supremacies and supremacies were tempted. There were indeed not many opportunities like this. If they missed it, they wouldn't get another chance. If they wanted to make a name for themselves, this was their chance. The Sacred Body Mountain brought this upon itself. The opportunity is right in front of us. Everyone, let's go. A great venerable expert took the lead. Heavenly gods immediately responded to the great venerable, who asked the godly venerable expert's words to be so tempting. No matter how powerful the Sacred Body Mountain was, there was no way it could withstand so many godly venerables outside. There were more than 10 godly venerables and nearly 20 godly venerables. Who could withstand such overwhelming power? The great venerable expert was delighted. With their participation, they would definitely be able to complete the mission. Bastards, how dare they betray the Sacred Body Mountain after taking the benefits here? Brothers, who will kill them with me? I haven't killed a great venerable yet. A heavenly god expert flew out. Count me in. Me too. These guys deserve to die. Without the Sacred Body Mountain, where are we going to get enchanted equipment? Everyone, let's go and kill these shameless bastards. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and millions of heavenly gods attacked angrily. More and more heavenly gods attacked. They had all obtained enchanted equipment. Previously, they did not have a chance to attack. Now that they were equipped with enchanted equipment, their strength had greatly increased. After someone took the lead, the heavenly gods also stood out and surrounded the supremacies and great venerables. The scene was completely one-sided. The enchanted equipment's attacks crushed down one after another. Although the great venerables were powerful, they could not withstand the attacks coming from all directions and were beaten to death. Escape? There was nowhere to escape. Ha ha ha, we killed a great venerable. Awesome. These shameless bastards must die. There are more over there. Let's go and kill them all. Many heavenly gods were persuaded by the godly venerable experts. However, they could not withstand the attacks of countless heavenly gods. All kinds of enchanted equipment appeared on the scene. A single person's strength seemed extremely insignificant in this situation. One by one, the supremacies and great venerables were killed. And so were the heavenly gods who were causing trouble. Don't kill me, I surrender. I surrender too. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Spare me. The heavenly gods who relied on the enchanted equipment were completely dumbfounded. This was different from what they had imagined. The Sacred Body Mountain was surrounded by godly venerables. Why couldn't they see the situation clearly? They wanted to cry but had no tears. If they had known this would happen, they would not have made a move. They were just courting death. The heavenly gods who were about to attack felt guilty and hurriedly switched sides. What a joke. If they showed their heads now, they would definitely die. Didn't they see that even the great venerables could not withstand the attacks of these heavenly gods? What the hell were the great venerables? Little did they know that this was the change brought about by the enchanted equipment in the past few hundred years. With enchanted equipment, there was a certain difference in strength. What was there to be afraid of? They could arm themselves with enchanted equipment. Low-level heavenly gods killing high-level heavenly gods had happened from time to time. For a long time, high-level heavenly gods did not dare to be so arrogant. Now that someone wanted to attack the Sacred Body Mountain, they had undoubtedly touched their bottom line. They could not afford to offend godly venerables, but these supremacies and great supremacies could be easily dealt with. Under the godly venerables' bewitchment, the small disturbance on the Sacred Body Mountain was quickly quelled. The group of godly venerables realized how terrifying the Sacred Body Mountain was. Now they had to attack from the outside. We really have to go all out. The Space-Time Temple Master controlled the Space-Time Divine Wheel. Everyone, follow me in. The Sword of Time was also in the hands of the Space-Time Temple Master. Whoosh! He swung the sword through the air. Endless time energy gathered and tore a hole in the Sacred Body Mountain's defensive array formation. Chapter 3185. The most powerful treasures of the Space-Time Temple were those three treasures. With the help of the Space-Time Wheel, one could travel a certain distance and ignore all formations. The prerequisite was to break a gap, which was what the Time Sword was used for. After the Spacetime Temple Master used the Time Sword to break the defense of the Sacred Body Mountain, the Spacetime Wheel took advantage of the gap and entered the mountain. The ultimate gods outside also entered the Spacetime Wheel and entered the Sacred Body Mountain. That was the power of 2 of the 3 great treasures. As soon as they appeared, the Sacred Body Mountain's 5 layers of absolute gravity came crashing down. This time everyone was prepared. The Spacetime Wheel spun rapidly and shrouded the area with traces of time energy, blocking the absolute gravity. The gravitational force that fell on the ultimate gods was negligible. Let's defeat the Imperial Guards first. There was no need for the ultimate gods to say anything. Everyone's target was the Imperial Guards. The treasures they had were too dazzling. They didn't even realize that the Sacred Body Mountain was under their control. Now they had to snatch it. The 3,000 Imperial Guards divided the treasures evenly, and everyone received a large number of enchanted equipment. This was not a small harvest. It was not a waste to come all the way here. More than a dozen ultimate gods pounced on the Imperial Guards like hungry tigers, as if they were going to devour them. The 3,000 Imperial Guards were also affected by the Spacetime Wheel's power. However, another treasure they had started to work. Absolute space. The enchanted armor on their bodies all lit up. It was different from the sacred injury immunity armor that they usually saw. This time the armor they wore was different. Instead, it was a special kind of armor. When each piece of armor lit up, a certain connection was formed. The 3,000 pieces of armor instantly connected, and a huge ice blue space appeared without warning. This was the enchanted treasure that Lin Fei had carefully made to resist the Spacetime Temple. Once the absolute space was formed, the Imperial Guards regained their normal movements. They activated their scepters, and the paralyzing power descended. At the same time, they took out black ball-like objects. Swoosh! An arc of light flashed and appeared in front of the Divine Lord. The paralyzing power followed closely. The ultimate gods thought that they were finished. However, when they turned around, they saw that they had changed. Within the blue shield, the paralyzing power and the arc of light alternated. The most surprising thing was that when the arc of light touched their bodies, they felt a sharp pain. The arc of light became extremely terrifying. The divine venerables could not get close, so they could only use their treasures to attack. In the face of the absolute space, their attacks were all bounced off. Yes, it was bounced off. Nothing could be more unacceptable than who he was. It's the absolute space. That's something that was exchanged for 1 billion prestige points. It's not something that you can easily break through. With 10 billion reputation points, Lin Fei was very calm. So what if the Supreme Divinity was here? They would still fall in love and do whatever they wanted. Absolute space was exchanged for prestige, and it blessed the Imperial Guards. In this space, no power could invade, and it could be maintained for a day. To a Divine Lord, a few hours was already unbearable, let alone a day. Master, why don't we just kill them all at once? We only need 3 billion prestige points. The little demoness asked. There's no point in killing them. It's better to keep them alive to build prestige for me. Lin Fei laughed. Besides, it's just a doppelganger. There's no point in killing them. If they had enough prestige, it would not be difficult to kill their clones. If they had enough prestige, they could kill both their main bodies and clones together. The heavenly gods in the Sacred Body Mountain could not remain calm after seeing the divine wheel of time and space. Not everyone could withstand the destructive power of a dozen or so divine lords. That would really take his life. The 3,000 Imperial Guards were the first to bear the brunt. Everyone knew what that meant. Even the divine lords had greedy thoughts. That was a rare high-end enchantment treasure in the sacred spirit domain. Where are the 3 great ancestors? Why aren't they showing themselves? And Divine Lord Lin Fei, why isn't he showing himself? Many heavenly gods did not dare to watch anymore. Once the divine lords charged in, the 3,000 Imperial Guards would immediately collapse. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. However, when the gigantic blue shield appeared, its powerful defensive capabilities directly shocked everyone. What is that? What a strong defense! He blocked the attacks of more than a dozen divine lords. Divine Lord Lin Fei is too powerful. When will this kind of enchantment treasure become common? The huge blue shield blocked the attacks. Even the divine will of time and space could not affect the blue shield. That was the most shocking thing. If they had such enchantment treasures, they could go anywhere they wanted. This is a special space. It's an existence that has left this layer of space. The Time and Space Temple Master secretly took a deep breath and stared at the icy blue shield. In this space, the power of time cannot affect them at all. This is going to be difficult. The Divine Lords who were eager to fight could not remain calm at that moment. They were still hoping to divide up all the enchantment treasures on the 3,000 Imperial Guards. But now they were told that it was a special space? That was really a blow to the head. The arcs of light and the paralyzing power formed a barrier that could not be penetrated. The Imperial Guards can't handle it. We can go and capture Lin Fei. The Time and Space Temple Master reacted quickly. Once we capture him, everything will be solved. The Divine Lords thought about it and agreed. Capturing Divine Lord Lin Fei was also possible. The Imperial Guards were too difficult to deal with. Their powerful attacks were all blocked by the blue shield. They could not get close at all. The 3,000 Imperial Guards moved in unison and were really difficult to deal with. It was a big blow to the Divine Lords. It was the first time they could not deal with the 3,000 Imperial Guards. It was a great humiliation in their lives. There was nothing but helplessness. Even though the Divine Wheel of Time had dissipated part of the paralyzing power attack from the paralyzing scepter, the remaining part still made them very uncomfortable. Everyone changed their direction and went straight to the highest layer of the Sacred Body Mountain. The Time and Space Temple Master slashed with his sword. The huge Sacred Body Mountain was instantly enveloped by the time attack. No one could move under that sword attack. That was the power of the Time Sword. No one could escape from it. Even though it consumed a lot of energy, it was worth it to deal with Lin Fei. The Sacred Body Mountain, which they did not pay much attention to, had displayed a terrifying high-end enchantment ability. None of the Divine Lords dared to underestimate it anymore. They had to take action to capture Lin Fei. At that moment, everyone else was not important. Only Lin Fei was the most important. The icy blue shield automatically thought it was a high-end enchantment. Even the Divine Lords could not do anything about it. Chapter 3186. The ultimate gods who had been charging forward bravely were now in the most difficult situation on the Sacred Body Mountain. 3,000 divine guards were attacking from behind. Enchanted equipment kept emerging. Even his powerful protective emperor intent had been pierced through by the other party's enchanted treasure. At least 7 out of 10 attacks would land on his body. This was the most unacceptable thing for him. The Sacred Body Mountain Divine Guards had the ability to break through an ultimate god's protective intent. Even with the help of external items, they were still a force to be reckoned with. The only thing they could do at that moment was to take down Lin Fei. Dealing with one was better than dealing with 3,000 Divine Guards. They had no way of dealing with the Divine Guards as the icy blue absolute space was a tough nut to crack. Who else could they deal with other than Lin Fei? On the highest level of the Sacred Body Mountain, more than a dozen ultimate gods had arrived. Anyone who saw that scene would have their scalp tingling. There were more than a dozen ultimate gods with all kinds of treasures. The Divine Realm experts in the Sacred Body Mountain were looking forward to Lin Fei's attack. The Divine Guards were already so powerful. Would the Sacred Lord be even more powerful? Lin Fei, come out. You can't hide. The godly venerables wanted to gain the upper hand with a show of strength and scare Lin Fei. Whoosh! Whoosh! 3 divine weapons of massacre came out. They were no longer naked this time as they were equipped with battle armor and enchanted weapons. The ultimate gods were forced to retreat wherever the blades passed by. As soon as the blade appeared, the ultimate god experts felt a cold chill that silently passed through their body protection, causing their bodies to go numb. The 3 divine weapons of massacre went up against 6 ultimate gods. 1 divine weapon of massacre against 2 ultimate gods, firmly suppressing them. What the hell? Lin Fei is a bastard. How many enchanted equipment has he refined? The divine weapons of massacre are all equipped. Their strength is no less than ours. The ultimate gods cursed. Even an ultimate god expert would not dare to underestimate the terrifying blade, much less let his guard down. 6 of the dozen ultimate gods were pinned down. Before they could help, Little Black and Little Snake appeared out of thin air. They were also clad in battle armor and were armed to the teeth. A divine venerable level meta beast. The two elemental beasts dashed around wildly. The Spacetime Palace Master was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. His spacetime divine will was constantly shaken. The meta beast that was wearing the enchanted armor was wreaking havoc. Every time it collided with the meta beast, it created a raging wave. After the divine-honored god managed to withstand a few hits, he had no choice but to move around while cursing the shamelessness of the meta beast in his mind. Equipping a massacre divine weapon with magical enchantment equipment was truly extravagant. Not many people in the entire Saint Spirit domain would be willing to do that. The addition of the two meta beasts intercepted the 10 ultimate gods. There's still us. The 3 grand ancestors and 10 elders also appeared. Even we can't beat him. What qualifications do you have to fight with our holy lord? The 3 old ancestors raised their swords and attacked. Rays of sword light swept over and interweaved together. The 3 great ancestors worked together with the 10 elders supporting them from behind to suppress the remaining ultimate god experts. His strength wasn't high, but he could use enchanted equipment to raise it. Almost all of the ultimate gods were blocked. The 3,000 Imperial Guards attacked from the back while the experts in front were comparable to them. For a moment both sides were locked in a stalemate. If one were to observe carefully, the ultimate gods from the top forces were at a slight disadvantage. Under the absolute gravity and paralysis attacks, their ultimate god strength was greatly suppressed. Most importantly, the 3,000 Imperial Guards were firmly suppressing them. The moment they could move, they would immediately attack. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. I didn't expect our sacred body mountain to be so powerful. Now our physique tempering school is not inferior to them. Even the ultimate gods are defeated. Ha ha ha, this is so exciting. The heavenly gods from the Sacred Body Mountain cheered excitedly. From that moment onward, the Sacred Body Mountain had truly become a top force. No one dared to say anything. More than 10 ultimate gods were blocked and had no advantage at all. As for their treasures, they couldn't use them at all. The Imperial Guards were constantly suppressing them. The ultimate god's strength was infinitely suppressed. This result was beyond many people's imagination. At the same time, it also made everyone realize that the enchanted equipment could be so powerful that even the ultimate gods would have to suffer. Those heavenly gods who were destined to be unable to improve their strength all lit up. This was a path to the heavens. This battle was of great significance to the Sacred Body Mountain and all the heavenly gods in the Saint Spirit domain. On the Sacred Body Mountain, Lin Fei's figure appeared. Everyone, are you satisfied with my gift? Lin Fei finally appeared. The Spacetime Temple Master and the others were not any better at that moment. They were the focus of attention and could not help but feel helpless. The power of time was extremely powerful, but its power was also being suppressed at that moment. If he could even research a special space, what couldn't he do? Lin Fei, if you know what's good for you, hand over the high-end enchantment you have. Otherwise, you will be the common enemy of all the forces. Don't think that the Sacred Body Mountain can stand above us just because you blocked us today. The Primordial Sect's ultimate god shouted. If he did not teach Lin Fei a lesson today, he would not be able to take it lying down. A dignified godly venerable expert was humiliated. He felt embarrassed. I know you're an ultimate god from the Primordial Sect, so I've decided to give you a gift because of what you said. Lin Fei laughed. I hope you like it. A gift? The Primordial Sect's ultimate god was shocked. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back and pointed at the Primordial Sect's expert. Second-class Fatal Strike activated. Successfully consumed 500 million reputation points. If Lin Fei did not perform well in front of so many people, he would not be Lin Fei. A burst of energy shot out. When the energy fluctuation appeared, all the ultimate gods present felt a terrifying chill. It was a chill that came from the depths of their souls. It was dangerous and terrifying. The Primordial Sect's ultimate god did not take Lin Fei's words seriously. This is a gift? It's going to kill me. The Primordial Sect's ultimate god was shocked. Where did Lin Fei get such a killer move? Did he have to use it on himself? Puff. As soon as he thought of that, the attack instantly landed on his body. The various attributes of the enchanted battle armor on his body were useless as the attack pierced through him, leaving a terrible bloody hole. The primordial sect's ultimate god lowered his head and looked at the bloody hole. Your gift. No crack. 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 Cracks instantly spread from the edge of the bloody hole. The primordial sect's ultimate god's body was covered in dense cracks. After a loud bang, the primordial sect's ultimate god's ultimate god turned into countless pieces and fell from the sky. What shocked everyone the most was that when the fragments fell down, they instantly turned into solid rocks without a trace of life aura. This transformation was too frightening. I'm buying the pieces at a high price. I'm also buying the ultimate god's pieces. Grab them. Chapter 3187. The ultimate gods who were fighting stopped what they were doing. The scene in front of them was too shocking. Lin Fei had killed an ultimate god expert with a single finger and turned his opponent's flesh and blood into a stone. It was too scary. An ultimate god's strength was undeniable. Lin Fei's methods were extremely domineering. No one would believe that a flesh and blood body could be turned into a lifeless stone if they did not see it with their own eyes. It was too ridiculous. The ultimate god experts were stunned. Killing an ultimate god with a single finger was too unrealistic. Could Lin Fei be a second-class ultimate god or even a third-class ultimate god? The primordial sect ultimate god expert was a first-class ultimate god and was at the bottom of the ultimate gods. However, that ultimate god would not be able to kill him so easily. Furthermore, Lin Fei had refined a powerful enchantment treasure. The ultimate god's mentality changed. The heavenly gods below the sacred body mountain were excited, especially those heavenly gods who joined in the fight for the ultimate god's stone. It was something evolved from an ultimate god's flesh and blood body. If they did not get a piece as a souvenir, they would be too embarrassed to say that they had been to the sacred body mountain and witnessed the power of that finger. Lin Fei was overjoyed. The second-class deadly strike is really powerful. The 500 million reputation points were well spent. It brought me hundreds of millions of reputation points in an instant. It's so cool. The heavenly gods of the sacred body mountain were contributing to Lin Fei's reputation. That was just the beginning. The heavenly gods who saw it with their own eyes contributed the fastest. An ultimate god was killed with a single finger. Just the thought of it was exciting and shocking. What? What kind of technique is that? The ultimate god experts could not remain calm. That finger was really terrifying as it instantly turned his opponent's life force into nothing. It was too much of a bully for Lin Fei to master such a terrifying attack. Lin Fei smiled. Of course it's a killing technique. All of you are ultimate gods. Can't you tell? Who couldn't tell? The ultimate gods would not say that they had never seen such a technique. That's right, what do you think of my gift? Lin Fei asked with a serious expression. If it's all right, then this holy lord will give gifts. One for each person. What does everyone think? What, they have it too? The ultimate gods were a little dumbfounded. Was there a need to be so generous? There were more than a dozen ultimate gods at the scene. If one of them attacked, they would all die. It was not easy for them to cultivate to their current level. Any of the ultimate gods or avatars had paid a huge price. Among the dozen or so ultimate gods, 8 of them came in person. The sacred body mountain would not be able to do anything to them. There were no experts here, so there was no need to worry about their lives. In the end, God played a huge joke on them. Unfortunately, this joke was not funny at all. Sacred Lord Lin, wait. The ultimate god from Black Domain Mountain said anxiously. I think this is a misunderstanding. Black Domain Mountain has no interest in Sacred Body Mountain. The other top forces ultimate gods were immediately unhappy when they heard that. The same goes for our Glory Sect. The Glory Sect's ultimate god said, Sacred Lord Lin, as long as you let me leave, this will never happen again. With that unlucky guy from Primordial Sect around, none of the remaining ultimate gods dared to accept Lin Fei's gift. That was a gift that could kill them. Until now they could not think of a way to resist it. They knew that they could not forget the domineering power of that finger. They were temporarily defenseless in front of that finger and would definitely die. Black Domain Mountain and Glory Sect did not want to fight with Lin Fei anymore. How could they fight? It would be suicide. They finally understood why Lin Fei was so calm. It turned out that he had a trump card. They thought Lin Fei was easy to deal with. Who would have thought that he already had the capital to fight against them? Killing an ultimate god had also become Lin Fei's capital. From now on, no one would dare to look down on Lin Fei and the Sacred Body Mountain. A top force had appeared. The other ultimate gods secretly cursed them for being shameless. Who said they would get rid of the Sacred Body Mountain? The situation was completely different now. Misunderstanding. Lin Fei smiled. That's right. Misunderstanding is actually quite easy to resolve. Leave everything you have on you and send me 100 mines. Then you can leave. This sacred lord is still very merciful. Leave everything and 100 mines. The latter was easy to deal with, but the former? It seemed like he was going to strip them of everything they had. Both Glory Sect and Black Domain Mountain had sent 2 ultimate gods, making a total of 4 ultimate gods. That would be a huge loss. Lin Fei smiled. If you don't like this sacred lord's kindness, then you can accept my gift. I believe you will be satisfied. Thank you, Sacred Lord Lin, for your kindness. We agree. The Glory Sect and Black Domain Mountain's ultimate gods did not dare to fight. It was too risky. Don't listen to Lin Fei's nonsense. How many times can he use this kind of attack? Maybe he's just trying to scare us. An ultimate god from the Temporal Temple stood up. If they were fooled by Lin Fei and everyone ran away, then their attack on the Sacred Body Mountain would be a joke. They were betting that Lin Fei could only use this attack once. It would be difficult for him to use it a second time in a short period of time. The power was obvious to all. Looks like you want this sacred lord's gift. Lin Fei smiled. The Temporal Temple's ultimate god said disdainfully. Sacred Lord Lin, stop pretending. I'm afraid you've used up a lot of your energy for this attack. Do you really think we're all fools? You're so confident. Lin Fei laughed happily. Then I'll fulfill your wish. After all, I'll kill 1 ultimate god or 2 ultimate gods. Ha ha ha. His 500 million reputation was instantly used up. Lin Fei pointed with his finger. It was the same simple action. A terrifying sense of danger swept through. The disdainful hierarch of the space-time temple widened his eyes and looked down at the bloody hole in his chest. You cheated. Punk. Another ultimate god turned into a rock and fell from the sky. Lin Fei looked at the remaining ultimate gods. Everyone, if anyone else is willing to try, this sacred lord will immediately fulfill his wish. A chill ran down the ultimate god's spines. Terrifying, too terrifying. Lin Fei actually had enough energy to use it a second time. The power was as strong as before. The invincible power told them that Sacred Lord Lin Fei was not joking. We're willing to hand over everything. The 4 ultimate gods from the Black Domain Mountain and Glory Sect did not care about the other ultimate gods' reaction. They handed over everything they had, signed a contract for 100 mines, and ran away with their tails between their legs. The loss was too great. Chapter 3188. The ultimate god experts from Heiyu Mountain and Glory Sect ran away without any guts. Yes, they had run away. The ultimate gods looked at each other in dismay. They had seen shameless people, but they had never seen such a shameless person. We're all here to deal with Lin Fei, alright? That high-end enchantment, that special enchantment equipment, none of them are what we want, but now they're actually running away. The ultimate gods felt a chill in their hearts. The ultimate gods' thoughts were simple. If we don't run, we'll just wait for death. Who would dare to gamble with one finger? If we leave something behind, we'll have a chance to make a comeback. They were completely relieved after leaving the Sacred Body Mountain. Face? Was that useful now? It was completely useless. Only fools would not run away. With someone taking the lead, the other ultimate gods decisively chose to leave after staring at each other. Misunderstanding? It's definitely a misunderstanding. We're willing to leave everything behind. Even 100 mines won't be a problem. The ultimate gods did not want to stay any longer. They would feel uneasy if they stayed any longer. Who knew if Lin Fei would make another move? No one wanted to be the third unlucky one. Lin Fei suddenly shook his head. Sai, if you had been more decisive just now, I would have definitely let you go. But now my request has changed. Leave everything you have, increase the number of mines from 100 to 200, and kill any ultimate god from the Heavenly Feather Clan and the Spacetime Temple. The ultimate gods were shocked, and their expressions became even uglier. It had only been a blink of an eye, and the request had become so ridiculous. Lin Fei was forcing them to do something. The ultimate gods from the Heavenly Feather Clan and the Space-Time Temple turned as black as charcoal when they heard that. Why us? You have 10 breaths to consider. Lin Fei said seriously. If you're not willing, I'll immediately give you the third gift. I wonder who will be the lucky one. It's you or you. Lin Fei glanced at them one by one. The ultimate gods who met Lin Fei's gaze felt helpless. If they had known that sacred leader Lin Fei was so terrifying, they would not have come out of their residence. What a scam. Do it. It's better for them to die than for us to die. The primordial sect, immortal sword sect, and other top forces immediately joined forces to besiege the godly venerable experts of the Heavenly Feather Clan. In any case, if a hierarch died, the Heavenly Feather race would be the first target. Who asked them to be so easily bullied? The 3 great treasures of the Temporal Temple were very frightening, so they decisively chose the Heavenly Feather race. The divine venerable of the Heavenly Feather race was dumbfounded. How should he choose them? Under the passive situation, a fierce battle began. The Heavenly Feather race's bodies were strong, but they were riddled with injuries. How could they withstand the attacks of the divine venerables? Space-Time Palace Master, please help us. We are in the same boat after all. The Space-Time Palace Master gritted his teeth and did not move. 2 killing moves in a row, especially the second one which happened right beside him. That terrifying might surrounded him at all times. Regardless of whether it was space or time, nothing could stop this attack. Despite knowing that Lin Fei was targeting them, the Space-Time Hall Master didn't dare to do anything. Struggle? It was useless. Who knew if Lin Fei's third attack would land on him? The Space-Time Hall Master's face darkened. He didn't look or listen. One of the Heavenly Feather race's hierarch fell very quickly. In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound. They killed the remaining 3 hierarchs from the Heavenly Feather race. They also paid a huge price. Sacred Lord Lin, we can leave now, right? Lin Fei nodded his head in satisfaction. Leave everything on you and you can leave. Under the pain of losing everything, they handed over their treasures in exchange for the chance to leave. Oh yes, let me tell you a piece of good news. If you still want to take back your treasures, remember to bring more ores over. 10 years later, this sacred lord will hold an auction. Whoever brings more ores will have the chance to redeem it. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. They could still bid for it? The eyes of the despairing hierarchs immediately lit up. What a good person. Wasn't it just ores? It was worth it to bid for the treasures. Most of the hierarchs had already left. No one dared to linger outside the sacred body mountain. All of them silently went back to lick their wounds. Space-Time Temple Master, are you very disappointed? You must have suffered a huge blow. Lin Fei looked down at the Space-Time Temple Master. The Space-Time Temple Master suppressed his anger. Even though he had 2 treasures on him, he didn't have the confidence to resist against Lin Fei's mysterious technique. That hierarch was the best proof. You win. The Space-Time Temple Master said this in a sullen tone. All the hierarchs that had joined forces had fled. Only the Space-Time Temple was left. They couldn't do anything alone. They might as well just bow their heads. They could think about it after leaving the sacred body mountain. Lin Fei laughed. It's not easy for you to say something like that. It's not the first time that the Space-Time Temple has attacked the sacred body mountain. Therefore, this matter tells us that if you do too many bad things, it's easy for you to fail. Since you are so straightforward, this sacred lord will also be straightforward. I will leave everything on me and send over 1,000 ores. Among them, there must be 50 high-grade ores. I believe the temple master won't have any objections, right? 1,000 ores. The Space-Time Temple Master wanted to curse. In the entire Saint Spirit world, the Space-Time Temple isn't the only one against you. Are you sure you will auction the treasures that I left behind? Of course I will auction them. As for whether you can get them back, that's up to you. Lin Fei laughed. All right. The Space-Time Temple Master left behind all the treasures and left decisively. So what if he was unwilling? The Sacred Body Mountain is mighty. The Sacred Body Mountain is mighty. The Sacred Lord Lin is mighty. The Sacred Lord Lin is mighty. The entire Sacred Body Mountain was filled with cheers that reverberated throughout the Saint Spirit world. Those hierarchs who had left looked back in the direction of the sacred body mountain with sorrow and helplessness. They had actually lost to a junior. Wrong. From today onwards, the sacred body mountain would become a part of the top-notch forces. It was an existence that couldn't be ignored. The potential of the sacred body mountain was too great. A dozen or so hierarchs had besieged them, but they had suffered a huge loss at the sacred body mountain. It was a loss that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Now they had to go all out to mine ores. Collecting a large number of ores and bidding for the treasures left behind was the most urgent matter. Ha ha ha, so many prestige points. Lin Fei looked at the prestige points he had collected and was extremely excited. 150 billion prestige points. This number really gave Lin Fei a fright. Previously, he had accumulated 20 billion prestige points by relying on enchanted equipment. However, this time, he had broken through the hierarch's encirclement and killed 2 hierarchs and gained 150 billion prestige points. That number was really terrifying. Chapter 3189. The Saint Spirit domain was in an uproar. Another new top-tier force had appeared. That meant the Saint Spirit domain's power structure was about to change. The rising top-tier force was a body-tempering cultivator who practiced the invincible devouring and powerful body-tempering techniques. It was bound to be a behemoth in the future. None of the divine gods from the sacred body mountain were idle. They went around bragging about the shocking scene of that day. In addition, the scenes recorded by the recording stones were also sold at high prices. The dead ultimate god stones were also collected and a lifelike ultimate god was restored. It was said that the top-tier forces had bought it. Price. Who knew? The name Sacred Body Mountain became the most discussed topic among everyone. The scene of Sacred Lord Lin Fei easily killing 2 ultimate gods was also described in a vivid and lifelike manner. Everyone felt as though they were there when they heard it. Speculations about Holy Lord Lin Fei's strength spread like wildfire. Second-class ultimate god? Third-class ultimate god? There were all kinds of speculations. Holy Lord Lin Fei suddenly became one of the top experts in the Saint Spirit domain. No ultimate god knew where his limit was and no ultimate god was willing to die. The 3,000 guards were also shining brightly. That was an existence that could suppress an ultimate god and break through an ultimate god's defense. Just thinking about it sent chills down one's spine. If it could kill a divine realm expert who was below the ultimate god level, it would not be as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Everyone was very interested in anything related to the Sacred Body Mountain. At the same time, an exciting news came out. Treasures left behind by ultimate gods would be auctioned in 10 years. Everyone acted as soon as the news spread. The price of ores rose again. The divine gods were busy mining and buying ores. Especially the Spacetime Sword and Spacetime Will left behind by the Spacetime Temple. Those were top-tier treasures. Countless people were envious. At that moment they knew their chance had come. The Heavenly Feather Clan's Paralysis Scepter. A series of treasures were tempting. Sacred Body Mountain. Lin Fei was excited about the sudden increase in prestige. That was 120 billion prestige points. He thought 20 billion prestige was a lot. 500 million prestige could easily kill an ultimate god. Now that he had 120 billion prestige, he could really kill all of them. Ding! Reputation has exceeded 100 billion. Do you want to activate upgrade mode? Upgrade mode? Lin Fei was quite curious. There was actually such a thing. Master, the prestige support system can be upgraded. The first upgrade only requires 100 billion prestige points. With every upgrade, the prestige support system store will add new support skills. Lin Fei slapped his forehead in realization. No wonder the back of the store was empty. It was to upgrade the system. His 120 billion prestige was going to disappear just like that? Apart from this, are there any others? Lin Fei asked. Apart from adding new skills to assist you, you can also activate prestige quests to help you gain more prestige. Little Devil replied. I guarantee that it will be worthwhile for you to level up. Prestige mission? That was doable. Lin Fei thought about it and decided not to level up for now. Although the crisis seemed to have been resolved, he did not dare to let his guard down. The experts of the Beast Alliance Holy Land had always made him apprehensive. He had to maintain his prestige. I'd better upgrade my perfect body. This was one of Lin Fei's trump cards. Perfect body level 7. He might as well use tens of billions of prestige points to upgrade his perfect body to level 8. With a perfect body level 8, Lin Fei did not dare to believe that his body could be so perfect. Other than strength, it was still strength. The strength of a single punch seemed to be able to penetrate a mountain or lake hundreds of millions of miles away. This feeling was too mysterious. Should I give it a try? Lin Fei had an urge to use his prestige to cultivate a perfect physical body. Just how much killing power would it have? He had never tried it with his full strength. After leaving the Saint Body Mountain, Lin Fei was really worried that his actions would be too big and people would find out. Who knew, he might really scare a lot of people. Absolute space. He exchanged for absolute space. Lin Fei circulated the strength of his body and punched a very simple and ordinary punch into the distance. The strength of the perfect body instantly surged out endlessly. A terrifying force swept through the air. Boom! A huge commotion instantly spread throughout the entire Saint Spirit domain. All the godly venerables turned their attention over. Then they saw a surge of energy rushing past. Everywhere it passed, the void collapsed, and the vital destruction energy surged. The barrier was broken. The space collapsed. It was too terrifying. In front of this force, everyone felt the aura of death. It was true death. As soon as the punch was thrown, Lin Fei knew the commotion was too big. He immediately activated absolute space and escaped. After he left, the ultimate god's divine senses swept over. After a loud bang, the space where the spacetime temple was blasted apart by the power of the punch, which affected the nearby spacetime temple. Who did this? The spacetime temple master came out of the absolute space and saw the space hundreds of millions of miles away had collapsed. A huge amount of primordial destruction energy surged in. The black and white energy scared him quite a bit. Everyone knew how terrifying the primordial destruction energy was. One punch had blasted apart the barrier. Such a huge area was too terrifying. If all the ultimate gods in the Saint Spirit domain witnessed the power of that punch and were all shocked. The mysterious attack that appeared previously. Now there was another punch with terrifying power. They did not doubt it at all. They were about to be killed by one punch. Even the ultimate gods could not stay calm. Do you guys think that punch is the owner of the previous mysterious attack? If it's true, is there another supreme expert hidden in our Saint Spirit domain? Supreme expert? That's an 8th grade ultimate god or even a 9th grade ultimate god. That's really terrifying. Could the mysterious person be that Holy Lord Lin Fei? Impossible. He can't be an ultimate expert. We can feel it from his aura. The ultimate gods were all speculating. The power of that punch was so terrifying that the spacetime temple was almost destroyed. Just thinking about that scene made them feel good. No matter how they speculated, they did not suspect Lin Fei at all. That's possible. Looking at the tens of billions of reputation points he had just gained, Lin Fei really did not understand how it had increased so much. The more high profile I am, the more people will know about me, and the more reputation I'll gain. Lin Fei was deep in thought. He looked at his reputation points of more than 70 billion. With this reputation, I can also go to the Chaotic Star Sea to see what good stuff there is. It'll be great if I find some special ores. Lin Fei still had a special liking for some special enchantment treasures. Lin Fei knew how powerful he was after that punch with his perfect physical body. Chapter 3190. Lin Fei went to the Disarray Star Seas. This place was still fresh in Lin Fei's memory. For example, there was a powerhouse in the Vajra sect who could kill a child with one slash. He had seen it with his own eyes. Coming to the Disarray Star Seas again, Lin Fei relied on his perfect physical body to go anywhere he wanted. He also wanted to know what was good in the Disarray Star Seas. Lin Fei first went to the Vajra sect in the Disarray Star Seas. The Vajra sect was just like the last time. It was quiet, but the dangers hidden in the void still existed. Lin Fei was now as familiar with the place as if he was going home. He easily entered the palace of the Vajra sect. The Vajra sect elder was still there. When Lin Fei stepped in, he woke up and slashed at him. Good. Lin Fei was no longer the Amon of the past. Although the other party was strong, he now had absolute confidence. Xiao Chun was the first to react. So he threw a punch at the incoming saber light. With a cracking sound, the saber light shattered into pieces. It's my turn. In the Vajra sect, Lin Fei could attack without restraint. He directly threw a punch. Boom! Boom! Everywhere it passed, the white bone mountain turned into dust. Everything that entered Xiao Qin's eyes was empty. The power of a perfect physical body level 8. It was a simple punch, but the huge palace shook a few times. The Vajra sect elder who had attacked him was also smashed into pieces by the fist wind. Too weak. Previously, he could kill a child with one slash. This time Lin Fei killed the other party with one punch. He did not want to get any treasures. After all, he was dead and the rest would be his. No, how can there be such a powerful existence in the Saint Spirit domain? The Vajra sect elder who had been killed appeared again. His eyes were filled with fear. He had killed him with one punch. This power should not exist. He's not dead. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. This Vajra sect is quite capable. Should I kill him again? The Vajra faction elder seemed to sense Lin Fei's killing intent. Wait, don't kill me. I can tell you a shocking secret, and I can also give you all the Vajra faction's treasures. The Saint Spirit domain still had a shocking secret? Lin Fei was suspicious. You're quite a coward. Last time you killed a kid with a single slash. Why don't you continue? I still want to fight with you for 300 rounds. The elder of the Vajra sect broke out in cold sweat. Who would dare to take a second punch? You're a senior. I'm definitely no match for you. The Vajra sect elder lowered his head and said, I'm very interested in what you said just now. You said that the Saint Spirit realm can't possibly have such a powerful existence. Could it be that you really know something? This question had always been in Lin Fei's mind. So far, the most powerful ones were those from the Beast Alliance's sacred lands. Their ultimate gods' physical bodies could not even withstand a glance from the other party. One could imagine how powerful they were. Anyone with the strength of a level 7 ultimate god and above has been sealed in the new continents. Back then, our Vajra faction's experts were also sealed in the new continents. It's about time for the new continents to be unsealed. The Vajra faction elder said. There are a total of 4 such new continents. These are the real 5 continents of the Saint Spirit domain. The current Saint Spirit domain is just one of the continents in the past. Lin Fei was very clear about how big the Saint Spirit domain was. It would take a very long time to travel across the entire Saint Spirit domain without treasures similar to the Spacetime Temple. However, someone said that the Saint Spirit domain was just one of the continents in the past. This made Lin Fei even more shocked. The 5 continents were the real Saint Spirit domain. This was ridiculously huge. Very few people know about this secret. It's been so long that it's almost been forgotten. The Vajra faction elder said. If I hadn't transformed into a special existence, I wouldn't have known about this secret. For you, the appearance of the new continents isn't a good thing. In fact, it's a bad thing. A bad thing? Lin Fei frowned slightly. Why do you say that? There are many experts in the sealed continents. Once they come out, your continent's strength will become the weakest. Every time a new continent appears, the Saint Spirit domain's heaven and earth powers will change. At that time, ultimate gods will be everywhere. Currently, there are less than 100 ultimate gods in the Saint Spirit domain. Do you think you can compete with them? Lin Fei had only come to the Vajra faction to vent his anger. How would he know such a secret? The sealing power of the new continent's array formation seal was getting weaker and weaker. If it was really as they said, it would not be a good thing. Your Vajra faction is an outsider and you know about this. Are you trying to fool me? Lin Fei smiled. I hate it when people try to fool me. How would I dare to fool you in front of Senior? The Vajra faction elder was afraid. If Senior doesn't believe me, you can go to the Black Domain. There are a few elemental beasts there. They were left outside by a certain force to develop their strength. I estimate that they have the strength of rank 7 or rank 7 ultimate gods by now. Elemental beasts in the Black Domain? Lin Fei immediately thought of those from the Beast Alliance sacred grounds. They were extremely powerful. They could determine life and death with just a glance. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that you're all pawns in someone else's eyes. The Vajra faction elder gritted his teeth. Senior, you should go and prepare. Lin Fei secretly thought about it. He had punched the other party to death only to receive such words. Really? It was still fake. Pawns? Could it be that the Saint Spirit domain still had some top-notch experts hidden? Lin Fei could not stay calm. Lin Fei left the Vajra faction after collecting a large number of things. They were all powerful physique cultivation techniques. They were useless to him, but they were still very useful for physique cultivation. After leaving the Vajra faction, Lin Fei was not in a good mood. This matter was too shocking. The sealed continent that everyone was looking forward to was actually part of it. Unfortunately, Lin Fei did not know that the Saint Spirit domain was divided into 5 parts. The Vajra faction elder did not seem to know much. It was already commendable for him to say so much. I have to find out more. He might not take the Vajra faction elder's words seriously. Who knew if he was fooling him? Master, I think that fellow is telling the truth. No one can lie in front of the system. The little devil's voice was heard. This matter is actually beneficial to Lin Fei. Beneficial. It was not easy to suppress the top-notch forces. Once the seal on the new continent was unlocked and the experts returned, there would be a lot of trouble. That was what Lin Fei was not satisfied with. Even though he was very powerful now with a perfect 8-stage physique and a reputation of about 100 billion, he looked rich and overbearing. If he really had to use it, it would not be of much use. Lin Fei could not help but worry. Chapter 3191. The little devil's words had a huge impact on Lin Fei. Lin Fei pondered for a while and felt that the little devil was right. Why did he care so much? Wasn't it a good thing that the new continent was unsealed? The more people there were, the more prestige there was. That was a good thing. Lin Fei really wanted to slap himself in the face. Bad news might not always bring good news. At that moment he really thought it through. Everyone else cultivated properly, but Lin Fei had been different from the start. He had taken a shortcut, which was something that no other cultivator could compare to. Master, what you should do now is to try to gain as much prestige as possible before the new continent's seal is unsealed. Lin Fei rubbed his chin. Then should I start to be high profile? For example, knocking on their doors one by one. With a perfect level 8 physical body, Lin Fei had the strength to beat up any family, even the top forces. That's a good idea. After thinking it through, Lin Fei no longer felt that much pressure. The Saint Spirit domain's population was limited. After the big thing, the prestige that he gained every day was starting to stabilize. If he wanted to continue gaining prestige, he had to do more big things. Before the new continent was unsealed, Lin Fei felt that he had to accumulate more prestige. If he could cultivate his perfect level 10 physical body to the peak, that would be the best. After leaving the Titan sect, Lin Fei did not stay idle. He began to enter mystic realms one by one. Some mystic realms did not have any special creatures, so he left after looting them. In these mystic realms there was a large number of ores that satisfied Lin Fei. There were many types of ores. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and emptied them, packing them all up. The system space was very big. It had expanded a few times to meet Lin Fei's needs. Existences like the Titan sect elder did not appear in the disarray star seas. It seemed that this method was very rare. Lin Fei thought about it and felt that it made sense. He wandered in the disarray star seas for more than 10 years. Lin Fei's harvest was full. Those dangers were no longer dangerous to him. Chase! He must be nearby. Lin Fei had just come out of a mystic realm when he heard a voice coming from afar. We can't let him escape. He has the key to the treasury. During his 10 years in the scattered star seas, Lin Fei hadn't encountered anyone. This place was simply too dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he could die. The Divine Lord was not having a good time either. After all, not every ultimate god expert's physical body was at the ultimate god level. Once they encountered a space-time rift, they would die. That's strange. Why would someone come here? Lin Fei did not use his divine sense. Sometimes divine sense would not be useful in this place. Thus, he used the system to check. Billions of kilometers away, there were 5 experts searching a pocket dimension nearby. 5 ultimate gods? Ever since the top forces besieged the sacred body mountain, ultimate god experts were no longer rare. What kind of place was the scattered star seas? It was a very dangerous place. It was best not to come if one wasn't an ultimate god expert. It was not unusual to see ultimate gods there. Lin Fei used the system to search again, and found another ultimate god expert. He was wearing the Gale combat boots. No wonder he could get away from the 5 ultimate gods. Here! Stop him! He can't escape this time. The 5 ultimate gods quickly found him. After a round of attacks, the ultimate god was forced to retreat. His injuries were getting more and more serious. Don't even think about making me hand over the key. The ultimate god tried his best to resist, but he was still no match for the 5 ultimate gods. His anger was filled with despair. He was a rogue ultimate god who didn't belong to any sect. He came to the scattered star seas to try his luck. He did not expect to find a key in a mystic realm. Moreover, it was a key with a powerful background. Before he could celebrate, he was besieged by 5 ultimate gods from a big sect. He was surrounded by danger along the way, but he still could not escape death. You're dead today. How dare you snatch something from our primordial sect? You're really bold. One of the primordial sect's ultimate gods sneered. The primordial sect had no problem killing an ordinary rogue ultimate god. He could only blame his bad luck. In a place like the scattered star seas, it was either you die or I die. It was a common situation. Therefore, the ultimate gods who came here usually came in groups of 2 or 3. It was rare for them to come alone. The rogue ultimate god was in complete despair. Whether he handed over the key or not, he was going to die here today. It's quite lively here. Count me in. Lin Fei appeared not far from the scene of the battle. He smiled and looked at the 5 ultimate gods and the rogue ultimate god who was at a disadvantage. Sacred Lord Lin. The itinerant divine venerate recognized Lin Fei at first glance as a look of joy flashed across his eyes. This was the Sacred Lord Lin Fei, who everyone in the Saint Spirit domain knew about. The 5 ultimate gods from the primordial sect were also shocked. Why did this bastard appear in the scattered star seas? Wasn't he supposed to be at the Sacred Body Mountain? The primordial sect had suffered a great loss at the hands of Lin Fei from the Sacred Body Mountain. Especially at the recent auction, they had paid a great price. Killing an ultimate god with one finger was something that no one had forgotten, especially the ultimate god experts. There were also some ultimate gods who said that Lin Fei could not use this killer move continuously. They were just pretending to be mysterious. If they attacked together, Lin Fei would definitely not be their match. Although everyone said that, no one would dare to make a move when the time came. Sacred Lord Lin, this person is the one we want to capture. Please don't interfere. The leading ultimate god said in a deep voice. Even though Lin Fei was alone, they did not have the guts to make a move. They did not want to die yet. The rogue ultimate god fled behind Lin Fei. Sacred Lord Lin, this is the key I obtained by accident. I will now give it to you. The rogue ultimate god handed over the key without hesitation. The primordial sect's faces were very ugly. They were so close. If Lin Fei had come a moment later, they would have definitely killed him and successfully taken back the key. Once it fell into Lin Fei's hands, they could forget about it. Fight? Who would dare? What if they were killed? They did not want to be the third unlucky person. It was not that easy to cultivate back. Lin Fei took the key. It was a very ordinary silver key. There were many such keys. Since it could make 5 ultimate gods chase after it, it was naturally very important. Don't let me interfere? Lin Fei played with the key in his hand. It's you, it's still you. The primordial sect ultimate gods did not dare to say anything. Tell me honestly, where did this key come from? If you tell me, well, you can leave. If not, I don't mind killing you. Lin Fei smiled. Under his smiling eyes, the primordial sect ultimate gods' hearts trembled as they felt a terrifying killing intent. The other party would really kill them. After an internal struggle, the primordial sect ultimate gods chose to tell him. Chapter 3192. Facing Sacred Lord Lin Fei, who had killed an ultimate god with a single finger, the 5 ultimate gods from the primordial sect did not dare to make a move. They chose to confess everything they knew. Sacred Leader Lin Fei, we've told you everything we know. We didn't hide anything. Can we leave now? Facing Sacred Lord Lin Fei, who could kill ultimate gods like ants, They did not dare to challenge the probability of killing an ultimate god. None of them wanted to be the unlucky one. Get lost. Lin Fei could not be bothered with them. Keeping the ultimate gods alive to contribute to his prestige was much more beneficial than killing them. Those ultimate gods did not know that they were spared from death because of their prestige. After all, the more powerful an expert was, the more prestige they would gain. There would be one less ultimate god to kill. Thank you, Sacred Lord Lin Fei, for saving my life. The rogue cultivator ultimate god said gratefully. The 5 ultimate gods who had been chasing him left just like that. Sacred Lord Lin Fei was mighty and domineering. The scattered star sea is very dangerous. It's better for you to leave. If you are willing, you can go to the Sacred Body Mountain. We need experts like you. Lin Fei did not mind recruiting a rogue cultivator ultimate god. I am willing to join the Sacred Body Mountain. The rogue cultivator ultimate god had suffered a lot. He agreed without hesitation after hearing Lin Fei's recruitment. He really needed a backer. As a newly promoted top force, the Sacred Body Mountain was the most willing to join. The rogue cultivator ultimate god thanked him profusely and left the scattered star sea. The key to the treasury left behind by the top force in the scattered star sea. The Heavenly Tao Union. No wonder they valued it so much. Lin Fei played with the key in his hand. Then I will go and take a look. The key in his hand was one of the keys to open the Heavenly Tao Union's treasury. There were a total of 6 such keys. With 6 keys, one could open the Heavenly Tao Union's treasury and obtain a series of treasures. After the primordial sect ultimate god left, he immediately reported the news. I have bad news for everyone. Sacred Lord Lin Fei has come to the scattered star sea. We just bumped into him and he took the Heavenly Tao Union's key. The news quickly spread among the ultimate god's circle. The top forces in the scattered star sea were also the first to learn about this, and their expressions changed. The battle at the Sacred Body Mountain had left an indelible memory for the ultimate god experts. Everyone could only grit their teeth when Holy Lord Lin Fei was mentioned. A top-notch force was suppressed, and they did not even dare to breathe after that incident. It was extremely uncomfortable. Why is he in the scattered star seas? This is great. The Heavenly Law Union's key is in his hands. Who can snatch it back? The primordial sex hierarch is not doing his job well. If everyone wants the Heavenly Law Union's items, we must deal with that bastard Lin Fei. The ultimate gods did not look too good. This was not good. After all, the shadow of a tree, the name of a person. Lin Fei was like a tall mountain, an existence that could not be crossed. Lin Fei did not know that his arrival in the scattered star seas had put a great deal of pressure on the godly venerables. A powerful ultimate god who could kill an ultimate god was not someone anyone was willing to offend. Lin Fei had plundered many mines and materials in the scattered star seas. He had also entered a few top-notch secret realms, but his gains were average. He did not have anyone staying behind like the Vajra sect. He had originally planned to look for ultimate gods, but after searching for them, he did not know where they were. Lin Fei decided to leave the scattered star seas. He was not interested in that place anymore. There were not many good things left in the scattered star seas under the invasion of the primordial destruction energy. Lin Fei was even less interested in staying. If he had the time, he might as well go somewhere else. He's gone. He's really gone. After Lin Fei left the scattered star seas, the ultimate gods in the scattered star seas appeared and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It's too stressful to be in the same place as that guy. That's right. An ultimate god expert can be killed with a finger, and the guards are chasing after them. It's too terrifying. Try to avoid Holy Lord Lin Fei from now on. The ultimate gods felt that it made sense. For the time being, Lin Fei was not someone they could go against. After leaving the scattered star seas, Lin Fei tore open the void and went straight to the edge of the primordial destruction world. He stood at the end of the Saint Spirit Domain's barrier. The mighty primordial destruction energy was like a boundless ocean that was filled with endless danger. To Lin Fei, the scattered star seas was not the place he wanted to go. The primordial destruction world was the truly terrifying place in the entire Saint Spirit Domain. Whoosh! 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 Lin Fei's body squirmed and transformed into another person. He looked ferocious and his aura had also changed. Even if a ultimate god was standing there, they would not be able to recognize him. Lin Fei did not want to expose his perfect level 8 physical body strength so early. The primordial destruction world was a place where the truly terrifying things appeared. Coupled with the Vajra sect's elder's words, Lin Fei deliberately restrained himself. A chess piece? It was still uncertain who would be whose chess piece. Once again, he entered the primordial destruction world. Compared to the previous time, Lin Fei did not feel any pressure at all. The black and white primordial destruction energy surged over like a tidal wave. Before it could touch Lin Fei, ripples of energy spread out, and the primordial destruction energy collapsed. A vacuum zone formed around Lin Fei. The perfect physical body is indeed impressive. Previously, it was not so easy for me to resist the primordial destruction energy. This time it's like eating and drinking. Lin Fei shook his head. This feeling was completely different. Let me see what kind of terrifying dangers there are in the primordial destruction world. The primordial destruction world was very empty. At a glance, there was only black and white primordial destruction energy everywhere. The surroundings were very quiet. Lin Fei began to wander around the primordial destruction world. Previously, he had encountered a huge essence beast life form. However, he was not so lucky this time. After wandering around the primordial destruction world for a few years, he did not see a single essence beast. What the hell? Lin Fei cursed softly. This was the 10th year in the primordial destruction world. Apart from a few mines, there was nothing else. Flying in such a quiet place was also not a comfortable thing. The power of the primordial destruction energy was gradually increasing, and its power had also increased by several times. If there is nothing else, I will return. He originally thought that there would be good things in the primordial destruction world. Now it seemed that he needed some luck. Lin Fei's original intention was very simple. If he could find essence beasts, that would be the best. If not, moving a few more mines back was also a very good thing. But now Lin Fei was really quite disappointed. Another 5 years passed. The power of the primordial destruction energy increased again. Lin Fei, who had a level 8 perfect physical body, felt a huge threat. He was about to reach his limit. This primordial destruction world is really huge. No wonder it can keep devouring all the living continents. Lin Fei did not plan to continue. It was too dangerous. In the entire Saint Spirit domain, probably not many people could compare to him. He had traveled such a long distance to come here. In the end, apart from the primordial destruction energy, there was more primordial destruction energy. Master, there is something ahead. Chapter 3193. Little Fiend's sudden reminder surprised Lin Fei. Had he discovered something? Master, someone is coming in this direction. You have to be prepared. If you're not prepared, you'll probably end up in a sorry state. Lin Fei was still in a state of disappointment when Little Fiend's unexpected words stunned him. Someone is coming? I'll end up in a sorry state? It can't be. I'm a true expert now. In the elemental destruction world, the boundless elemental destruction energy was destroying everything. Divine senses couldn't be used in this place. If it wasn't for the system, Lin Fei wouldn't have dared to swagger around. After all, who knew when he would run into a terrifying danger? Therefore, if he didn't release his divine senses, Lin Fei really couldn't sense the movement in front of him. Let's see. In the next second, a three-dimensional image appeared. Lin Fei saw a shocking scene in the elemental destruction world. It was a golden war chariot. Jingguang shone brilliantly, illuminating half the area. It was very eye-catching in the black and white elemental destruction energy. The war chariot was eye-catching. What was even more eye-catching was that the golden war chariot was being pulled by a 10,000 feet long elemental beast that looked like a divine dragon. There were a total of 6 such elemental beasts galloping over. The 6 divine dragon elemental beasts were 10,000 feet long, and they were charging towards Lin Fei. Damn! This was the first time Lin Fei saw an expert in the elemental destruction world. The other party was definitely an expert. There was no doubt about it. Moreover, it was a very powerful one. Its background was also shocking. Just this power alone wasn't something that anyone could withstand. Boom boom boom. The 6 divine dragon elemental beasts were extremely fast. Everywhere they passed, the elemental destruction energy collapsed, and a powerful pressure crushed over. The huge impact was like a wave after wave, sweeping everything away. The 6 divine dragon soul beasts raised their prideful heads and opened their mouths. Heavenly flames descended, covering the entire area. Brother Tian, what a joke! Whose family is this unlucky fellow? He doesn't even know how to dodge when he sees us. On the golden chariot stood a man and a woman. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. At this moment, the woman was giggling as if what was happening in front of her was insignificant. Yeah, he deserved to die. The golden chariot charged forward domineeringly, leaving behind a golden shadow. Ba ba ba. After the golden chariot left, Lin Fei's body shook and a layer of black substance fell off his body. Wow, this flame is so powerful. If it was me last time, I would have died for sure. Lin Fei secretly frowned. Where did this person come from? The Saint Spirit realm doesn't seem to have such an expert. Lin Fei secretly frowned. Exchange for a tracking spell. Being made uneasy by the other party, coupled with the fact that it was not easy for him to meet such an expert, how could Lin Fei miss this opportunity? 100 million reputation points have been spent to exchange for a tracking spell. The tracking spell was not something ordinary spells could compare to. As long as Lin Fei wanted to, he could keep tracking without anyone noticing. 100 million reputation points was not a small amount. Lin Fei followed at a steady pace. Subconsciously, Lin Fei told himself that there would be new discoveries this time. Who would have thought that there would be such experts in Yuanmia world? The 6 divine dragon-like elemental beasts were also ridiculously powerful with at least the strength of 5th-class ultimate gods. Master, they're starting to slow down. They seem to be getting close. I'll open up the 3D view for you. Under the tracking spell, Lin Fei could also view everything around the other party. That was one of the benefits of having 100 million reputation points. This is a city. No, it's a floating city. A huge city appeared in the 3D view. It was shrouded in Yuanmia energy, and one could vaguely see elemental beasts flying and human figures moving in the big city. It's incredible. There's actually a city in Yuanmia world. Lin Fei would not have believed it if he had not seen it with his own eyes. This place wasn't a place that anyone could enter as they pleased. What shocked Lin Fei the most was that this floating city was able to withstand the invasion of the Origin Annihilation power. This was the most inconceivable thing. Not even a continent could withstand it. Now, a floating city had actually blocked it. It was really shocking. They've gone in. Lin Fei saw a man and a woman in the golden chariot. They seemed to be of noble status as they easily entered the floating city and moved around inside. A floating city. I've come to the right place. A place unknown to Saint Spirit domain experts. Lin Fei continued to stare at the city gate. Soon, all kinds of experts arrived at the floating city. Every expert who arrived had a grand entrance. However, compared to the person driving the golden chariot, they were obviously inferior. Nevertheless, their auras were extremely strong. This should be a very important place in Yuanmia world. To be able to build such a floating city, the person in charge must be someone important. Lin Fei stared at the floating city. How can I get in? This floating city was obviously not an ordinary place. There was an elite guard at the city gate. They were all equipped with enchanted equipment that was even more advanced than what Lin Fei had. If they entered the Saint Spirit domain, they would definitely be able to wipe out all the major forces. However, Lin Fei observed for a long time. All the experts who entered the floating city seemed to have an identity. I have to get an identity. Lin Fei frowned slightly. I can only find someone who is alone and snatch an identity. Only then will I have a chance to enter this mysterious floating city. This was the most suitable method that Lin Fei could think of at the moment. Force his way in. It was not that it was impossible. It was just that the danger would be too great. Lin Fei did not think too much. A floating city might be guarded by a top-notch expert. He had a perfect level 8 body now, so there was nothing to fear. He did not want to reveal his strength so early. In a place far away from the floating city, Lin Fei started hunting. All he needed was a piece of identification. He did not know if he was unlucky or if there were not many people who went to the floating city, but Lin Fei did not meet any hunting targets. Until 2 years later. Little Devil hinted that someone was coming in this direction. They're finally here. Lin Fei revealed a look of joy. He was not afraid of no one, but he was afraid that no one would come. That was the most helpless thing. Young master, we don't have to be so anxious. We still have time. A group of 5 people were driving a special chariot over. At the same time, they could hear the people behind them talking. We don't have much time. If we delay any longer, we won't be able to enter Luofu City. Chapter 3194. You don't mind bringing me along, do you? Without warning, Lin Fei's voice exploded in their minds. Who is it? The experts behind the young lord's expression changed. They did not know someone was lurking around them. Come out. They could not find any trace of the other party and suddenly felt a chill down their spine. As you wish. Lin Fei showed himself not far from them. You're courting death. One of the ultimate gods made a move and slashed 3 times. Each attack was fiercer than the one before as he slashed at 3 different spots on Lin Fei's body. As a result, Lin Fei waved his hand. Kacha kacha kacha. The blade light collapsed and disappeared. Young lord, be careful. This person is very strong. The ultimate god expert was not weak as he was a 3rd-class ultimate god. He tested the other party's strength with 1 slash and easily broke the attack. He's at least a 4th-class ultimate god. Maybe even a 5th-class ultimate god. Sir, do you want to go in? The young lord used his eyes to stop them from continuing. The other party only broke the attack and did not use his full strength. It could be seen that the other party was being merciful. It would not be the same if they continued to fight. Yes, please bring me along. Lin Fei smiled. I think it's good for everyone, don't you think so? Sure, no problem. The young lord agreed with a smile. The other party did not show much killing intent, so they were safe for the time being. Young lord, this person is so strange. He actually came here with his physical body. One of the ultimate god's subordinates transmitted his voice. All the experts who came to Luofu City did not use chariots to open the way. It seems like no one relied on their physical body. After all, this is Yuan Mia world. How he came here is a secret. We don't have to worry about it. The young lord said. No one who can come here is weak. Maybe we'll need to ask him for help next time. Ask him for help? The ultimate gods behind him did not believe the young lord. Although the ultimate gods were afraid of the other party's strength, they still believed that they could defeat the other party if they joined forces. Luofu City, City Gate. The group of elites exuded great pressure. Lin Fei had analyzed the strength of the elites from afar. When he faced them in person, he couldn't help but give them a thumbs up. They were stronger than he had imagined. This Luofu City is even more mysterious than I thought. The elite checked very carefully. Lin Fei temporarily became the bodyguard of the other party. The elites did not have any suspicions and let them pass. He passed the elite inspection. Lin Fei followed the young master into Luofu City. Brother, this is your first time here, right? The young master asked. You are quite amazing to be able to find this place in the elemental destruction world. I was just lucky, Lin Fei said with a smile. Luofu City is actually quite interesting, but you have to be careful. This place is quite chaotic. Don't offend those divinities, or else you will be out of luck. The young master said. If something really happens, you can say my name Luo Yang. After leaving behind these words, the young master of Luo Yang left with his subordinates. Scan Luofu City. Under Lin Fei's order, the system started operating. Casually walking on the streets of Luofu City, he would continuously encounter heavenly god experts. At the same time, there were also divinities. Divinities, which were rarely seen in the Saint Spirit world, seemed to have become a very common thing here. Scan complete, master. Do you want to check? Check. A 3D image appeared. In the tallest building in the innermost area, there is an incomparably powerful expert overseeing it. He should be the master of Luofu City. If master were to fight with him, there is only a 50% chance of victory. With a perfect physical body level 8, there was no doubt about Lin Fei's strength. This was also the reason why Lin Fei dared to roam around the elemental destruction world. Now, the system actually told him that there was an opponent he could not defeat in Luofu City, and that there was only a 50% chance of victory. 50% refers to his own strength, or the support of the system's prestige. Master's own strength. Lin Fei thought. If he can still fight with the support of prestige, then this Luofu City's city lord is too powerful. A 50% chance of victory could also be said that he might be defeated by the other party. This wasn't good news. Luofu City actually had such a powerful person overseeing it. Lin Fei thought that he was very awesome, but now it seemed that he was looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Knowing that there was such an expert in Luofu City, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. His 50% chance of victory was only because he did not have the support of prestige. Once he had the support of prestige, he would be able to easily beat the other party. Now Lin Fei decided to take a good look around this Luofu City. A Luofu City in the elemental destruction world definitely did not have a simple background. Lin Fei walked around for 3 days and had a basic understanding of Luofu City. This Luofu City's origins were very mysterious, and when everyone knew about it, it already existed. After paying a huge price, Lin Fei only heard that Luofu City would hold an auction every 5,000 years. All the experts he saw before were all here for the auction. This auction would auction all sorts of mysterious treasures, as well as all sorts of high-grade enchanted equipment. Each time, the mysterious faction in the elemental destruction world would arrange for people to come. During these 3 days, apart from hearing about the auction, Lin Fei also found out that there were many hidden factions in the elemental destruction world who had opened up special spaces. These special spaces were not small, and they could be auctioned off in Luofu City. Lin Fei couldn't help but be shocked that there were hidden factions in the elemental destruction world. There really were all sorts of strange things in this world. There was still some time before the auction. Lin Fei decided to just stay in Luofu City. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Lin Fei also understood the power structure in Luofu City. The strongest was the Luofu City Lord, the #1 expert. No one knew how strong he was, but everyone knew that anyone who went against him would be destroyed. This Luofu City Lord had a secret technique called Main Yuan double kill. Whether it was the main body or the clone, if one died, the other would definitely die. This was a peerless technique. When he heard this, even Lin Fei was shocked. He still couldn't kill both the main body and the clone at the same time, unless he used reputation. Even then, he needed 300 billion reputation to do it. Lin Fei couldn't bear to use it. However, he didn't have that much reputation right now. The Luofu City Lord's strength gave Lin Fei a big fright. Next were the 5 great clans of Luofu City. They split up most of the territory, and the Luofu City Lord didn't usually show himself. The 5 great clans were the biggest existences. Chapter 3195. 3 months later. Luofu City. The auction was about to begin. In those 3 months, Lin Fei had learned most of the situation in Luofu City, including the clan's experts and so on. The floating city built in Luofu City was not the first one. There were many in the Yuanmi world. To enter the floating city, one needed not only luck but also strength. If Lin Fei did not have the perfect level 8 physical body, he would not be able to travel through the Yuanmi world. Of course, Lin Fei's luck was not bad. It was said that there were many meta beasts in the Yuanmi world. Each of them was terrifyingly strong and could control the Yuanmi energy within a certain range to form attacks. If you were unlucky, a meta beast would be enough to kill you. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with his luck. He did not encounter any powerful meta beasts along the way. Apart from the floating abandoned continent, there was nothing else. Auction standing at the entrance of the Luofu City's auction house. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. He was really looking forward to the auction. From the information he received, he knew a lot about the auction. The auction that was held once every 5,000 years would have all sorts of treasures, including some extremely high-grade treasures. Every time the auction was held, it would attract many experts who were attracted by its reputation. Those who could come to Luofu City were naturally from powerful factions. For example, many people from powerful clans entered the auction house one after another. They were all ultimate god experts. Compared to the saintly spirit domain's powerful factions, there was a huge gap. It was not as simple as just a little bit. Those who were not ultimate gods would be embarrassed to go out. Lin Fei immediately thought of the great continent that was about to be unsealed. Perhaps the saintly spirit domain would be bustling at that time. Those hidden factions would probably enter the saintly spirit domain. He would not know if he did not see it, but he was shocked when he saw it. Those factions were all ridiculously strong. Lin Fei saw the man and woman who drove the golden chariot that day. They were surrounded by many people as they entered the auction house with pride. It's them. Just as Lin Fei was about to enter, 3 burly men with sharp auras appeared in front of Lin Fei. It's them. When the 3 burly figures walked into the auction hall, a scene appeared in Lin Fei's mind. He immediately knew who they were. Their auras were too familiar, at least to him. The 3 terrifying auras of the Beast Alliance Holy Land actually know this place. Lin Fei was secretly surprised by the 3 experts. If it wasn't for them, the prestige assist wouldn't have appeared, allowing his power to soar in such a short amount of time. He wouldn't have come to Luofu City in the depths of the elemental destruction world. Lin Fei would never misremember someone. Even the forces of the Black Domain had to treat these 3 people with respect. There were no restrictions on entering the auction house. Lin Fei easily entered the auction hall. Compared to the people sitting in the private rooms, he could only sit in the public seats, surrounded by private rooms on both sides. Lin Fei had no objections to this. Find those 3 fellows for me. Lin Fei ordered the system. Lin Fei was actually very petty towards those 3 fellows. He wanted to give them a proper gift, but he was wary of them after hearing what the Guardian Deity Sect elder said. A 3-dimensional image appeared. They were the 3 experts from the Beast Alliance Holy Land. Right now Lin Fei didn't feel much from their auras. Perhaps it was because they had restrained their auras and weren't as terrifying as before. Boss, I've asked around. There's a top-notch enchanted equipment in this auction. We must get it no matter what, said one of the burly figures. The middle-aged ultimate god with a lion's head who was addressed as boss had a pair of sharp and terrifying eyes. Where's that thing? It's also appeared, said the burly figure from before. Alright, the continent is about to open. Once it does, our Saint Spirit domain will be bustling with activity. Currently, our Saint Spirit domain has almost all the good stuff. When the continent is unsealed, ultimate gods will gather. We must get that thing. That's right. Lin Fei listened in for a while but did not hear any useful information. They seemed to be talking in riddles. Whatever, they'll tell us when the thing appears. Half an hour later, the auction began. An ultimate god presided over that day's auction. The moment he came up, he started with a bunch of meaningless words. Fortunately, the ultimate god knew it was boring and quickly got to the main topic. Auctions were always the same. They started with some ordinary items and slowly stirred up everyone's emotions. In fact, the auction here was the same. Now we're auctioning a high-end enchanted equipment, Dark Divine Armor. It can release a dark clone at a critical moment and deflect 90% of the damage. As soon as this high-end enchantment item appeared, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. The price went up quickly. It's really a high-end enchanted equipment. Lin Fei saw the Dark Divine Armor release a clone in front of him to resist 90% of the attacks, while the remaining 10% landed on the ultimate god. It could withstand attacks below rank 5 ultimate god. It was quite a good item. Lin Feng had harvested a large number of ores and extracted a large number of materials. The art of enchantment was not as simple as he thought, hence he had yet to create it. Starting from the high-end enchanted equipment, the auction that night gradually reached its climax. One by one, high-end enchantments emerged one after another. For the ultimate gods in the private rooms, they did not seem to be that attractive. The ultimate gods who were sitting in the public seats kept bidding and repeatedly set new records. Now we're auctioning a rank 3 ultimate god elixir. There's an 80% chance of breaking through to the rank 3 ultimate god realm after consuming it. This thing was very rare. At least, it was Lin Fei's first time hearing of such an item being auctioned. There were all kinds of items being auctioned in Luofu City, which was an eye-opener for Lin Fei. He did not know there were so many good things even though they were useless. As long as he had prestige, he could easily obtain powerful killing moves. Those treasures were not that attractive. Now we're auctioning an element destruction space produced by a special space. There's only one chance, so don't miss it. I can't guarantee that there won't be another one in the next auction. Lin Fei, who had been listless, finally perked up when he heard about the element destruction space. That was a good thing. Luofu City was an element destruction space. Otherwise, how could mere building materials withstand the invasion of the element destruction space? The element destruction space had always been a hot item, as there was no safer place than building it in the element destruction world. The element destruction space alone was enough to make people suffer. Even an ultimate god would not be able to withstand it. It would be strange if such a space did not become a hot item. Chapter 3196. Once the yuan extinguishing space appeared, the atmosphere of the scene became lively. Although the item being auctioned was a medium-sized yuan extinguishing space, it was still a very good item. The starting price is 100,000 mid-grade primal stones. Primal stones were a special kind of stone that was born in the yuan extinguishing world. Luofu City used this kind of thing. Primal stones were divided into several grades: low grade, mid-grade, high grade, and even supreme grade. 150,000 mid-grade primal stones. 180,000 mid-grade primal stones. 230,000 mid-grade primal stones. The price quickly rose. From 100,000 mid-grade primal stones to 500,000 mid-grade primal stones. Almost all the bidders came to their private rooms. No one in the auction house dared to make a bid. 500,000 mid-grade primal stones was equal to 50 million low-grade primal stones. The ratio between low-grade primal stones and mid-grade primal stones was 1 to 100. One could imagine how expensive and rare primal stones were. An yuan extinguishing space easily went up to 500,000 mid-grade primal stones. These fellows are really rich. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to make a move. He was still very interested in the yuan extinguishing space. Anyone would be interested in a city built in the yuan extinguishing world. Building a city in the yuan extinguishing world, establishing a clan, and living in seclusion was a very successful thing. 500,000. Is there anyone higher than 500,000? The divinity host shouted. 550,000. A voice came from a private room. 600,000. A new round of bidding began. The yuan extinguishing space quickly broke through 820,000 primal stones. It was close to 100 million low-grade primal stones. It was a very large number. Lin Fei observed for a while. Currently, the competition for the origin extinguisher space was split among the 3 private rooms. Very quickly the speed slowed down. It seemed like the price had reached its limit. Master, it's time to earn prestige. Little Evil Demon laughed evilly. Even without Little Evil Demon's reminder, Lin Fei would also make a move. As for primal stones, Lin Fei did not have many on him. It was not easy to obtain primal stones here. He had only sold a piece of enchanted equipment from a gang for several tens of thousands of low-grade primal stones. Hundreds of thousands of mid-grade primal stones could not be taken out at the moment. This time Lin Fei decided to be domineering for once. Who asked him to need prestige? He should be able to gain some prestige here. With the Luofu City Lord's 50% fighting strength, Lin Fei had nothing to fear. Being able to earn some money here was not a bad thing. After all, he had changed his appearance. Wait a little longer, there's no rush. After 820,000 mid-grade primordial stones, one of the 3 private rooms retreated, no longer participating in the auction. The remaining 2 private rooms started a new round of bidding, starting from 820,000 and going all the way to 920,000. Lin Fei could clearly hear the discussions of the people around him. It was clear that this price was almost the limit. 920,000. Is there anyone higher than this? Lin Fei felt that it was time to act. 1 million. Lin Fei raised his hand and shouted an extremely high price. In the public seats, an ultimate god shouted out 1 million mid-grade primordial stones, which undoubtedly gave everyone quite a fright. One by one they turned around to look. Who is that? I don't think I know him. Can't be 1 million, he's crazy. Doesn't he know that the people in the private rooms above are all from major factions? Everyone looked over and saw that it was an unfamiliar middle-aged man. There was actually someone who wanted to snatch food from a tiger's mouth from a major faction. The ultimate god host was also shocked. Could it be that this person had some sort of background? To the auction house, the higher the price, the better. As for just shouting out a price without taking out any primordial stones, up until now no one had dared to do that in Luofu City. Those who had done so had all been sent to the mines, and if they were unlucky, they might even die in the mines. Therefore, there was almost no one who dared to randomly shout out a price in Luofu City. Luofu City, these 3 words were a deterrent. 1,030,000. That private room shouted out a price again. 1,300,000. Dilly-dallying like this is really too boring. Lin Fei ignored the gazes of the people around him and shouted out an extremely high price. The sudden increase of 270,000 shocked everyone once again. Lin Fei could clearly see that his prestige was increasing. Choosing to be high profile is the right choice. Lin Fei lazily leaned against the wall. The more indifferent he looked, the more mysterious it was to those people. This fellow might have some sort of background. Ordinary people would not dare to randomly shout out a price, and no one would dare to offend the major faction in the private room. Naturally, no one doubted Lin Fei's identity. How many ultimate gods who could come to Luofu City were simple. None of them had a powerful background. The private room fell silent. Congratulations to this cultivator for successfully bidding for the Yuan Extinguish space. Everyone's gaze once again landed on Lin Fei. This fellow with a powerful background had really bid for the Yuan Extinguish space from the mouth of a major faction. Who is that fellow? He's really brave, daring to snatch something from us. Let's go and find out who this fellow is. He doesn't seem to care about 1,000,000 primordial stones. What an interesting fellow, daring to snatch food from a tiger's mouth. The people in the private room only paid attention to it for a while and did not pay much attention to it. It was not the first time they had seen something like this. There would always be some interesting things happening in the auction that was held once every 5,000 years. Such a small matter was really not a big deal. However, the people in the private room who were fighting for the Yuan Extinguish space were now very unhappy. Brother Tian, that fellow is so annoying. He actually dared to snatch our Yuan Extinguish space. We must kill him. The person in the private room was Brother Tian, who drove the 6-headed meta-beast divine dragon chariot back then. Lin Fei did not go to check on the situation in the private room as he was not interested. Wasn't it more interesting to be unknown? The person called Brother Tian had a woman in palace attire in his arms, and was emitting a cold killing intent. In front of them an image appeared. It was the scene of the crowd below. I hate this fellow. Brother Tian laughed. All right, when the auction is over I will personally kill him. He deserves to die for daring to snatch something from our beautiful fairy. At least I have saved 1,300,000 mid-grade primordial stones. After the Yuan Extinguish space, there was nothing that attracted Lin Fei's attention for the time being. That was until another item appeared. The auction item now is the Yuan Extinguish Sacred Lotus, that can only be found in the depths of the Yuan Extinguish realm. One flower can kill an ultimate god. A black and white Yuan Extinguish Sacred Lotus was brought up. It was a very strange lotus that instantly gave off a fatal feeling of terror. Chapter 3197. The appearance of the Origin Extinguishing Sacred Lotus caused a great sensation. The people in the private room did not know. The experts in the public seats could not control the excitement on their faces. Luofu City is too amazing to be able to bring this thing out from inside. Yeah, the last time the Origin Extinguishing Sacred Lotus appeared, it killed a level 7 ultimate god. I didn't expect it to appear in the auction this time. Those big forces are probably here for this thing. This is going to be interesting. Everyone around them had heard about how powerful this thing was. Lin Fei was confused. However, he could make out one thing. This thing was a huge threat. Master, those 3 from the Beast Alliance Sacred Ground seem to be here for this thing too. Little Devil turned the image around. In the private room, the 3 Beast Alliance Sacred Ground experts had no idea they were being monitored by the system. The news was right. It really appeared. The Origin Extinguishing Sacred Lotus is a special existence that only grows in the depths of the Origin Extinguishing realm. I didn't expect Luofu City to get their hands on it. One flower can kill a level 7 ultimate god and severely injure a level 8 ultimate god. We must get our hands on it no matter what. The tone of the 3 Beast Alliance Sacred Ground experts became very serious at that moment. Lin Fei was quite surprised. Are they going to kill some expert? Don't tell me they're going to use it to kill me in one shot. The Origin Extinguishing realm is really a special existence. The Origin Extinguishing energy that could easily destroy a world could give birth to such a magical existence. Of course, such a good thing belongs to me. The starting price of 1 million mid-grade primordial stones was not very high. At least it was for the time being. However, everyone knew that the temptation of this treasure could not be compared to the yuan extinguished space from before. This was a true life-saving treasure. Any ultimate god expert would not easily make a move if they knew you had such a treasure. The final price of the origin extinguishing sacred lotus might even exceed 7 million mid-grade primordial stones. It all depended on how determined the people were to compete for it. Any ultimate god would not reject such a precious treasure. 5 million, I'll take it. The bidding price had just been announced. Lin Fei was the first to bid. 5 million mid-grade primordial stones was his first bid. He did not need to pay for it, so he could bid whatever he wanted. The gazes of the surrounding people changed. This person was really bold. He actually shouted such a high price as soon as he came up. Was he trying to scare everyone? The host, the divine venerable god, smiled brightly. Today's auction would probably fetch a high price. This cultivator has bid 5 million. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? Lin Fei's 5 million was completely out of the ordinary. It was beyond everyone's expectations. With such a high price, how were they supposed to continue playing? The people in the private room were all cursing. They had never seen anyone bid like this. They were starting to doubt the integrity of Luofu City, and whether they had arranged for someone to raise the price. 5. 1 million. 5. 3 million. 5 million. The bidding price quickly reached 6 million mid-grade primal stones. Lin Fei raised his hand again. 8 million. Such a good thing is worth this price. This time, everyone was shocked into a complete mess. Suddenly raising the price by 2 million mid-grade primordial stones. Where did this lunatic come from? He was simply too crazy. What is that bastard trying to do? He even dares to bid 8 million. I really want to go down and kill that bastard. He's doing it on purpose, he's definitely doing it. He's too much of a bastard. He's not letting us bid. The people in the private room all jumped up. They might not have felt anything last time, but now they really hated this fellow. Others increased the price by tens of thousands at a time, yet he suddenly increased it by 2 million. This was a completely provocative act. 8 million mid-grade primordial stones made many people in the private room give up. Facing such a lunatic, who knew what price he would bid? If this wasn't Luofu City, they would definitely teach him a lesson. What a joke, this was Luofu City. Even if they were 100 times more courageous, they wouldn't dare to do such a thing. 8. 1 million. 8. 2 million. There were still a few private rooms that bid. At the same time, on the highest floor of Luofu City's auction. Young master, there's a situation below. A trusted aide walked in and respectfully stood in front of a young master. What's the situation? Luolai stood up. A white-haired young man stood up. He was the person in charge of Luofu City's auction, and also the third son of the city lord. He was in charge of this area. There's a mysterious person bidding for the origin extinguishing sacred lotus. His bidding is extremely crazy. We investigated and didn't find any information on him. We're worried that he's here to cause trouble. Luolai laughed. You're too nervous. Who would dare to cause trouble in Luofu City? Or are you worried that he's sent by the other cities? The trusted aide stopped talking. Don't worry, no one will dare to cause trouble here. Luolai wasn't worried. Over the years, no one had ever dared to cause trouble here. In the Beast Alliance Sacred Lands private room. Damn it, who is that guy? Another 2 million mid-grade primordial stones. Now it's already 10 million. Should we continue? The third brother's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and burst out with killing intent. It's too high, it's not worth it. The second brother shook his head. No one knows what price he'll bid. The 3 Beast Alliance Sacred Grounds brought a lot of primordial stones, but compared to that guy, they seem to be poor ghosts. 12 million. I'm taking this thing. Everyone, don't fight with me. You guys don't have as much money as I do. Ha 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 ha. Facing the box above, Lin Fei made a bold statement. Those words made everyone boil. Especially the surrounding people. Each of them looked like they had seen a ghost. Who is this guy? Provoking all the hierarch experts in the box? Especially that last sentence, it wasn't a normal kind of disdain. You're quite arrogant. 13 million. A dissatisfied voice came from a box. I'd like to see how powerful you are compared to our Tian clan. The two words Tian clan immediately caused a commotion. In the origin destruction world, clans were almost all represented by cities. For example, the Tian clan was the clan that controlled Tianxia City, and was considered one of the more powerful cities. Our Yellow Spring City is rich too. 14 million. Another city jumped out, this one with an illustrious reputation. They were all infuriated by Lin Fei's words. How dare he look down on them? Lin Fei saw that his prestige was increasing. Being high profile was still very useful. TSK only 2. How boring. Lin Fei laughed. That's it? I still want to have some fun with you guys. By the way, let me tell you guys, as long as I like something in the auction today, no one can compete with me. You guys can't. Chapter 3198. This action was incomparably crazy. All the experts in the auction site were shocked. Terrifying might was released from each private room. Although it was not released, the formless pressure from the private rooms made it hard for the experts in the public seats to breathe. That fellow is too arrogant. He even dares to say such words. Crazy, he must be crazy. Doesn't he think about what will happen to him once he leaves Luofu City? All the experts sitting around ran away one by one. What a joke. If they didn't run now, they would be mistaken as accomplices. That would be courting death. Very quickly, Lin Fei's surroundings became empty. Those that could be avoided had all been avoided. Lin Fei lazily glanced and extended his hand. 20 million. Who told me to have money? Continue, I'm listening. Tianxia City and Yellow Spring City were both large cities. True experts were as common as clouds, and they were famous in elemental destruction world. However, an unknown fellow had once again called out a high price and refreshed everyone's understanding. This was completely opposing them. Madman. 20 million, I don't believe he can take it out. The private room roared. Lin Fei shook his head and was very disappointed. Looks like you don't dare to speak. Then I'm sorry, this killing lotus belongs to me. The auctioneer started to worry. He didn't want to meet such an arrogant fellow. If he couldn't take out the money, then their Luofu City would truly become a joke. I want this one. This item is not bad, I want it too. Money is not a problem. Lin Fei continuously raised his hand and called out prices. The price was ridiculously high, and he didn't give the people in the private room any chance. If they could see the situation in the private room, they would definitely be frightened by the killing intent. There had never been a person who could snatch something in front of them, yet he did it so calmly, not putting them in his eyes at all. There is no such person. How is this possible? Looks like this person isn't showing his true face. No matter where he came from, he can forget about leaving Luofu City today. Our items aren't that easy to snatch. Everyone in the private room was actually suppressing their anger with great difficulty. Here in Luofu City, the rules still had to be followed. One treasure after another, as long as Lin Fei took a liking to it, he would bid for them all. The auction house had become a chance for him to shine. Others were bidding for a few 100,000, and you were bidding for 1 million. How could he continue playing? Now we will auction the last treasure of the day. A treasure from a secret realm in the depths of the Yuanmia world. The Origin Magnetic Divine Saber. According to our analysis, this saber is evaluated as a 7th class divine weapon. As soon as the call ended, everyone was shocked by this divine weapon. However, with that unknown fellow present, it seemed impossible to see a huge battle. No matter how much the people in the private room bid, they couldn't beat that person. After a long time, everyone gave up. In a situation where they couldn't win, who would fight for it? What if he was tricked? They didn't have the confidence to be lazy. The starting price is 8 million primal stones. The venue was very quiet. Everyone looked in Lin Fei's direction. Such a good thing, why is no one bidding? Since no one is bidding, I will bid. Lin Fei said with a smile. 30 million primal stones. A divine venerable weapon of such quality is completely worth this price. Lin Fei smiled and shouted a price. 30 million primal stones. This price wasn't very high. Everyone in the private room was silent. Now they just wanted to see Lin Fei's misfortune. By then the auction would be held again, so they didn't need to waste time here. They didn't believe that an unknown and mysterious person could take out a total of 100 million primal stones, and mid-grade primal stones at that. The production of primal stones was not much. Taking out tens of millions of primal stones at once was an astronomical figure. It wasn't something that any force could afford. Congratulations, you have successfully bid for the Origin Magnetic Divine Saber. At this point, the auction was considered to have ended. The big shots in the private room came out one by one. Their gazes automatically fell on Lin Fei. Their gazes seemed to see through Lin Fei from head to toe. A good auction was ruined by this bastard. Everyone was quite unhappy. If they could kill, this guy would have been killed many times over. Sir, have you thought about your fate? A white-haired young man came down with raging killing intent in his eyes. You want to kill me? Lin Fei laughed. As expected of a disciple of a big family. You can even say that you want to kill someone in such an open and above-board manner. The white-haired young man was Tianxia City's Tian family's disciple, Tianju. He was a true divine venerable. To be able to become a divine venerable expert at this age, the Tian family's foundation was very terrifying. You aren't that stupid after all. Divine venerable Tianju laughed. No one has ever dared to be unscrupulous in front of us. Our Yellow Spring City must kill this person. Yellow Spring City's Huang family's disciple, Divine Venerable Huang Li, also a divine venerable expert, came out with eyes full of killing intent. Before that, I want to see if he has the financial resources to pay. Another divine venerable walked out. It was a young master brother Tian. Everyone was certain that this person could not take out the primeval stones, which was why they spoke so unscrupulously. Tens of millions of mid-grade primeval stones. If it were them, they would also be under great pressure, not to mention the other party was a nobody. Lin Fei was still as lazy as ever. He slowly stood up. Are you sure you want to kill me? Lin Fei stared at them. Instead of being killed by me? To be honest, you have no ability to resist me at all. All the forces present were infuriated. This guy was really arrogant. The people present were all ultimate gods from big cities. They had the support of a big city. They had all kinds of high-end enchantments and could easily deal with any ultimate god. For example, they could take out all kinds of good things in the auction today. Only after participating in the auction would one know that there were all kinds of powerful treasures in the Yuanmia world. Any one of them could kill a divine venerable expert. That was not said casually. It was the conclusion of countless divine venerable experts. Cultivator, do you want to pay the primeval stones here or somewhere else? A divine venerable expert from the auction venue came up and asked. Lin Fei had caused too much of a commotion. Therefore, the auction venue could not help but worry. It was not difficult to organize another auction, but it was a mess this time. It would have a great impact on Luofu City's reputation. I'll do it here. You can bring the item over now. Lin Fei laughed. Chapter 3199. No matter if it was the big powers that came out from the private rooms or the other experts that participated in the auction, they were all looking forward to what was about to happen. Many people believed that this person would not be able to take out that many source stones. The most important thing was the middle-grade source stones. Normally, low-grade source stones were the most common, but middle-grade source stones were not normal. Carrying 100 or 200,000 on him was already considered a lot. Lin Fei would definitely not leave this place. He needed to continuously expose himself to gain prestige. If he went inside, what would he be able to do? It wasn't easy for him to anger everyone. Was it easy for him? Lin Fei naturally chose to trade here and take a few good things along the way. For example, Yuan Extinguishing Space, Yuan Magnetic Divine Blade and other treasures. As for offending Luofu City, so be it. There was no effect or threat anyway. Lin Fei's actions had undoubtedly caused many people to be secretly shocked. Could he really take out that many source stones? This was in front of everyone. At that time, without saying a word, they wouldn't mind taking down Lin Fei. They believed that the people in the auction house would be very happy to see it. The things were quickly delivered. The treasures were all placed on a tray, and on the tray was temporarily sealed an exclusive formation seal. Without someone to open it, it would not be easy to break it. This was a conservative seal. It seemed to have come in handy this time. No matter how powerful the other party was, they would not be able to break it in a short period of time. Cultivator, All the things you have bid for are here. You can check them one by one, or you can pay for them one by one. The auction house's divinity said. On the tray there were many treasures. Among them the most eye-catching was the Yuan Magnetic Divine Blade, an unprecedented 7th-rank divine weapon. This was a rare good item, and the most special thing was that the Yuan Magnetic Divine Blade could ignore 70 to 80% of the enchanted attribute's protection. With one slash, the enchanted treasure would lose its effect. This would be very powerful. 70 to 80% of the enchanted treasure's attributes could be ignored. This was very rare. Lin Fei arrived in front of the tray. He first stopped on the Yuan Magnetic Divine Blade for a moment, then Yuan Extinguishing Space, and then a few good treasures. Not bad, not bad. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Everything was here. The auction house's hierarch smiled and said, "It's good that you're satisfied. The items that our Luofu city is auctioning are all found in ruins in the depths of the Qi Yuan destruction world. They're all good items that can't be found outside." Hierarch Tianju could not wait for Lin Fei to make a fool of himself. Then, he would be able to see his opponent's misfortune. This item is not bad, but it's a pity that you can't take out the primordial stones. Hierarch Tianju laughed. Don't let them wait too long. That's nearly 100 million primary stones. That's right. If you have the money, take it out. That way we'll be convinced. Revered divinity Huang Li also said. His voice was full of ridicule. Trying to act all high and mighty in front of people like them? Was there something wrong with his head? The ultimate gods at the auction were also looking forward to it. If the other party really took it out, he would definitely be a big customer. They like such a big customer very much. Lin Fei turned around. From what you're saying, if I don't take it out, you'll attack me. Stop pretending. You can't take out the primary stones anyway. Since you can't take it out, then what's the point of pretending? You might as well be honest and be lenient. Maybe Luofu City will be merciful. The mining time might even be reduced from 100,000 years to 50,000 years. They were very happy to see Lin Fei unable to take out any primary stones. Lin Fei suddenly sighed. Sigh, you guys are really amazing. You guys guessed right. I really don't have a single primary stone, but you guys are still so stupid. How boring. Hearing Lin Fei admit it, everyone was speechless. He really came to cause trouble. You still dare to say it so confidently? You really don't regard Luofu City as anything at all. He did not respect the ultimate gods present at all. He really did not know what right he had to stand there. Ha ha ha. I already said that this guy has no money. Hierarch Tianju laughed loudly. Hierarch Fang, why aren't you immediately arresting him? This person came to cause trouble on purpose. We must thoroughly investigate this matter. Arrest him immediately. They still hoped that Lin Fei would be able to hold on. But after a few words they immediately admitted it. It was like punching cotton, unable to exert any strength. The hierarch of the auction, Hierarch Fangzheng, was like his name, an extremely old-fashioned person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have presided over the auction. He didn't give face to anyone and was always merciless in doing things. You don't have enough primary stones to pay for these treasures? Hierarch Fangzheng stared at Lin Fei. Behind him, the experts of the auction quietly surrounded him. As long as they gave the order, they would immediately arrest him. It had been a long time since anyone dared to cause trouble in Luofu City. Lin Fei shook his head. Actually, I wanted to give it to them, but since they wanted to see me make a fool of myself, I had to fulfill their wish no matter what. So I had no choice but to grant their wish. The expressions of those hierarchs immediately changed. Hierarch Fang, don't listen to his nonsense. It's clear that he can't take out the primary stones and is deliberately framing us. He definitely can't take out the primary stones, that's why he said that. He's too despicable. We didn't want him to make a fool of himself. It's just that his behavior during the auction is very ugly, so we have to remind him. These hierarchs secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. This bastard is too shameless. Take the blame? Who would dare? If they were to insist that they had forced him, no one would be willing to face the wrath of Luofu City. They wanted to draw a clear line to prevent Hierarch Fangzheng from suspecting them. They looked at Lin Fei with eyes filled with killing intent. Was he going to drag them down even if he died? They had seen shameless people, but they had never seen such a shameless person. They were speechless. Cultivator, do you want these treasures or not? Hierarch Feng Zheng's expression became serious. Please give me a clear answer. If this person gave an answer, Hierarch Feng Zheng would immediately arrest him and give these people an explanation. What if I have the money? Lin Fei smiled. His expression seemed like a provocation no matter how one looked at it. Arrest him. Hierarch Feng Zheng gave the order to arrest him first. As for whether he had any background or not, they would just apologize afterwards. Whoosh whoosh. 2 golden rays of light swept towards Lin Fei. This was an enchantment treasure. It could bind people and seal their energy in an instant. It was a very common item in the big cities of the elemental destruction realm. The enchantment treasure had a domineering name. Golden Sealing Chain. 100 million reputation points. Exchange for ignore all skills. Lin Fei took a step back and reached out to grab the tray. Chapter 3200. Divine Lord Fengxing and everyone else were laughing at that guy's stupid behavior. Snatching the treasure on the tray? It was not that no one had ever done that before, but they all ended up badly. Besides, the power of the seal on the tray could easily hurt an ultimate god. No matter how strong that guy was, he would not be able to snatch the treasure. He's really fighting. That guy is done for. No one will have a good ending if he dares to behave atrociously here. That guy is really bold. I haven't seen him show any fear since the beginning. I really don't know where he came from. Lin Fei reached out to grab the thing on the tray. The power of the seal, which could hurt an ultimate god in an instant, seemed non-existent in front of Lin Fei. The metamagnet divine saber fell on Lin Fei. It was an item without an owner. Whoosh! He turned around and slashed at the golden seal chain. Jingguang was cut in half instantly. It's quite sharp. I like it. Ha ha ha. Lin Fei laughed and slashed horizontally. A terrifying and dangerous aura swept across. Those ultimate gods who had been gossiping became the target of the attack. Come and have a try. Get out of the way. Lin Fei grabbed the metamagnet divine saber from the tray. It was beyond everyone's expectations. All of them froze, their faces stiffened, and their minds went blank. We can't stop him. Asshole. How did he get it? The power of the metamagnet divine saber was extremely terrifying. Everyone was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. When they came back to their senses, the terrifying power swept over them. Bang! 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 One by one, their bodies were cut in half. The ultimate gods were no exception. None of the experts who had mocked Fengxing were spared. The entire auction venue fell into silence. Who exactly are you? Divine Lord Fengxing was sweating all over. He was not hit. The power of the metamagnet divine saber crushed him. That feeling of despair and helplessness lingered in his heart, and he could not get rid of it in a short time. The seal on the tray was not broken, but it was not triggered either. That was the most terrifying thing. That meant his opponent's strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. Just think of me as a passerby. Lin Fei killed those arrogant fellows with a single slash. Then he turned around and reached for the tray again, taking away the treasures one by one. The seal on the tray had not been activated. Passing by? What kind of reason was that? The primordial destruction world was so huge. Why didn't you pass by Tianxia City or Netherworld City? Senior, don't you think this is going too far? Venerable Fengxing gritted his teeth. There had never been a senior who didn't take Luofu City seriously. Going too far? Lin Fei laughed. If you like it, then take it. Catch me if you can. Divine Supremacy Fengxing spat out a mouthful of blood. You will regret this. Lin Fei didn't mind. Really? I don't think so. After putting away the items and completing the mission, it was time to leave. His trip to the elemental destruction world had been more fruitful than he had imagined. All that was left was to gain prestige. By the way, my name is Outyan. I'll come to Luofu City again in the future if I have nothing to do. This place is really nice and I like it. Lin Fei swaggered as he prepared to leave. Space seal. Without any warning, ripples appeared in the surrounding space as the auction hall's doors closed one after another. Aren't you looking down on us by causing trouble in Luofu City? As soon as the surrounding space fluctuated, a voice rang out. A young man in black armor arrived, escorted by several people. He's President Luo Lai. This is interesting. President Luo Lai can control the entire auction hall's building. That guy won't be able to escape even if he has wings. I heard President Luo Lai is a level 6 ultimate god with many high-end enchantments and a top-grade enchantment treasure. He'll definitely be able to suppress that arrogant guy. The heavenly gods in the auction hall also had their eyes glued to the scene. Today's scene was too unexpected, seeing such a big scene. President Luo Lai was also quite angry at that moment. That guy that he didn't care about had actually caused such a huge commotion. Tianxia City, Acheron City, and other ultimate gods were killed by the metamagnet divine saber. Their Luofu city was really suffering in silence. If not for the fact that the people in the auction hall were all Luo Lai's men, he would have suspected that they had been bribed by someone else. They could just take whatever they wanted as if it was their own home. It did not feel good at all. Lin Fei stopped and turned to look at the white-haired young man with a rare anger on his dignified face. Yeah, I really don't care about Luofu City. Why? Are you going to make a move too? Lin Fei swung the metamagnet divine saber in his hand. Believe it or not, I'll cut you down with your auction weapon. I believe it'll be very interesting. Endure, I must endure. The people Luo Lai usually met were all proper people and not someone like that guy. I haven't made a move in a long time. I hope your arrogance is worthy of your strength. Luo Lai was the president and the city lord's third son, so he rarely made a move. Wang! After a clear and crisp sound, a shadow appeared in front of Lin Fei. The surrounding space quickly twisted like a spiral. A spear with a black luster pierced towards him. So Luo Lai was a spear expert. Clang! Lin Fei slashed with his saber, but he was a step too slow. The opponent's spear pierced his chest. This was the first time he was slower than the opponent. A huge force surged forth. After a loud sound, Lin Fei was forced to take 3 steps back. Cracks covered his entire body, looking as though he would shatter with the slightest touch. This is third young master's self-created spear shock. How terrifying. One move and the opponent's body shattered. Third young master is mighty and domineering. Many gods present knew that young master Luo Lai was powerful. A simple spear had shattered the opponent's body. That was amazing. President Luo Lai pointed at the black spear. Luofu City isn't a place where you can be impudent. To be able to withstand my spear without your body shattering, you are indeed powerful. However, that's all. My spear is a high-end enchanted weapon. It has an illusion within it. The attack you saw was actually fake. Thus, no one has ever been able to block my spear. You have disappointed me. President Luo Lai shook his head. Tell me everything. Who ordered you to do that? Ha 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 ha. You are indeed powerful to be able to shatter my body. However, this kind of attack is still not enough. Crash. Chapter 3201. Luo Lai was very confident in his own strength. Many people had suffered greatly from his spear attack, as it was impossible to defend against it. With the help of the illusion enchantment and his own powerful strength, the power of each spear attack was beyond its peak. Luo Lai did not take it seriously even though the opponent had the metamagnet divine saber. The grade 7 divine weapon depended on who the opponent was fighting against. One hit. Luo Lai had seriously injured his opponent with dense cracks all over his body. The opponent no longer had the strength to fight. He actually recovered. Lin Fei's instant recovery of his physical body undoubtedly caused Luo Lai to reveal a surprised expression. It was not easy for Lin Fei to recover so quickly after receiving a spear strike from him. Again, show me your full strength. Lin Fei's perfect body was at the 8th layer. The opponent's attack just now had only injured the outermost layer, which was like a tickle to him. He was completely fine. To be able to leave cracks on his body, the opponent was considered strong among the younger generation. Ordinary ultimate gods would not be able to withstand it at all. Interesting. Whoosh! Whoosh! Luo Lai attacked again as illusions appeared one after another. Those illusions were so lifelike that it was impossible to tell which was real or fake. Luo Lai was also certain that his opponent could not break through his illusions as it was not easy to deal with that kind of enchantment. He stabbed his opponent more than 10 times in a row. Unless his opponent had something like the Eye of Truth, He would not be able to defend against his attacks at all. A series of loud noises made everyone's heart go numb. President Luo Lai is too powerful. Even a strong body can't withstand this kind of attack. That guy still wants to fight President Luo Lai to the end. I really don't know where his confidence comes from. No one was optimistic about Lin Fei's chances. Lin Fei did not use his prestige and purely relied on the metamagnet divine saber. He kept attacking with his saber, but each time he missed, he was met with attacks on his body. He's really strong. An ordinary ultimate god spear attack can't even withstand 7 or 8 attacks. Under the perfect body state, Lin Fei's body was full of cracks. It was a tragic sight no matter how one looked at it. His spear technique also contains the power of the space sect. There are even several other kinds of enchantment hidden in it. Lin Fei was hit more than 20 times. There was another power seeping into his body, continuously accumulating, forming another terrifying power. This was a pincer attack. Lin Fei couldn't think of any way to solve it. Even with the metamagnet divine saber in his hands, it was all in vain. His opponent had used his techniques and enchanted treasures to forcibly suppress the power of the metamagnet divine saber. Lin Fei was fine, but for Luo Lai it was not a good thing. What kind of body refining technique did he cultivate? His body actually didn't collapse under my attack. He who had seen many things was dumbfounded this time. Logically speaking, the other party's physical body should have long collapsed. There was no way he could have lasted until now. Even though his body was covered in cracks, it did not look like it was going to shatter. A shadow appeared in Luo Lai's heart. The situation did not seem good. 100 combo! Luo Lai shouted. Behind him, 100 phantoms appeared. Each of them had the same aura and shot out their spears in unison. The sky was filled with spear shadows that attacked like raindrops. The power of these spear shadows instantly increased. Hundreds of them gathered together, and with a whoosh, a thick spear shadow directly pierced Lin Fei's chest. The power in his body also detonated, and a huge black hole instantly appeared. Everyone could only hear the sound of the earth shaking. Under such an attack, the auction hall seemed to be unaffected. That person is done for. That's 100 combo. An internal and external attack. He's definitely finished. The battle was too shocking. Under that kind of attack, none of them present thought that they could withstand it. One spear attack was enough to let them experience despair. This guy who could last so long under Luo Lai's attack could be considered powerful. With such strength, which big city wouldn't welcome him, he just had to come here to cause trouble. Luo Lai's move had also consumed a lot of energy to break the other party's physical body. He did not believe that the other party's physical body could withstand his attack. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause echoed in the auction hall. What a powerful killer move. Lin Fei's strong physical body was torn open at this time. It was the size of a fist, and his chest was slightly dented. Unfortunately, it's useless against me. With a thought, Lin Fei's physical body recovered to its original state. Your city lord might be able to injure me, but you can't. Lin Fei shook his head. Now have a taste of my move. There was a loud crack. Lin Fei stepped on the stone floor beneath him, and with a crack the floor began to crack. The crack spread all the way down, covering the entire auction hall in an instant. The floor of the auction hall, which had not been affected by such a big move just now, was shattered by Lin Fei's violent stomp. Crack, 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 crack. Huge cracks appeared on the ground. At the same time, the sealed space also began to collapse at this time. Loud cracking sounds continued to spread out. Not good, this place is going to collapse. No one knew which expert shouted, but everyone ran outside. The sealed space also lost its effect, and everyone rushed out like a swarm of bees. At the same time, a loud sound spread throughout Luofu City. Many pairs of eyes turned to look at him. The cracking sounds continued. Those who were paying attention saw an unbelievable scene. A crack appeared on the wall of the Luofu City's auction hall, and it was getting bigger and bigger. Many experts ran out. Hurry up and leave. This place is going to collapse. Too scary. The heavenly god experts who came out all had horrified expressions. It's President Luo Lai. Luo Lai also ran out with a trace of fear on his face. By the time he came out, This symbolic building had collapsed with a loud bang. Huge cracks spread out from the ground, forming a terrifying spiderweb. The surrounding buildings also suffered an unexpected disaster, collapsing one after another, turning into ruins. He actually turned the auction hall into ruins with a kick. Luo Lai's face instantly turned pale. No one knew the situation of the auction hall better than him. There were countless array formations set up here, and it was not something that could be destroyed with a single kick. But now the scene in front of him. If this had happened to him, Luo Lai would have panicked. He was finally afraid. Where did this guy come from? He also understood the meaning of that sentence. Perhaps only his father could fight this guy. Chapter 3202. Luofu City. The area around the auction site had been reduced to ruins. The dust that filled the sky told everyone that this was not a joke, but something that really happened in front of them. Who knows what happened? How did the auction site turn into ruins? Who did this? This is too scary. Could it be that expert has come to Luofu City? Quick look. President Luo Lai has come out. He doesn't look too good. Such a huge commotion caused the entire Luofu City to boil. It had been a long time since something like this had happened. This was the rhythm of someone causing trouble. The scariest thing was that the auction venue had been demolished and the surrounding area had been razed to the ground, turning it into ruins. Regardless of whether they were outsiders or Luofu City's celestial gods, they were all shocked. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. When the auction hall was in ruins, more than 10 figures appeared from the void. Third young master, what happened? Who did it? Third young master, did someone come to cause trouble again? Those people were all ultimate gods from Luofu City. Any one of them was very powerful and could dominate an area. Under normal circumstances, they would rarely show themselves. Wow, there are more than 10 ultimate gods at once. Isn't that demonic eye supremacy? There's also Divinity Colossal Eye and Divinity Myriad Devil. Something big has happened. All of them were greatly shocked. Any one of those ultimate gods could easily kill an ordinary ultimate god. They were all mid-level ultimate gods according to their strength. Luo Lai took a deep breath. Everyone pay attention. There's a powerful ultimate god in the ruins. Once he appears, we'll immediately surround him and kill him. The ultimate god's faces tensed up. It was the first time they heard the third master speak in such a serious tone. Someone is coming out. No way. He's actually fine despite being affected like this. As the dust settled, a figure walked out. How's the power of my kick? Lin Fei revealed himself. Kill. More than a dozen ultimate gods, including Luo Lai, attacked together. More than 10 powerful attacks were unleashed. In an instant, the sun and moon seemed to lose their luster. The attacks blotted out the sky and covered the earth, enveloping the ruins. This was an extremely terrifying attack. Pieces of high-end enchanted equipment appeared before everyone's eyes. Oh my god, that's the Paralysis Scepter. And the Divine Soulstorm Scepter. Gravity Scepter. Divine Strike Scepter. Many knowledgeable experts cried out in surprise. Any one of these treasures was worth hundreds of thousands of mid-grade primordial stones, and their power could not be ignored. There are so many high-end enchantment treasures. Just who is that person? He definitely won't be able to block it. Many people thought. Even a high-level ultimate god would not be able to withstand such an attack easily if they did not have a lot of treasures or a lot of treasures. I don't believe that he can withstand the attack of a high-end enchantment treasure. Luo Lai had also lost his temper. No matter what, he had to suppress this fellow. Lin Fei used the power of his perfect physical body and crushed the auction hall with a stomp. Actually, even he himself was surprised. This power seemed to be ridiculously strong. I told you, you can't do it. Lin Fei shook his head. Facing the power of the sun and moon collapsing, he stretched out his hand, as if he was fiddling with something. The terrifying attacks that filled the sky suddenly dispersed. Everything returned to normal. No matter how powerful their joint attack was, it was still very weak in front of Lin Fei. Silence. The scene was dead silent. Before the attacks could get close, he waved his hand and easily dissolved all the attacks. He was definitely a top-notch expert. I'm not seeing things, am I? He blocked the attacks of more than a dozen ultimate gods with just a wave of his hand. There's also a high-end enchantment treasures attack. This is so scary. Where did he come from? The onlookers were so scared that their limbs turned to jelly. One person blocked more than a dozen ultimate gods from Luofu City. Even a high-level ultimate god would not be able to do that easily. Luolai took 3 steps back. High-end enchantment is useless against him. Luolai was very bitter and helpless as fear rose from the bottom of his heart. Why did he have to meet such an expert? The dozen ultimate gods' faces turned even paler. Needless to say, they knew the gap between them and that person. He could easily kill them. Even a high-level ultimate god might not be able to take him down. Do you still want to fight? Lin Fei smiled. Luolai did not know what to say. How dare you? This is Luofu City. A ball of lightning whizzed over along with the fury of thunder. Lightning flashed in the sky and turned into a lightning domain. A thick bolt of lightning fell. Elder Lei Mie is here. He's one of the top 3 experts in Luofu City. A high-level ultimate god. Many people cheered. Lin Fei saw a middle-aged godly venerable in the lightning. His face was devoid of dignity, and the lightning around him was like a dragon circling around him. He snorted coldly. I hate it when people show off in front of me. One punch. It was just an ordinary punch. The middle-aged godly venerable Lei Mie was originally in closed-door training. When he noticed the changes in the city, he came out of closed-door training to see a burly man flaunting his prowess in Luofu City's territory. He immediately took action. Wherever Lin Fei's fist passed, the lightning collapsed. The lightning that could easily destroy one's body fell on Lin Fei's arm and bounced off. Bang! Lei Mie, who was in the lightning, screamed in pain as he was sent flying. The Thunder Dominion had completely vanished. Who else wants to have a taste of my fist? Lin Fei shook his retracted fist. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you. Lei Mie, one of the top 3 experts, was sent flying with a single punch. It was a huge visual shock to see it with their own eyes. What was an expert? This was a true expert. If even the top 3 experts could not withstand a single punch, who else in Luofu City could withstand a single punch? Luofu City Lord, I'm leaving. Do you want to come out and fight? Lin Fei smiled. If you don't dare to come out and fight, I'll be leaving. His voice reverberated throughout Luofu City. Silence. Once again it was quiet. Looks like we'll have to wait until next time. Lin Fei shook his head with a regretful expression. He reached out and tore open the void. He walked in and left a majestic figure for everyone to see. He tore open Luofu City's space. Everyone was shocked once again. Luolai was speechless. This person was so strong that even Elder Lei Mie could not withstand a single punch. Was he attacking them? He did not dare to think about it anymore. Luofu City, in a secret room. A middle-aged ultimate god in green stood there. His deep gaze pierced through space and landed on the boundless Yuan Mie world. There was a person flying in the air. Who are you? A heavy voice reverberated. Were you sent by them to test my strength? Chapter 3203. After that, Lin Fei left Luofu City. He once again appeared in the boundless Yuemi world with waves of mighty Yuemi energy surging toward him. However, it was not a big threat to Lin Fei. Damn, he didn't make a move. What a surprise. In the entire Luofu City, only the Luofu City governor could pique Lin Fei's interest. As for the others, they were weak. In the end, the Luofu City governor did not make a move even after snatching a lot of things. Lin Fei was speechless. Did the Luofu City governor want to be a teenage mutant ninja turtle? Little devil, how much prestige did I gain just now? Temporarily, it's 100 million prestige. The little devil had a conclusion. 100 million? Lin Fei shook his head. That's too little. Master can't rush this matter. I believe as long as the news spreads, your prestige will increase. After all, Master has stepped into the top circle, said the little devil. Lin Fei thought about it and agreed. It was not something that could be rushed. It was just as the little devil had said. Luofu City had a new expert. The news of ultimate god Lei Ming, who had sent 3 of the city's top experts flying with a single punch and snatching the treasures from the auction spread like wildfire. Did you say another top-notch expert has appeared? Are you kidding me? A top-notch expert will snatch treasures? Wake up, Maybe it's a high-level ultimate god in disguise. No matter what, he defeated ultimate god Lei Ming with a single punch. I heard he went easy on him. The news spread like wildfire in every big city. The Luofu city governor did not make a move. Many people shook their heads as they seemed to have missed a good show. The mysterious expert had also attracted many people's speculations. It did not last long. After all, a high-level ultimate god was not a top-notch expert and was not worthy of everyone's attention. At the same time, another piece of news spread. One of the sealed continents in the Saint Spirit domain was going to be opened soon. Father, should we issue a wanted order? Luofu City. Luo Lai did not understand why his father did not make a move. Even if the opponent was a high-level ultimate god, he would not be able to resist his father in Luofu City. Idiot, who said he's a high-level ultimate god? The green-robed middle-aged man said indifferently. Today, besides Luo Lai's second brother and big brother were also here. Father, did you say that person is a peak ultimate god? Luo Wen gasped. How is this possible? Everyone would know if any top-notch ultimate god appeared. It's impossible for a top-notch ultimate god to appear secretly. Second brother Luo Yao was in disbelief. Their Luofu city couldn't be compared to ordinary top powers. No one knew the secrets of this circle better than they did. There were only a handful of peak ultimate gods in that circle. Any peak ultimate god would have news about them. The birth of any peak ultimate god would cause a huge commotion. Due to that, everyone would know the moment a top-level ultimate god appeared. A top-level ultimate god had a terrifying influence in that circle. That was why everyone dared to say that the other party was a high-level ultimate god. Top-level ultimate gods were too rare. Once any one of them appeared, they would form a force of their own, and at the same time, they would affect the inherent changes in the situation. Therefore, it was difficult to become a peak ultimate god. Even if they had the potential, they might not be able to reach that stage. It was a well-known secret in the circle. Although the Luofu city governor was not a top-level ultimate god, he was one of the high-level ultimate gods. At the same time, there was a top-level ultimate god standing behind him, so he knew more than others. He's not a top-level ultimate god, but he's not far away. The Luofu city governor would not hide anything from his son. If I were to take action, the chances would be 50-50 at most. 50-50. It felt completely different to hear those words from his father. That's why I didn't take action. You should know that one of the sealed continents in the Saint Spirit domain is about to be opened. The Saint Spirit domain will become the center of the storm for a period of time as 4 continents will be unsealed. Father, will the Saint Spirit domain really be reorganized? Luo Lai asked. Doesn't that mean? Therefore, your mission is to enter the Saint Spirit domain, enter the sealed continents, and obtain the recognition of the new continents. When the new world appears in the future, you'll get unimaginable benefits. It's not impossible for you to step into the high-level ultimate god realm. Doesn't that mean Father has a chance? The Luofu city governor nodded. That's why I didn't take action to stop that person. It's not worth it. It's just a small thing. If it's gone, then it's gone. Maybe I can sell him a favor at a critical moment. Lin Fei did not find the second big city in the end. The Origin Destruction world was strange and ever-changing. Lin Fei returned to the Saint Spirit domain and no longer wandered around the Origin Destruction world. The harvest from this trip is quite good. The Origin Destruction space, the Origin Destruction Sacred Lotus, and so on were all good things. Those were secondary. The most important thing was knowing that there were hidden forces in the Origin Destruction world. Those big cities were wandering outside the Saint Spirit domain like tigers peeping at the side. Maybe the Saint Spirit domain will be lively soon. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. The Saint Spirit domain still had 4 sealed continents which would probably attract a lot of people. Looks like my chance to earn prestige has come. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. While earning prestige, I need to rearrange the Saint Body Mountain to prevent them from attacking. This is a way for me to earn prestige. After seeing the experts of those big cities, coupled with high-end enchantment treasures, Lin Fei's current enchantment equipment was obviously inferior to theirs, even though it was not bad. Lin Fei opened the prestige support and started to look at some related skills, planning to find some lasting skills. The prestige support did not disappoint Lin Fei. As expected, he found some passive skills. More importantly, the skill could last for a long time. True and false illusion, 3 billion prestige. Can create an illusion that no one can see through. Can last for 3,000 years. Divine protection, 5 billion prestige. Passive skill. Can block any attack. Can last for 2,000 years. 10,000-mile barrier, 10 billion prestige. Can prevent any object from entering within a range of 1 billion miles. Can last for 1,000 years. One passive skill after another dazzled Lin Fei's eyes. Although he still had 100 billion prestige, after looking at the passive skills, Lin Fei realized that he was still poor. He could not even buy the passive skills that easily cost tens of billions of prestige. True and false illusion, divine protection, 10,000-mile barrier. Lin Fei bought the cheapest 3 in one go, spending 18 billion reputation points in one go. Once the 3 passive skills were activated, a huge change happened within a range of 1 billion miles of the Saint Body Mountain. Those heavenly gods who were on their way to the Saint Body Mountain seemed to have bumped into something when they were within the range of 1 billion miles. They could not continue forward. What's happening? Why can't we go in? Chapter 3204. Saint Spirit Domain. The Sacred Body Mountain had unleashed its ultimate move. The 3 passive skills, True-False Illusion, Divine Guardian, and 10,000-Mile Barrier, were placed on the Sacred Body Mountain, and the visual impact they brought shocked the entire Saint Spirit Domain. From that day onward, no one could fly within 1 billion miles of the Sacred Body Mountain. Regardless of whether one was a heavenly god or a great venerable, no one could break through this mysterious power. They had to behave themselves in this place. Without a special pass, no one could pass through this area. The true-false illusion also shrouded the area. No matter who it was, no one could tell the difference between real and fake in this area of the Sacred Body Mountain. No matter who it was, they were all shocked by Sacred Leader Lin Fei's generosity. The 3 passive skills were placed on the Sacred Body Mountain. Lin Fei could rest easy. At least for a long time, he did not need to worry about anything. Even a godly venerable would not be able to break through easily. Tens of billions of reputation points were no joke. To the top forces in the Saint Spirit Domain, the commotion caused by the Sacred Body Mountain was too big. All the powerful figures who wanted to go to the Sacred Body Mountain were now obedient. The Sacred Body Mountain's level immediately rose. After those people saw how powerful the Sacred Body Mountain was, they would at most mock and ridicule it. Anyway, they would not go to the Sacred Body Mountain. No matter how big the commotion was, they would not care. The Sacred Body Mountain's magic equipment business was getting better and better. The number of reputation points was maintained at a certain number every day. After a long time, it brought Lin Fei a considerable amount of reputation points. He maintained tens of millions of reputation points every day, sometimes exceeding 100 million reputation points. This was also the current limit of reputation Lin Fei could obtain. The powerful figures in the Saint Spirit Domain who did not know about Lin Fei had obtained about the same amount of reputation points. Lin Fei was actually very satisfied with this kind of reputation points. Don't be so demanding, okay? Earning more than 10 billion reputation points in a year was considered good enough. It had only been a year. What about 10 or 100 years? There was a loud boom. On this day, a huge tremor came from heaven and earth. The ordinary heavenly gods felt their hearts tremble. As for the high lords and great high lords, their expressions were filled with shock as they sent their divine senses towards the source of the voice. It was the same for ultimate god experts. What happened? Let's go and see what's going on. This movement doesn't seem normal. In the Saint Spirit Domain, many figures passed through the void and arrived at the place where the incident had taken place. Isn't this the entrance to the Black Domain? That sound seems to be coming from here. Should we go in and take a look? Perhaps some kind of treasure has appeared. Many high lords and great sovereigns had gathered at the entrance to the Black Realm. Up until now, no ultimate gods had appeared yet. However, the activity in the Black Domain made everyone curious. Exactly what sort of treasures would appear in the abandoned Black Domain? Under the temptation, many high lords and great venerables rushed in. No matter how dangerous the Black Domain was, they were confident that they had some strength. If they were lucky enough to come across a treasure, it might be a chance for them to stand out. Later on, more high lords and great venerables, and even ultimate god experts entered the Black Domain one after another. More than 100 experts had entered the black domain for the treasures inside. Because of the primordial sect, they had all retreated from the black domain. The experts outside did not dare to enter rashly. Who knew if there would be any danger? Everyone was very protective of their own lives, especially after that terrifying attack. Even until now, the Saint Spirit Domain's top experts had been very low-key. Up until now, no one had figured out who had attacked them. With such a terrifying expert around, everyone was much more restrained. Who knew what would happen if they encountered him? If that happened, they would not even know how they died. This situation lasted for 10 years. There were about a few thousand experts who had entered. Until one day 10 years later, a group of people ran out from the black domain. They were in a sorry state, and their faces were abnormally pale. They looked back from time to time as if something terrifying was chasing them. They are not the first batch to enter. What happened? This is not normal. During the 10 years, there were several movements in the black domain. Each time the movements became louder and louder. However, until now, no one knew what exactly had happened in the black domain. Save us. He's catching up. We don't want to die. The people who ran out were overjoyed when they saw the people at the black domain's entrance. But at this moment, a black shadow pierced through these experts like a ghost. In an instant, the experts who had escaped were all killed. Not a single one survived. Be careful. The experts at the black domain's entrance were all shocked when they saw this scene. Most of these experts were high lords. Among them, there were a few peak great venerables. However, they could not withstand the power of the other party's attack. They were all dead. What is that thing? It's so fast. This sudden scene gave everyone quite a fright. After those people died, the black light did not stop. Instead, it charged toward them. Wherever the black light passed, the black domain's entrance was littered with corpses. A high lord died in one move. A great venerate died in one move. Even a peak great venerate died in one move. The experts at the black domain's entrance scattered like birds and beasts. However, no matter how powerful they were, they could not compare to that black light. None of them could leave the black domain's entrance alive. 100 people, 1,000 people, 10,000 people. In the past 10 years, the black domain's entrance had been surrounded by a large number of experts. But now they had all become extremely weak. Too weak, too weak. The black flowing light condensed into a human figure. This figure was shrouded in black mist. Endless black mist surged out from the dark domain behind the figure, condensing into a pair of illusory wings behind the figure. Soon the first pair of wings was formed. More and more dense black energy surged. This black energy soared into the sky, covering the sky above the black domain. The huge amount of black energy made everyone aware of the changes that had occurred here. Everyone saw a figure standing in the void. Huge amounts of black energy surged into the figure's body. The illusory wings also became more solid. A pair of wings. 2 pairs of wings. 3 pairs of wings. Ever since this day began, endless black energy swirled at the black domain's entrance. This figure remained in the sky, absorbing the endless black energy. This matter shocked the entire Saint Spirit domain. No matter who it was, they were all shocked. He's out. The primeval sex experts looked at the figure and trembled. Too fast. It's much earlier than expected. He has evolved 3 pairs of wings. Damn it. We must destroy him. Chapter 3205. At the entrance of the black domain, a huge amount of black gas penetrated the entrance of the black domain and turned into a huge black area. In this area there was nothing but darkness. In this region a violent black aura pervaded the air. Once a heavenly god stepped into it, he would instantly turn into a pile of dust. This was the rhythm of death no matter how many entered. For a time the area became a forbidden area. No one knew who that person was. It was not that no one attacked during this period, but everyone's attack could not land on the mysterious person. The black mist in the sky was all blocked. A layer was blasted open, and a second layer immediately filled in, forming an endless defense. A few years passed and no one could break the black gas defense. The mysterious person's aura was getting stronger and stronger. The wings on his back turned into 7 pairs, and the 8th pair was also constantly condensing. It was still very weak at the moment. Even so, the 7 pairs of black wings spread out, and a terrifying and endless prestige spread out majestically. The person seemed to have become a god fiend, an ancient god fiend. Sacred Body Mountain. What's the origin of that thing? In just a little more than 10 years, his strength has actually increased to this level. What the hell? Lin Fei had been paying attention to the mysterious expert through the system. This guy was definitely someone with a great background. He should be a special life form born in the black domain. Little Fiend said. Master doesn't have to worry about anything. As long as he doesn't provoke Master, there's nothing to be afraid of. Lin Fei thought about it and agreed. More than 10 years passed. Lin Fei gained almost 200 billion prestige. Including the previous one, it was almost 300 billion prestige. I just don't know what that guy is going to do. Master, the surveillance just showed that all the top forces in the black domain have made a move. It seems like they want to stop the other party from growing stronger. An image was transferred over. It turned out that the ultimate gods from the top forces in the black domain had come out in full force to attack the mysterious figure in the black mist. They're really going. Lin Fei was not interested in dealing with the mysterious black shadow. What a joke. It was a powerful existence born from a special life form. It would not end well for him to deal with it. The system could say that the thing was powerful and ordinary people could not kill it. The black gas was the strongest protection. This was what the little fiend had said. Unless all the black gas in the entire black domain was exhausted, no one would be able to take down this mysterious person. There was nothing these people could do even if they went. It was just as Lin Fei had guessed. The top forces in the black domain had joined forces with countless ultimate god experts. However, no matter how hard they attacked, they could not threaten the mysterious man from the black domain. The Divine Venerables lineup was powerful, but they were unable to force the other party out. The siege lasted for a year. The joint attack ended in failure. All kinds of means and enchantment treasures were unable to break through the mysterious person in the black fog. This outcome was beyond the expectations of many people. Where did that mysterious figure come from? It was as if nothing had happened even when the ultimate gods were besieging him. He continued to absorb the black gas leisurely without opening his eyes or showing any signs of movement. Scary, really scary. It's really impossible to break the defense. Lin Fei already knew this would happen. Looks like this mysterious person won't come out until he absorbs the black gas in the black domain. Master is right. Once this person comes out, he'll definitely have 8 pairs of divine wings and will be very powerful. He'll at least be a grade 8 or grade 9 ultimate god. His strength was top-notch. Lin Fei learned a lot of news from his trip to Luofu City. There were very few top-notch experts. Not counting those in Yuan Mia world. The strongest ultimate god in the Saint Spirit world would not exceed grade 5 ultimate god, and could only be a mid-level ultimate god. The Luofu City could easily grab a bunch of peak intermediate ultimate gods from there. That was the difference. The Saint Spirit world will be even more lively. The top forces in the Saint Spirit world could not stop the mysterious person and fell silent again. There were all kinds of speculations about the mysterious person. Unfortunately, up until now, no one had been able to tell the origin of the mysterious man. Many people suspected that the forces in the black domain knew something, but they could not do anything if they did not say anything. Everyone was wary of the mysterious person. It could not be helped as the mysterious person was too terrifying. Even though the heavenly feather race had wings, they were worlds apart from the heavenly feather race. There was no comparison in any aspect. Everyone knew that the mysterious person would be a terrifying existence in the Saint Spirit world once he woke up. Lin Fei's life was still as carefree as ever. He sold enchanted equipment one by one. A large number of ores were sent to the Sacred Body Mountain. No matter how big the commotion outside was, Lin Fei could not be bothered as long as they did not harass him to earn prestige. As for the rest, who cared? The Sacred Body Mountain had also become a rather unique existence. Those top forces who were worried about the Sacred Body Mountain's continuous expansion secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Lin Fei's Sacred Body Mountain did not expand, they did not have to worry too much. As for enchanted equipment, they could not stop it, so they let it spread. With that in mind, everyone realized that it was not that troublesome. Holy Lord Lin Fei did not seem to have much desire for it. Why did such an expert attack in the first place? In the end, they were defeated. When the Demon 33 Lord and the Demon King came together, Lin Fei was a little surprised. These two fellows had suffered many losses in his hands, but they actually swaggered in. Ever since the passive skills were set up, they could no longer sneak in quietly. Two important people, what brings you here? If you want enchanted equipment, everything is negotiable. They were guests, so Lin Fei still received them politely. The Demon Monarch and the Demon Ruler no longer dared to put on airs in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei had suffered a lot in the past. When the Space-Time Temple Master joined forces with the Hierarch to attack the Sacred Body Mountain, the Demon Ruler already had the idea of being the fisherman who reaped the benefits. In the end, the moment Lin Fei made a move, he defeated a Hierarch expert, and was so scared that he immediately ran away. Holy Lord Lin, we are really here for enchanted equipment, the Demon 33 Lord said. We have also brought our sincerity. This is a small gift from us. More than 10 storage rings were taken out. Gifts? Lin Fei glanced at them. They were all kinds of ores. These storage rings were large ones. This small gift was not bad. He thought the Demon King and the Demon 33 Lord came to put on airs. He did not mind sucking them dry. As long as he wanted, no one could stop him within a certain range. How many enchanted equipment do you want? With a large amount of materials, the enchanted equipment had become an assembly line. Chapter 3206. Buying enchanted equipment was just one of the reasons why the Demon King and the Demon 33 country rulers visited. We need 10,000 pieces of enchanted equipment. Sagely damage-resistant battle armor, sagely divine weapons, exactly 20,000 pieces. The Demon 33 country rulers said what they wanted. No way, you only want 10,000 pieces, not more? Lin Fei raised his eyelids. 20,000 pieces of enchanted equipment was really not a big number. The Demon King and the Demon 33 country rulers vomited blood. 10,000 pieces per person was not a small number. Now in the Saint Spirit domain, all kinds of mines were controlled by others. It was not an easy task to get the extra ores. The Demon King and the Demon 33 country rulers wanted to get more enchanted equipment to prepare for a rainy day. But the mines were almost divided up and they had no choice. Holy Lord Lin, you really know how to joke. 10,000 pieces of enchanted equipment is not a small number. The Demon King laughed dryly. Yes, we are very satisfied. Lin Fei gave up on them. They had no ambition at all. You guys, if I were you, I would be embarrassed if I did not get 40 to 50,000 pieces back. Lin Fei laughed. The Demon King and the Demon 33 country rulers were speechless again. Today they really did not dare to fight with Lin Fei. Even a hierarch would not be able to. This was a well-known fact in the Saint Spirit domain, especially now that the Saint Spirit domain was in troubled times. If there are no mines, you can actually rob them. Lin Fei laughed. There are fewer mines now, but the Demon Palace and the Demon Ancestral Land have many experts. You can totally work together and wipe out the mines that are controlled by the small factions. Lin Fei encouraged them. All these years, whether they were owned or not, they were all controlled by the big and small factions. If you are willing, I can give you 50,000 pieces of enchanted equipment for free. Lin Fei said generously. The Demon King and the Demon 33 country rulers looked at each other. Good people. We need to consider this. The Demon King and the Demon 33 country rulers looked at each other and suppressed the excitement in their hearts. 50,000 pieces of enchanted equipment. We agree. They did indeed have the thought of attacking, but with the spread of enchanted equipment, heavenly gods were not so easy to deal with. Their demon country's demon soldiers did not dare to attack easily. Up until now, they did not have any advantage. Lin Fei's words moved them. As long as you use the various mines to trade, the enchanted equipment you want will be continuously supplied to you. Building a powerful enchanted army will not be a problem. The Demon Monarch and the Demon 33 Kings were naturally fond of causing destruction. They realized that the Saint Body Mountain that Lin Fei controlled did not affect their destruction of the Saint Spirit domain at all. As long as they did not provoke Lin Fei, everyone would be fine. Why would they want to offend such a person? The Demon King and the Demon 33 Kings no longer had any hatred for Lin Fei. With 50,000 pieces of enchanted equipment on hand, They could easily form an elite army. The demon monarch and the demon 33 kings left behind the storage ring and took away 70,000 enchanted equipment, happily preparing to do something big. Lin Fei really didn't care about tens of thousands of enchanted equipment. Check to see if there are any special ores. No problem. Search and check immediately. The demon monarch and the demon 33 kings left the Saint Body Mountain. Looking back at the various illusions of the Saint Body Mountain, the two of them felt like they had just had a dream. I didn't expect Lin Fei to be so easy to talk to. He gave us 50,000 pieces of enchanted equipment just like that. The demon 33 kings were still excited and had not fully recovered. With these 50,000 pieces of enchanted equipment, we can deploy a group of elites to occupy more mines and use them to arm our army. The demon monarch was also full of excitement at this time, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Fortunately, we did not offend Lin Fei again. He is not someone we can afford to offend. The demon 33 kings said. The demon monarch now fully agreed. That's right, he is not someone we can afford to offend. Master, we are in luck. We found a special ore that can extract a certain substance. After fusing it with another substance, we can create a new substance, Thunderstorm. You said that we can create a large-scale enchanted treasure Thunderstorm? He had been purchasing all kinds of ores. Lin Fei had a large number of substances in his possession. Individually, these substances were not very powerful, but once they were fused, their power would increase exponentially, and it would definitely exceed everyone's imagination. Thunderstorm was one of the large-scale enchanted treasures. Yes, Lin Fei laughed. Good, good. The Saint Body Mountain will finally have a large-scale enchanted treasure. The demon monarch and the demon 33 kings climbed the Saint Body Mountain. This news was quickly spread to the top forces. Ever since the barrier was built, experts who wanted to go to the Saint Body Mountain had to do so openly. As for sneaking in, so far no one could do it. None of the various stealth techniques worked. After a long time, everyone lost their temper with this special existence. Therefore, all the big shots who went to the Saint Body Mountain basically could not hide from the eyes of those who wanted to. Although the top forces did not look for trouble with the Saint Body Mountain's Lin Fei, they were still secretly monitoring him. Once such an existence caused a commotion, it would not be a small matter. Until now, no one knew how many enchanted methods Lin Fei had mastered, but after so many years, they were all very jealous of the various enchanted equipment that had been circulated. The visit of the demon monarch and the demon 33 kings was definitely not a good thing. They must have gone to look for Lin Fei to buy enchanted equipment. They really know how to lower their heads. I wonder if they succeeded or not. The top forces all began to speculate. Although they did not make a move against the Demon Palace and the Demon Ancestral Land, they had never let down their guard. This time, when they appeared at the Saint Body Mountain, the first thing they thought of was enchanted equipment. But they said that they wanted to rope in Saint Body Mountain's Lin Fei? For the time being, no one had such confidence. Now, everyone knew that the Saint Body Mountain was a special place. The Heavenly Feather Clan, the Imperial Treasure Sect, and the other forces that produced enchanted equipment were having a hard time now. No one would buy their products. Even if the price went down compared to those cheap ores, they would be in tears. If the Demon Monarch and the Demon 33 Kings obtained a large number of enchanted treasures, it would not be a good thing. One by one, the scouts were mobilized to investigate. Soon, the Demon Palace and the Demon Ancestral Land formed an army of 50,000, no 70,000 enchanted soldiers. They attacked like lightning, attacking more than 10 mines outside, and a large number of demon soldiers and generals went to dig. Chapter 3207. When the Demon King and the Demon 33 country rulers worked together, the 70,000 enchanted soldiers seized hundreds of mines. These mines were backed by various forces, big or small. However, at this moment they ignored all of them. After seizing the mines, they immediately emptied them. Where did they get the enchanted equipment? They must have gotten it from the Sacred Body Mountain. How generous! 70,000 pieces of enchanted equipment. Is this the prelude to a war over the mines? The tens of thousands of enchanted soldiers were equipped with sagely invulnerable armor and sagely divine weapons. Their physical bodies were already strong, and now that they were armed, They could sweep away thousands of enemies. The Demon King and the Demon 33 country rulers personally oversaw the mines. Soon the 70,000 enchanted soldiers were armed to 100,000 enchanted soldiers, and then 150,000 enchanted soldiers. It took him less than a year to complete the task. In the Saint Spirit domain, the Demon King and the Demon 33 country rulers frantically seized the mines. With the enchanted equipment, their momentum soared again. The top factions of the Saint Spirit domain could no longer sit still. Lin Fei is too shameless. How can he sell so many enchanted equipment to the Demon Palace and the Demon Ancestral Land? We can't let them continue. 150,000 enchanted soldiers. Who could stop those mine guards? They were annihilated in a single move. That's right. We must stop them. Ever since their defeat at the Sacred Body Mountain, the top factions did not dare to underestimate the Sacred Body Mountain anymore. It was an existence that they could not destroy. Even if they went all out, they might not be able to take down the Sacred Body Mountain. The top factions that joined forces would not fight to the death. That kind of loss was unbearable. After that, the series of changes at the Sacred Body Mountain was seen by everyone. They also realized that Lin Fei had mastered many high-level enchanted methods. Back then they could not do anything about it, let alone now. No one dared to go to the Sacred Body Mountain anymore. As for the enchanted equipment, they could only arrange for people to bid for it in private. As for doing it openly, who told the Sacred Body Mountain to disqualify them? Don't be so angry. A siege against the Demon Palace and the Demon Ancestral Land began. The top-tier powers had quite a few mines in their hands, and the powers attached to them also controlled mines. Now that the Demon Monarch and the Demon 33 monarchs were shamelessly trying to snatch them, it was tantamount to touching their bottom line. Without the mines and ores, it would not be easy to obtain enchanted equipment from the Holy Body Mountain. If the Demon Monarch and the Demon 33 country lord took advantage of them, it would not be a good thing. A small-scale skirmish had begun. The top forces all stood up. First, they told them not to take things too far and that they could choose not to take action. Come and fight if you can. These were the intentions of the Demon Lord and the Demon 33 kings. An army of 150,000 enchanted equipment was a force to be reckoned with. From the beginning of the encirclement battle, the Demon Monarch and the Demon 33 monarch side displayed a huge advantage. Those below the hierarch realm could hardly withstand their attacks. After a few encirclement battles, they suffered a crushing defeat and suffered heavy losses. Welcome to battle. The Demon Monarch and the Demon 33 country lords were extremely excited. Holy Lord Lin Fei is such a good person. Originally, their subordinates were already strong. Now that they were armed, the 150,000 strong army was not inferior to them at all. We still have to continue. The Demon Monarch's vision was far-sighted. We must rob them all and dig them clean. The 150,000 strong army is just the beginning. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the progress. He was extremely satisfied with the performance of the Demon Monarch and the Demon 33 country lords. The benefits of 50,000 enchanted equipment were too much. Last time they discovered a special material that allowed them to create a large-scale enchanted equipment, the Thundercloud Storm. This time, they discovered another special material that could be used to refine another high-end enchanted material, petrification. Although the name did not seem like much, it was actually extremely powerful. Almost no one could withstand it. Lin Fei was especially fond of them. The Demon Monarch and the Demon 33 country lords led the 150,000 enchanted army, and contributed a lot of prestige to Lin Fei every day. Who asked them to start worshipping Lin Fei? They suddenly rushed up from a disadvantageous position. An enchanted army of 100,000 plus powerful heavenly deities. How can they fight against them? Lin Fei already knew the outcome of the encirclement of the top forces. As long as the hierarch realm did not appear, who could compete with them? This was not a joke. Since the last time the top forces had been blacklisted by Lin Fei, they could not go to the auction for a long time and could only use other means. However, they did not dare to buy too much. The enchanted army that they could pull out could not reach the 150,000 enchanted army that the Demon Monarch and the Demon 33 country lords could pull out. Should the divinities join the battle? That would be too embarrassing. Without the help of the divinities, the 150,000 enchanted army was almost wiped out. Robbing the mines became more domineering. The mines in everyone's hands were constantly losing control. After the demon monarch and the demon 33 country lords finished mining, they immediately exchanged for more enchanted equipment. As for the subordinates, that was simple. The demon palace and the demon ancestors' land did not have much, but they had a lot of subordinates. With a little equipment they would immediately catch up. In comparison, no one could catch up. Master, actually, you can try to build the Prestige Divine Tower, the little devil suddenly said. Lin Fei was confused. Prestige Divine Pagoda? What's that? This is a good thing. It is a masterpiece made by the system. Little devil began to praise himself and began to introduce this thing. Lin Fei listened very carefully. Bragging about a product of the system. Little devil, do you have any shame? After listening for a while, Lin Fei became interested. According to Little Devil, this thing was actually a treasure to collect prestige in disguise. Anything related to Lin Fei, this treasure would collect it and form a certain proportion of prestige. Damn, isn't this similar to faith? The first thing that came to Lin Fei's mind was faith. It seemed that only faith was the most suitable word. No. How can faith be compared to the Prestige Divine Tower? Little Devil sneered. Faith is something that many people do not want to see. However, the Prestige Divine Tower is different. As long as it is erected, there will be no effect at all. There is no need for people to believe in it. A Prestige Divine Tower only needs 30 billion prestige. At the same time, it can also reduce the loss rate of prestige. 30 billion reputation points was still a shock. Loss rate? It can't be. Prestige can be lost? Little Devil said. Yes, the system collects prestige. During this process, a portion of prestige will be lost. For example, right now, each time it loses about 40% of prestige. 40%? Don't be so wasteful. Chapter 3208. Exchanging 30 billion reputation for a reputation divine pagoda would increase his reputation by 40%? Lin Fei was truly tempted. At the same time, he also looked down on the system. How could such a loophole appear? Was it deliberately ruining his reputation? The powerful and invincible system actually had such an irresponsible side. He had lost 40% of his reputation for nothing. Lin Fei only felt that a large amount of reputation had disappeared right under his nose. Those were all killing moves. If he didn't lose these prestige points, wouldn't he have gained even more prestige points? 400 billion prestige points or 500 billion prestige points? Or even more. 30 billion reputation for a reputation divine pagoda was indeed not cheap. Especially now that his reputation had stabilized every day, the reputation divine pagoda seemed to have become useless. When would he be able to regain his reputation? A reputation divine pagoda was far from enough. This was the key. Lin Fei still exchanged for a reputation divine pagoda and built it on the Sage Body Mountain. He planned to see how his reputation would change. He would not know if he did not use it, but after using it, he immediately realized that his reputation had increased. Master, how is it? Are you satisfied? The little devil made a list. This is a comparison of the reputation contributed by the Sage Body Mountain region and the reputation contributed by the outside world. In comparison, the Sage Body Mountain's reputation had increased by a large margin. The reputation divine pagoda was finally showing its effects. Master, 30 billion reputation is already very cheap. Once the reputation divine pagoda is built, no one will be able to see any problems. Master can rest assured. Another one. Lin Fei's 200 billion reputation sounded like a lot, but in reality it was really not much. He exchanged for 2 reputation divine pagoda consecutively. Lin Fei's reputation immediately shrunk. The demon monarch and the demon 33 country lords were currently in high spirits, flushed with success. The 150,000 strong enchantment army was about to become a 200,000 strong enchantment army. They had been continuously sweeping the mines of the various major factions. Robbing and excavating the mines had become their greatest passion. When they heard that Lin Fei wanted to build a divine pagoda in their territory, the demon lord and the demon 33 kings agreed without any hesitation. If it was built in their core area, they might have some ideas. Now that it was built anywhere in their territory, they naturally did not have any ideas. Especially if it was built without people and without anything. What else could they think? That was 100 cents. Refuse? Only a fool would do such a thing. Didn't they see that they were rising again? 200,000 enchanted soldiers, 500,000 enchanted soldiers. This was just the beginning. Lin Fei arranged for one of the 10 elders to build the prestige divine tower. The demon monarch and the demon 33 country lords were also curious, so they came as soon as the construction was completed. It was a black divine pagoda that was thousands of feet tall. Compared to the other pagodas, this pagoda was very ordinary. There was nothing eye-catching about it. It was empty inside. The demon lord and the demon 33 country lords inspected it several times, but they did not discover anything. This was really just an ordinary divine tower. Anyway, there's nothing, and it's not a teleportation formation. We don't need to care so much. The demon monarch and the demon 33 kings relaxed. They were secretly glad that they did not reject Lin Fei's offer. Otherwise, if Lin Fei got angry and refused to supply them with enchanted equipment, they would be the unlucky ones. The harvest from the second prestige divine tower is not bad. The demon palace and the demon ancestral land have another stable place to contribute prestige. The 2 prestige divine towers cost him 60 billion prestige. Although it was a huge number, it also made Lin Fei realize that it was necessary to cover the prestige divine tower. Where else could he find such a good thing to increase his prestige by 40%? If I want the Saint Spirit world to cover the divine towers, it will be a long and arduous task. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and thought about how to increase his prestige. The primordial sect is here? After listening to the elder's report, Lin Fei smiled. Finally, they can't sit still anymore. From the commotion caused by the demon monarch and the demon 33 country lords, Lin Fei believed that those top forces would not sit still, especially after the encirclement failed. This scene was destined from the beginning. Without a godly venerable, who could stop the attack of the enchanted army? The primordial sect sent the primordial sect master, a powerful godly venerable, the glorious sun sect master. Primordial sect master, your presence brings light to our humble sacred body mountain. Lin Fei came out with a smile. The glorious sun sect master's face flashed a trace of awkwardness, but he also felt relieved. It seemed like he was not as difficult to deal with as he had imagined. After exchanging greetings, the glorious sun sect master took out a gift. It was a total of 50 storage rings. It's my first time visiting, so I didn't have anything good to give you. I heard that Sacred Lord Lin likes all kinds of ores, so I took the liberty to bring some for you. You're too kind. Lin Fei smiled and accepted it. The glorious sun sect master breathed a sigh of relief again. It was good that he had accepted the gift. Ever since the demon monarch and the demon 33 country lords obtained enchanted equipment, their strength had increased tremendously. The primordial sect could not sit still anymore. If they could go to the sacred body mountain, why couldn't the primordial sect? Everyone knew the current situation of the sacred body mountain. In the Saint Spirit domain, it was a special existence. No one could deny that. A large number of enchanted equipment of high quality had beaten the Heavenly Feather Clan and the others. Now, everyone wanted to buy enchanted equipment, so they went to the sacred body mountain. No one had the confidence to besiege the sacred body mountain. A fallen ultimate god was no laughing matter. Although it was only a clone, it was still an ultimate god expert. An ultimate god could still show off in the outside world. But in the sacred body mountain, a group of guards could fight against an ultimate god. It would be embarrassing if they won, and even more embarrassing if they lost. Moreover, the sacred body mountain had been sealed off for 1 billion miles. Who knew what other big moves were waiting for them? No big moves? Who would believe that? No one would go to the sacred body mountain to be tortured. However, this time the top forces could not sit still anymore. No one wanted to lower their heads. The glorious sun sect master of the primordial sect had really lowered his head. Wasn't it just a loss? There was no conflict of interest, so he was completely fooled. The glorious sun sect master came to visit. Sacred Lord Lin, the primordial sect would like to buy a batch of enchanted equipment. Is that possible? The glorious sun sect master asked. We can get whatever ores you want. The Glorious Sun sect master was not confident. A threat? Who would dare? The primordial sect was not the only one who had oars. They did not have any advantage. Especially now that the demonic king and the 33 lords of the demonic world had joined forces with 200,000 enchanted soldiers to supply oars to the sacred body mountain, they were even less confident. I'm afraid this is a little difficult. Lin Fei frowned seriously. The primordial sect can pay a high price. The Glorious Sun sect master did not dare to get angry. It doesn't matter if it's 10% or 20% as long as Sacred Lord Lin is willing to sell it to us. In the future, the primordial sect and the sacred body mountain can even form an alliance to fight against that divine demon. Chapter 3209. The mysterious black figure at the entrance of the black domain. Lin Fei had inquired about it, but there was no news about it. The top forces of the black domain were all tight-lipped, as if it was a terrifying existence. Divine demon? Master, if what the brilliant Sun sect master said is true, then that guy really has a powerful background. This is a secret from an ancient book, and it happens to be related to divine demons. A large amount of information came pouring in. All of it was related to divine demons. Lin Fei quickly browsed through it and understood everything. He could not help but exclaim in surprise. What a powerful background! Divine demons indeed had a powerful background. At the same time, they were one of the most powerful races. Divine demons were special life forms that were born in special environments. The birth of any divine demon was abnormally powerful. It was said that in ancient times, divine demons controlled the world and established a supreme era, leaving behind all kinds of legends. Later, for some unknown reason, the number of divine demons began to decrease. Later on, divine demons almost disappeared, and no traces of them could be found anymore. However, every time a divine demon appeared, it would become an outstanding figure of an era. It was because they were too powerful. With a strong body and terrifying strength, no one was a match for a divine demon. Divine demon, you must be joking. Lin Fei pretended to not believe it, but in fact he believed that it was a divine demon. Didn't divine demons go extinct long ago? The brilliant Sun sect master smiled bitterly. Holy Lord Lin, that is indeed a divine demon. He was residing in the black domain, and we only found out about it when he woke up. This is also the reason why we had to leave the black domain. We can't fight against any divine demon. If it was not a divine demon, who would be willing to come out? It was an existence that could not be killed. Especially with the help of the black domain, if they wanted to kill a divine demon, they had to destroy the black domain. However, did they have the strength to do so? Absolutely not, so what was the point of fighting? They had accepted their fate. This was an existence that they could not defeat for the time being. Once a divine demon appears, those hidden divine demons will also appear one by one. I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse. The brilliant Sun sect master continued. We can talk about the alliance later. I can also sell you enchanted equipment. Lin Fei said. As long as your primordial sect allows me to build a divine pagoda in your territory, everything will be negotiable. Divine pagoda? The Glorious Sun sect master knew that the demon monarch and the demon 33 country kings had built the god pagoda. According to the information that was sent back later, that thing did not pose any threat and was completely ordinary. Sure. It was just a divine pagoda. What was there to worry about? I can give you at most 50,000 enchanted equipment. The brilliant Sun sect master of the primordial sect left. When the other top-notch factions found out about this, they secretly cursed the brilliant Sun sect master for being so shameless. They immediately rushed to the sacred body mountain. No matter what, they had to obtain a batch of enchanted equipment. It was the age of enchantment. This was something that everyone had to admit. The sacred body mountain was the first. The age of enchantment had just begun. No one could ignore the increase in strength brought by the age of enchantment. A difference of one level didn't matter. They could make up for it with enchantment equipment. Enchanting equipment became a shortcut. From then on, everyone was competing for enchanted equipment. Even though this wasn't a good thing for some Empyrean gods, it was a great Tao that led to the heavens. Now that the primordial sect had obtained a batch of enchanted equipment, everyone was very attentive. Wasn't it just a gift? Who didn't know how to say good words? As for building a god tower, that was even less of a problem. The gifts from these top-notch factions were getting thicker and thicker. Lin Fei didn't reject any of them. He accepted as many as he could. When he really discovered some special ores, he was in an exceptionally good mood. Tens of thousands of enchanted equipment fell into the hands of these factions. Lin Fei was simply too easy to talk to. He let bygones be bygones and took out enchanted equipment for them. Where else could they find such a good deal? When the Demon Monarch and the Demon 33 country rulers heard the news, they weren't surprised. The Sacred Body Mountain was an independent existence that specialized in creating enchanted equipment. It was very normal for them to sell enchanted equipment. The only fortunate thing was that they had taken a big step forward and obtained a large number of enchanted equipment. They were temporarily ahead of the others. The top-notch factions shamelessly left one after another. Once they obtained the enchanted equipment, they immediately formed an enchanted army. They also learned from the methods of the Demon Monarch and the Demon 33 country rulers and fought for the mines. At this time, no one believed that they could still defend the mines. In front of the enchanted army, everything was too weak. In the beginning, the top-notch factions that came out of the Black Domain obtained a large number of enchanted equipment and formed an enchanted army of tens of thousands. Although they couldn't contend against the Demon Monarch and the others, they at least had an enchanted army of tens of thousands. This was not a small improvement. Looking at the top-notch factions that created enchanted armies, some people began to panic. For example, the Heavenly Feather Clan and the Imperial Treasure Sect. They had always strived for perfection and monopolized the sale of enchanted equipment. With Lin Fei's tens of thousands of enchanted equipment and the previous enchanted equipment, it created a huge impact. The enchanted equipment of these two factions suffered a huge impact. Sell? Use ores? That would be a huge loss. We need to change our method. The Imperial Treasure Sect was the first to make a choice. Why don't we rely on the Sacred Body Mountain? The higher-ups of the Imperial Treasure Sect fell silent. Were they really going to rely on them? If we don't secretly rely on them, our Imperial Treasure Sect will soon decline. Are we going to rely on our manual crafting? With these words, everyone suffered a huge blow. They were actually very clear about the situation in the future. The era of enchantment was unstoppable. Didn't they see that the top-notch factions had begun to form enchanted armies? If they continued to persevere, after 10,000 years, or even 50,000 years, the Imperial Treasure Sect would be nothing. The Temporal Temple's side also began to panic. They grasped the great sacred art of time and space. If it was one-on-one or one against many, they would still be able to suppress their opponents. But now the era of enchantment had begun. Those heavenly gods with enchanted equipment were all very difficult to deal with. For example, the overall strength of the Sacred Body Mountain's guards. They were extremely tyrannical, and anyone who went against them would be unlucky. Although the Sacred Body Mountain had yet to develop a treasure of time and space, who could guarantee that they wouldn't develop one in the future? When that time came, the Temporal Temple would no longer have any advantage. Let's not talk about anything else. The top-notch factions of the Black Domain had joined hands to snatch the mines controlled by the Temporal Temple. In a short period of time, they had lost 10 to 20% of the mines. This was just the beginning. The Temporal Temple also needed to form an enchanted army. Everyone else had it, but they didn't. They couldn't possibly arrange for their disciples to go, right? That would be one less disciple. With enchanted equipment, no one would be able to stop it. Chapter 32:10. In the Saint Spirit world, all the top-notch forces had started to build enchantment armies. Tens of thousands of enchantment armies were sent out at once. Otherwise, they would be too embarrassed to say that they wanted to build an enchantment army. The Space-Time Temple Master once again arrived outside the Sacred Body Mountain. Unlike the previous time, the Space-Time Temple Master could not help but sigh at Lin Fei's methods. Not a spatial technique, but it's better than spatial techniques. What a good technique. There's also an illusion technique similar to the Illusory Heart Island, but it's even more powerful. It's going to be even harder to attack the Sacred Body Mountain now. The Space-Time Temple Master thought to himself. Back then it was a declining sect, but now it had completely changed. It was something he could not have imagined. He did not come here personally just to obtain a batch of enchantment equipment so that he could catch up with the top-notch forces. Let's go and visit Sacred Lord Lin Fei. He seems to be the Space-Time Temple Master. It's really him. Sacred Lord Lin is so awesome. I think most of the top-notch forces are here. Amazing, truly amazing. Many heavenly gods recognize the Space-Time Temple Master. Back then, this person had besieged the Sacred Body Mountain. In the end, he had suffered a great loss. Everyone remembered this clearly. Everyone started cheering. Your Sacred Lord is not here? The Space-Time Temple Master wanted to see Lin Fei, but he was not here. What was going on? How is this possible? A trusted peak great venerable expert beside the Space-Time Temple Master said, Our Sacred Lord is not here. You can come another day. The guard said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. It did not matter if it was the Space-Time Temple Master or a hierarch expert. No one dared to act presumptuously in the Sacred Body Mountain. Whoever dared to act presumptuously would die. The guards were the enemy's nightmare. Let's go. The Space-Time Temple Master's face was expressionless. Hall Master He Lin Fei has gone too far. He doesn't take our temporal temple seriously at all. The trusted peak great venerable expert beside him said angrily. Sacred Body Mountain in a restaurant and inn. He's definitely not meeting us on purpose. No matter where they went, everyone would worship the Space-Time Temple Master like they were. But now, the Sacred Body Mountain actually ignored them. They were furious. The Space-Time Hall Master was already prepared for this. He shook his head slightly in his heart and said, It's normal that they don't want to see us. In the entire Saint Spirit domain, who would dare to think that the Sacred Body Mountain is easy to deal with? Putting everything else aside, just the enchantment army alone is enough to show that the Sacred Body Mountain's foundation is unimaginable. The confidant opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. It seemed like the Sacred Body Mountain's Imperial Guards could kill him 10,000 times over. Palace Master, what should we do? Wait. The Temporal Temple Master said. Help me deliver the gift. If I don't see him for a day, then I'll deliver the gift for a day. Our temporal temple needs a batch of enchanted equipment. Currently, this batch of enchanted equipment was extremely important to the temporal temple. Saint Master, wouldn't our actions provoke the temporal temple? After all, their foundation is. The great old ancestor said worriedly. Lin Fei said disdainfully. Foundation? So what if they have a strong foundation? Isn't it just time and spatial energy? I'll soon refine the enchanted spatial and temporal treasures. By then, they'll no longer be a threat. Lin Fei hated the temporal temple a lot as they instigated him to cause trouble behind his back. How could he vent his anger if he didn't teach them a lesson? That's great. Our Imperial Guards can be armed immediately. The three old ancestors' eyes lit up. Currently, each of them controlled a unit of Imperial Guards. Each unit had more than 100,000 soldiers. The three of them controlled a total of 300,000 Imperial Guards. Elites, real elites. No one knew the true strength of the three units of Imperial Guards. The Imperial Guards that could be seen on the Sacred Body Mountain were all ordinary Imperial Guards. Spacetime Temple Master, you'll be in charge. It's not impossible for them to obtain the enchanted equipment, but we'll have to make them pay a huge price. They'll be willing to pay anyway. The three old ancestors were no longer ordinary peak great venerables. Although they had yet to break through to the ultimate god realm, the enchanted equipment on them allowed them to easily grasp the combat power of an ultimate god. Even first-class or second-class ultimate gods were no match for them. The three old ancestors were full of confidence even if they were to face the Spacetime Temple Master. Lin Fei did not have time to deal with the Spacetime Temple Master. If he wanted enchanted equipment, he could just talk to the Grand Ancestor. As long as he was willing to pay the price, it would not be a problem to buy enchanted equipment. The entrance to the Black Domain. Lin Fei hid himself and looked at the divine demon who was constantly absorbing the black aura. The eighth pair of wings gradually became clearer. Strong, it's really strong. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and admired it for a while. He was secretly shocked. If it wasn't for my prestige and my perfect level 8 physical body, I wouldn't be a match for this divine demon. After learning about the mysterious person's origin from the primordial sect's glorious Sungate Master, Lin Fei repeatedly checked and finally confirmed that the mysterious person was the divine demon. Master, this divine demon is really strong. Once the 8th pair of wings is condensed, it won't be any weaker than you, Little Devil said. It'll probably cause a big commotion in the Saint Spirit domain. The bigger the commotion, the better. Lin Fei was actually quite shocked that a black domain could give birth to a special life form like the divine demon. That's true. The bigger the commotion the divine demon makes, the more invincible Master defeats the divine demon, the more prestige you'll gain. Little Devil chuckled. That was indeed what Lin Fei was thinking. No matter how strong the divine demon was, how could it be stronger than a prestige killer move? Oh yes, I want to know how many billions of prestige I need to kill the divine demon. Lin Fei asked Little Devil. At least 300 billion prestige. Hearing this number, Lin Fei could not help but take a deep breath. Damn it, I only have 100 billion prestige, but I can only defeat the other party. I still have to work hard to collect more prestige. Lin Fei looked at the divine demon inside. Master, you can totally start the Great Enchantment Era. Lin Fei nodded. It's also time to collect another batch of prestige. When Lin Fei quietly left, Lin Fei's expression changed. The mysterious divine demon, who was protected by the black aura, suddenly opened its eyes and looked at where Lin Fei was before slowly closing them again. However, a strong battle intent flashed in its eyes. Lin Fei did not know that the divine demon could sense his departure. At this moment, Lin Fei arrived outside the sealed continent. The seal's power was getting weaker and weaker. Even across the sealed continent, he seemed to be able to sense a powerful and invincible aura. This is the place where I'm going to collect prestige next. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and almost drooled. The current Saint Spirit domain's prestige increase was limited. If he started the Great Enchantment Era, he would gain another batch of prestige. After that, it would probably be very difficult. According to the information he received, the Saint Spirit domain was the smallest continent and had the weakest influence. There were only a few big cats. Little Devil, how many more years do I have to prepare? Chapter 32:11. The news of the Temporal Temple's Hall Master being rejected by the Saint Body Mountain spread like wildfire. As for who spread the news, no one knew. The Spacetime Hall Master actually didn't have any complaints about being refused at all. He obediently stayed in the Sacred Body Mountain for 3 months. And in these 3 months, another piece of news spread. The Imperial Treasure Sect Master came to beg for forgiveness and expressed his willingness to join the Saint Body Mountain and become a part of it. Countless people were dumbfounded when this news came out. The Imperial Treasure Sect was truly determined. Who didn't know of their influence in the Saint Spirit world? They actually wanted to join the Saint Body Mountain. Saint Master, are we really going to recruit them? The Grand Old Ancestor was in a good mood recently. The Temporal Temple's side had always been stuck. The conditions that he proposed were too much. But the Temporal Temple Hall Master did not say anything. A deal was inevitable. Those peak powers were frantically plundering all sorts of ores. If they were late by a day, the ores would be snatched away, and the enchanted equipment would be far away from them. Why not? Lin Fei laughed. This is the first power that took the initiative to join us. Lin Fei was not surprised that the Imperial Treasure Sect joined them. It was only a matter of time, and they came much earlier than expected. They were quite bold. What if they are here to steal our technology? Lin Fei laughed. Technology? That was the core of enchantment. No one could learn it. Only the imps had the necessary equipment in this world. Don't worry, they won't be able to grasp the core technology. Lin Fei laughed. If they join the Saint Body Mountain, I will set up an enchantment attack in defense. Their Imperial Treasure Sect will be able to enchant. Lin Fei personally summoned the Imperial Treasure Sect's Hall Master. The Imperial Treasure Sect's Hall Master was a wise middle-aged man called Mu Yuan. It was a very genteel name, and one could not tell that he was a martial artist. Imperial Treasure Sect's Mu Yuan greets Saint Master Lin. Mu Yuan had spent a lot of effort to get the Imperial Treasure Sect to join the Saint Body Mountain. He was very clear that only by joining the Saint Body Mountain would the Imperial Treasure Sect have the chance to continue existing. Resist? The Imperial Treasure Sect did not have that kind of strength. The price of the Saint Body Mountain was too high. The Imperial Treasure Sect could not sell any enchanted equipment, no matter how cheap they were. Compared to the enchanted equipment that could be exchanged with ores, the cheap price was nowhere near as cheap. This kind of price was no different from picking it up for free. Mu Yuan was actually very nervous. This young man, who was not very old and had not cultivated for as long as them, was now a top-notch existence in the Saint Spirit domain. He was also someone that they had to look up to. Our Imperial Treasure Sect is willing to join the Saint Body Mountain. Lin Fei smiled and said, "Are you sure you want to join? Once you join the Saint Body Mountain, maybe your Imperial Treasure Sect will no longer exist. After so many years of inheritance, are you willing to part with it?" Of course, the Imperial Treasure Sect, which had been passed down for so many years, was unable to stop the enchantment techniques of your Saint Body Mountain. There was nothing to be proud of. This was Mu Yuan's inner voice. "My Sacred Body Mountain wants to establish a workshop. Your Imperial Treasure Sect will become an independent workshop from now on. The name will be Imperial Treasure Workshop. What do you think? Many thanks for the Holy Lord's help. Our Imperial Treasure Workshop will definitely not disappoint the Holy Lord." His worried heart finally calmed down. As long as he could join. The name of the Imperial Treasure Workshop also made Mu Yuan very grateful to Lin Fei. Holy Lord, this is simply a miracle. After Lin Fei brought Mu Yuan to see the enchantment techniques of the Saint Body Mountain, he immediately worshipped Lin Fei 10,000 times. It was too unbelievable. Their Imperial Treasure Sect was very careful when it came to enchantment equipment. However, it was impossible to enchantment equipment like the Saint Body Mountain. Yet, the Saint Body Mountain did it perfectly. This was a huge blow to Mu Yuan, who had always been very proud. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he chose to come here. In the entire Saint Spirit domain, no one could stop the large-scale production of enchantment equipment. Mere enchantment is nothing. Your Imperial Treasure Workshop's next mission is to enchantment equipment. Soon, I am preparing to promote enchantment equipment in the Saint Spirit domain. I need a large amount of enchantment equipment. Mu Yuan involuntarily sucked in a cold breath. Mass enchantment equipment. If this was before, he definitely wouldn't have believed it. In the outside world, the number of enchanted equipment sold over the years was probably the Holy Body Mountain's limit. However, it seemed that this wasn't the limit. Rather, it was just a minuscule amount. I vowed to complete the mission with my life. Mu Yuan understood that this was a test given to him by Sacred Lord Lin Fei of the Sacred Body Mountain. This matter must be done properly. Heavenly Feather Race, your pride and dignity will soon cease to exist. Thinking that he had chosen the right path, he couldn't help but mourn for the Heavenly Feather Race. No one could stop the great age of enchantment. The Space-Time Palace Master had finally obtained 50,000 pieces of enchanted equipment. The price was enough to make him vomit blood. Even so, the Space-Time Temple Master still gritted his teeth and agreed to the Sacred Body Mountain's conditions. It couldn't be helped. Hall Master, when the seal of the new continent is broken, the Sacred Body Mountain will not have a good ending. The confidant said with a murderous look. The Space-Time Palace Master said faintly, "No one can control enchanted equipment forever. Sooner or later, he will become the target of everyone's attack." He broke the rules. 5 years later, in the Saint Spirit world, large and small forces were fighting over ores, causing a huge ruckus. The Sacred Body Mountain released a huge piece of news. The moment this news came out, countless people were dumbfounded. Our chance is here. This is great. Enchanted equipment can be sold. Enchantment Merchant House, ha ha ha, my saintly damage immune armor. Our small family can also become stronger. Lin Fei is such a good person. That's right, he's selling enchanted equipment. Everyone can buy it. The Sacred Body Mountain established an enchantment merchant house. This enchantment merchant house sold all sorts of enchanted equipment without any restrictions. The currency used was still ores, and it was much cheaper than the previous auction. The moment this news came out, everyone couldn't sit still. The news spread like the wind throughout the Saint Spirit world. Everyone rushed to the Sacred Body Mountain. A great era had begun with a bang. The Space-Time Temple, which had spent a huge amount of money to purchase enchanted equipment, immediately vomited a mouthful of blood when they heard this news. Lin Fei, you tricked me. The Space-Time Temple Master wanted to kill someone. The Great Age of Enchantment had officially begun. The Sacred Body Mountain became overcrowded, and everyone was there to purchase enchanted equipment. I want 100 saintly weapons. Chapter 32:12. The mighty enchantment era began with the Sacred Body Mountain's actions. The enchantment storm swept the entire Saint Spirit domain. Enchantment equipment, which was originally extremely expensive in everyone's eyes, became cheap items from then on. Everyone could own them and arm themselves. Their strength also increased rapidly. To the heavenly gods who were adventuring everywhere, this was the happiest thing in their lives. Everyone wholeheartedly acknowledged sacred leader Lin Fei of the Sacred Body Mountain, and a large amount of prestige was once again contributed. Regardless of whether they liked or disliked Lin Fei, they all contributed their prestige this time, which was a rare sight. Thus, the Saint Spirit domain was filled with all kinds of enchantment equipment. 1 billion, 2 billion, 5 billion, 10 billion. This time the great enchantment era had truly begun. Prestige flooded into the system like a tidal wave. Lin Fei squinted his eyes every day. He was simply too happy and excited. The commotion was too great. Universal. Truly universal enchantment equipment. The factions that were struggling to survive were directly crushed as the enchantment equipment became more widespread. For example, when the Heavenly Feather Clan heard that the Imperial Treasure Sect had sided with Lin Fei, they were full of disdain and ridicule. Who knew how long it would take for the Sacred Body Mountain to truly influence the various factions? But this time the Heavenly Feather Clan suffered a heavy blow. The entire upper echelon was dumbfounded. They didn't dare to believe that this was true. Universal enchantment equipment? How many pieces of enchantment equipment would that require? That piece of enchantment equipment was not carefully made. It was so comprehensive that it was as if it didn't cost anything. It completely crushed their pride. The Sacred Body Mountain had unknowingly reached the peak that everyone had to look up to. They had been so proud before, but now it seemed like they were the fools. What should we do? The Heavenly Feather Clan was gloomy. It was the same for the other factions. Thus, the situation in the Saint Spirit domain started to change. One by one, the factions that controlled a large number of minds started to erupt. This time, they were especially elated and high-spirited. It was time for them to rise. Master, do you want a few prestige divine towers? The little devil was egging them on again. The enchantment great era had begun. In the 100 years that followed, Lin Fei had gained a total of 800 billion prestige points. At this point, the Saint Spirit domain's prestige points had almost been wiped clean. I'm not pretending now. Lin Fei was not a fool. Prestige was something that could only be gained once. If he wanted to gain a second wave, he would need people, a large number of people. Once the enchantment great era had begun, it was equivalent to sweeping through the entire Saint Spirit domain. No matter who it was, no one could resist the temptation of enchantment equipment. They had contributed a huge wave of prestige. With 800 billion reputation points added to his previous reputation points, he now had close to 900 billion reputation points. The first thing Lin Fei did was to spend a large amount of reputation points to upgrade his perfect physical body level 8 to level 9 and finally reach the pinnacle. With his perfect body at the peak, Lin Fei's strength soared. Even though he had spent hundreds of billions of reputation points, it was still a good deal. As for the remaining several hundred billion reputation points, Lin Fei did not use them for the time being. He planned to keep them just in case. In the short term, there was a limit to how much reputation he could gain unless a new continent was opened. 100 years, 200 years, 300 years time passed year after year. The situation in the Saint Spirit domain was also changing. First of all, the influence brought about by the enchantment equipment had strengthened countless forces. These forces began to unite and break away from the top forces controlled to form their own alliance. Ultimate gods? The threat of low-level ultimate gods also began to be ignored. All kinds of enchantment equipment and the enchantment army began to show their prowess and set off a protracted war over the minds in the Saint Spirit domain. Everyone wanted to expand their forces and control more enchantment equipment. The Saint Spirit domain was caught in a chaotic war. Even the top forces could not suppress it. Who asked the enchantment equipment to be so helpful? Other than fighting for mines, there was still more fighting for mines. As the Sacred Body Mountain, it had never expanded its territory, but the enchantment equipment continued to be sold. In the Millennium Era, the Sacred Body Mountain launched a brand new enchantment equipment. It was a set of enchantment equipment that had the combat power of a first-class ultimate god. It was called the First Holy Body Armor. Its reputation was very ordinary, but its power was not to be underestimated. As soon as the set of enchantment equipment was released, the Saint Spirit domain went crazy again. Unfortunately, it did not bring much reputation points to Lin Fei. However, it was a big deal for all the heavenly gods. The ultimate gods had lost their deterrent power from then on. A first holy body armor was enough to make countless heavenly gods fight for it. This time, the Sacred Body Mountain took out 1,000 sets. In other words, there would be 1,000 experts who were comparable to ultimate gods. It was enough to change the situation in the Saint Spirit domain. No one thought of fighting for those sets. Everyone went to the auction and brought enough ores with them. The competition for the divine equipment was extremely fierce. All the big forces in the Saint Spirit domain came to fight for the divine equipment. There was an enchantment army, but if there was a set of divine equipment, each of them would be comparable to an ultimate god. Once an ultimate god wore it, their strength would increase by 2 or 3 times. This time, everyone went all out. Most of the mines in the Saint Spirit domain had also been swept clean, all for the sake of building up their confidence for the auction. Who had more mines and who had fewer would have to fight over them. That was especially true in the past 1,000 years. Mines had become top-notch items in everyone's eyes. Even an ordinary mine would become priceless. The exchange of enchantment equipment from mines was also very popular. Other things had become useless at the moment. Money. It was difficult to buy a piece of enchantment equipment. That thing was useless. If one wanted to enchant equipment, they needed ores. 1,000 sets of divine equipment were divided up. There were dozens of sets for you, dozens for me, or a few or hundreds of sets. The division was very thorough. The top forces did not have much of an advantage in this auction. They only got a few dozen sets of divine equipment, which was considered a lot. Once the divine equipment appeared, the situation in the Saint Spirit domain changed again. In the next 400 years, the forces in the Saint Spirit domain were divided into 15 groups. The top forces and the alliance forces were all among them. At that time, the Saint Spirit domain was like a warring state. In less than 1,500 years, most of the mines in the Saint Spirit domain had been excavated. There was not much left. Everyone had their eyes on the sealed continent. That was their new target. Only in the unsealed continent could they get more ores and more powerful enchantment equipment. Everyone had guessed that the Sacred Body Mountain had studied the enchantment equipment to a very deep level. There were things that they could not imagine. If they had attacked the Sacred Body Mountain, they would have died. It would have been normal for them to be wiped out. Everyone agreed with that.